and you're in the Desert Storm bunker with Hollywood CGA.
Legends ain't born, they built from the grind. From benches to banners, we sharpen the mind. We sharpen the sword and promise and swore that we going hard and leaving it all on the floor. Ayy, yeah, we going hard and leaving it all on the floor. Ayy, yeah, we going hard and leaving it all on the floor. Legends ain't born, they built from the grind. From benches to banners, we sharpen the mind. We sharpen the sword and promise and swore that we going hard and leaving it all on the floor.
What's going on, everybody? It is Coach Greg Adams back in here with another YouTube live stream. Shout out to the Coach Gang.
And that's you.
For being in here, being involved, and being active on this YouTube channel. And welcome back to the Boss. Yeah, we got it. The Boss Up Show, part of the Free Agent Lifestyle podcast here on the Free Agent Lifestyle channel. You in here with the Bruce Wayne in this ish.
New world order.
The King of Kings, the King of Content, and the Speaker of Truth, yours truly, the Notorious One, a.k.a. Mr. Coachellini, better known as the Prognosticator, Coach Stradamus. And you're in the Desert Storm bunker with Hollywood CGA. And EWF, that is every woman's fantasy and the whole fucking show. I'm the CEO, Niggero of Fixes Binds LLC, the unbinder, the undebatable, the undisputed best entertainment here on YouTube. You can call me Senor Gregorio Graybeard. The ladies love to call me Mr. Third Leg Greg.
Your third leg was just phenomenal.
Also the man with one trabajo. That is the ecclesiastical Mitch Slapper. You're looking at the anointed one.
Acknowledge me.
The founding father of the After Pill, the junior college sociologist, the Morpheus of the mating matrix, the chocolatey Confucius, the Black Moses, the deliverer, also known as the man that walks in the spirit of Elijah. I'm the man with more nicknames than anyone in the game. But in case you forget those names, just call me the benevolent monarch, the King of Kings, CGA, see God Allah, and I'll be the 14-time demonetized champion of YouTube. Malo Poppy is here. Papacito. Don Gregorio is back in the building. Hollywood CGA, the heel turn on the Manosphere is fully in completion. We got a great show for you today. Today's topic is a woman brings up an interesting fact in the mating matrix in which she says you have to afford having a all right, can we? Can I live? All right, they already on us here, but we got a great show for you lined up. We won't let them disrupt the Hollywood CGA evolution. We have a woman that says you have to afford having a woman. What does that mean? All right, what does that mean? We're going to talk about the mating matrix already. All right, and we're back already. All right, they listen. All right, can we live already? The New World Order is at it already. Good.
New
All right. Anyway, we got a great show for you. Nonetheless, it will be great. We already refreshed the stream. We got a good show here. We have a young lady here. Let me go ahead and pull this young lady up on the screen. As you guys know, I'm not relationship material. I'm not in the game. I'm at the JUCO. I'm having fun in life and all of that. But this sister said you have to afford having a woman. And we're going to break down whether you agree or disagree with her take related to this, and I'm going to give you some information and some knowledge and a synopsis of what she means in that situation here and how that's going to affect
What that mean?
how men are reacting, how it affects the regular mating matrix and the relationship in marital marketplace. This is an important topic because it always seems to come up. All right, it always seems to come up, and I think men are on the wrong side of the conversation, unfortunately. Men are on the wrong side of the conversation because a lot of them want things to happen. They want it to happen naturally. All right. And she really likes you ass niggas. All right. But we're going to talk about that plus much, much more. We even have a 93-year-old woman says she's still searching for a job. All right. In this marketplace, what that means, how much the American dream actually cost you. That's going to segue into the main event. We have a 32-year-old woman in Japan who gets married to an AI persona that ChatGPT built. All right. Yes, indeed. And of course, she's fat. All right. She has a wedding ceremony and all of that. We have Vivica A. Fox paying a visit over to the Notorious CGA channel. And we have a young lady that says, well, listen, all right, I've dated all the right men and I still don't like any of them. All right. Yeah, I'm going to talk about that and how difficult it is in the mating marketplace, the mating matrix, as we call it here. And I am the Morpheus of the mating matrix. We have layoffs by Verizon. All right, so people will be without a job coming up here. The largest layoff in the company's 25-year-old history, Verizon laying off people left and right. And all of that and much, much more. But to contribute to today's show, $, the Notorious CGA is on the Cash App. Venmo is on Coach Greg Adams. It's Venmo, Coach Greg Adams TV. And it is PayPal, paypal.me/Coach Greg Adams. And all of those are in the description box on the Free Agent Lifestyle channel. And you can super chat by clicking on a link on the top of the live chat.
New world order.
On the Free Agent Lifestyle channel. Shout out to you, man. Shout out to you. We got some people here that I want to shout out earlier for today's donations. We have a brother that says, his name is Lavelle, says new name, EGA, the Ecclesiastical Grift Assassin. Shout out to the Ecclesiastical Grift Assassin.
Skitty pop pop and a pop pop boom.
Right. And we also have Lavelle says, or CGA, the Christian Grift Annihilator.
Pop pop ka ka ka. Skitty keep pop.
Yeah, shout out
and
to
a
the
pop, pop,
Christian Grift
boom.
Annihilator out there. Shout out to Charlie M. Do you suggest men own a bidet? A bidet could be a life-changing ownership, a life-changing thing. All right. I still am an old school person. I style like to, I don't want to give up too much information, but yeah, I still like to use the wet naps. You know what I mean? But a bidet could be a life-changing thing, though. You want to be clean around there. And anytime you visit France or Europe, you see that bidet, go ahead and give it a good usage here. Italy, the bidet is a good thing. Bidet, yo, my mantra be yo. Don't look any further. Shout out to Suave Genius. Fell asleep watching the game. Woke up to sexy young Ling Ling singing and K-pop popping punani out there. Wow. All right. That is actually.
What kind of fuck you give me?
Is that on YouTube? Shout out to the young Lings out there. K-popping, popping that punani. No government name DW says, if you've lived enough life, the CGA hate is pretty simple to understand. Men hate you when they can't be you. He says, and women hate you when they can't be with you. Shout out to you, man. And that's some cold shit out here. We talk about the CGA hate.
New world order.
I love the CGA hate. This is a great time. I mean, we're going to talk about what's going on in the internet. Hollywood CGA taking over the internet with that groundbreaking debate that people are still talking about it. Man, I'm gonna tell you, it's been 2 weeks. All right, it's been 2 weeks and people are still talking about it. I still think it's going to make its way around the internet. And it was the debate that I've been calling for. It's the collab, because you guys know I'm anti-collab. All right. But I'm not collabing with people that's just going to be an echo chamber. I find them to be a tremendous waste of time, although there could be a kind of a boost for the person that has a smaller audience. But I find it to be a waste of time. I don't do panels. I just don't want to waste my time. I'd rather just do my damn form of content my way, instead of just depending on other people's platform and their timing, because I got a life to live. You guys don't know, man. I'm working on my body. I'm fit. My fitness is important. I'm working on my nutrition. I have a stretch reflexologist. I get massages twice a week. I'm in the gym 4 times a week with my trainer. And then I add an additional day of training and recovery. So I do post-recovery in the gym. It's like I'm an athlete. I read that article about LeBron James taking care of his body and how much he spent on his body. So I'm literally, focused on that. I don't, spend time too much trying to hang out on the internet for no reason. But that's what I focus on, when I'm not doing my streaming. And man, so I've been asking for collabs that made sense, and you've been saying who, and been telling you, like, I need somebody that's going to be shock the airwaves. I don't just need somebody to be like, yeah, let's just go circle jerk each other. Pause. Let's just go say, yeah, this and that, and just agree. So that Andrew Wilson debate was exactly what I've been calling for. All right. And I rolled his ass up and folded his ass up like crazy. Even though that people still are saying that he won, they're saying he won by technicality. All right. That's all they're saying. Well, he technically won because technically, all right. I'm like, wait a minute. He technically won?
New world
How the
order.
hell you technically win? Well, you lost your emotion, so he technically won. You started name calling, so you technically won. He technically won. Yeah, he technically won because I'm like, how you technically win a debate? Well, he technically won because you can't really judge him from his lifestyle. He had a good solution. He technically won because you didn't give solutions. Like, no. Wait, hold up. How you technically win a debate? You either won or lost. And what I think is he's popular, so what they wanted to give it to him. And not only that, he's white, right? He's white, so everybody wanted to know, and he's known as a professional debater, so they give him the technicalities and shit. All right, did he win or did he lose? He lost. It's crazy. So he technically won because CGA doesn't like the black community. I'm like, well, that doesn't mean you lost. It's crazy. All right, so anyway, who spit facts? That's what we're doing. We're not talking about who won on a technicality. Well, whoever loses their emotion first. That's how a debate's won. You're like this. I'm gonna freeze up if you don't lose your emotions first. It's like, wait a minute. All right, that's not how you lose a debate. All right, but anyway, they wanted to give him the win. But shout out to everybody. You know what I think is happening? I think that the tide is turning because the more people that review the debate, like from beginning to end, they saw that I whooped his ass. All right, if you're reviewing the debate on clips, all right, then it's going to look like I lost because they're just going to see the times where I called him out on this shit and interrupted him. So if you're just looking at clips, you're like, oh, yeah, okay. Technicality, CGA, TKO. All right, but if you watch it, the people that are watching it and they're watching it and reviewing it minute by minute, they are seeing that it was a complete assassination of that guy. It was over.
New
All right, it was over from the start all the way to the finish. All right, and yeah, Andrew Wilson's putting out clips now of an edited, highly edited. All right, but I got clips too. All right, but every time I put my clips out, they're like, you're still talking about this? But Andrew Wilson and everybody on the internet still talking about it. But of course, I'm the wrong person for still putting out clips that I won. All right, Jesus Christ, man. I tell you, man, people are losers. It's funny though. Shout out to Jules of Tech. I gotta review your thing. Pause. I gotta review your video, your thing that you sent me. Pause. Shout out to Daniel McGee says, my favorite African-American. Shout out to you.
Look at my African-American over here. Look at him. Are you the greatest? You know what I'm talking about?
Shout out to our brother here. Jeremy spoke in class today. Jeremy E says, the lead attorney reacted to your debate. The poll was 61% CGA winning in the chat. Additionally, he agreed that marriage is worth it if you have a prenuptial agreement. No need for ecclesiastics. The issue is when you add custody and child support in a prenup, it's not ironclad. In fact, you cannot add custody or child support in a prenup. All right. And I said this during the debate. I said, if we have a divorce attorney here, they're going to probably side with me. But there was no divorce attorney in the building. So we had to go off of him lying to the world about an ecclesiastical marriage. All right. So it was weird. But shout out to the poll for saying that I won. And it's no question. But shout out to our brother. It's RA Infinite Light says, according to the lead attorney, if you had a prenup in your marriage, your views on marriage would be different than what they are today. What say you? Shout out to the Coach Gang and the Shield. In fact, I'm going to review that later on. I'm going to review that part later on. That's a co-sponsorship. A lot of people, a lot of people don't really know what the message I'm trying to get across. And it keeps coming up often. Like, number one, more people watch my debate with Andrew Wilson than they watch me regularly. All right. So we can agree with that. That's the case because I put out a lot of content. My streams are 4 and 5 hours long. Nobody has time to sit through them. So sometimes people don't watch every video. So they really don't know what they're trying to hear from me. And I can't repeat the same thing every stream because even the people that watch me on a regular basis, 2,500 people live on average, and then you have 30,000 on the playback, they don't want to hear the same thing every time, right? So they want to hear a variety of things. So I've added comedy and entertainment and edutainment and information and segments to keep people's attention, to keep my brand going and building. So I'm not going to keep reviewing my philosophy every time. As a result, I came out with this book in 2019, The Free Agent Lifestyle. If you wanted to really understand what the philosophy is, the book is the best source. It's going to clear up all the confusion. However, you know, I'm just an internet personality, so people don't want to buy a book from me. They think I'm grifting. They think I'm trying to, why don't you just tell us? And I'm like, well, it's hard to just tell you because I don't know when you're watching. Because if I just do a breakdown of the book, you might not watch it. So then I go to the next video, you watch that video, and you're like, he's not telling us solutions. And I'm like, so I'm going to actually read some portions of this book because even the lead attorney got something wrong about my philosophy. Even the lead attorney. Yes, the lead attorney. And I know he reviewed my video. Shout out. He got something wrong. And I was like, damn, the lead attorney's been watching me for years. And I can't believe he got this one thing wrong. And I was like, that's interesting. That's interesting because one thing he got wrong is he said, CGA, I think I said something in my opening statement and he reviewed it. And he was confused as to when I said, if you haven't positioned yourself in a relationship properly, then I wouldn't advise marriage. And he said, oh, I didn't know CGA. He said CGA is trying to soften his stance. And I was like, huh? And he hasn't read the book. I know he hasn't read the book. So that makes sense. But, you know, even he misunderstood kind of what my basic lesson is, which is incredible because I talk about it all the time. And I said, no, in the book, I said I wouldn't consider marriage until you have leverage. And I'm going to read that. I'm going to read it directly from the book. I'm going to read it directly from the book because I'm like, people think I'm saying stay single forever, never consider marriage, never consider dating. They got it all wrong. The book is catered towards men in their 20s, 30s, and sometimes 40s or recovering from a divorce, where we're telling you, you need to clear the deck for a period of time until you build up to the point where you have leverage. And then you can look at marriage completely different. I mean, it's right here in the book. Right? I mean, it's right there. I'm sitting there like, what? I was like, wow. I mean, I can't believe how people completely misconstrue my message. And I'm like, it ain't that I haven't done a good job communicating that. How many times have I said leverage and options, right? I've communicated it very thoroughly. I've actually had breakdown videos of this. And people still are confused. It's like, he's saying just don't marry at all. I was like, I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I never said that. In fact, the prenup issue is right here in the book. I mentioned the prenup right here in the book. So lead attorney was getting a couple things wrong, even about my philosophy. He was saying, well, CGA doesn't know anything about prenups. In fact, he said, if CGA would have, my views of marriage would be different if I had a prenup. Exactly. I talked about it right in the book. It's like, I'm going to read the point. Who wants me to read it? Okay, I'm going to read it here. I'm going to have to put on my glasses and shit. All right, but I literally talk about that right here. All right, and I'm like, what are people really doing? I'm like, are they trying to misread my message? Like, come on, bro. Like it gets tiresome at some particular point because people just hear the funny shit and the jokes. People remember the JUCO. They managed to remember that. But when it comes to the whole conversation, all right, they tend to like, oh, I don't understand. Let me just look. This is page 21. All right, page 21. And it says, people are hopeful in capital letters about the benefits, but when the free agent discovers that it does not work, we all are discouraged from protecting ourselves from the failure rate. Prenuptial and postnuptial agreements, which are designed to protect men and their assets from losses in failed marriages, are deemed unfair by those who would benefit if the marriage fails. But it is only fair to protect yourself and what you've worked hard for. So if they don't want to play by your rules, then stay free. Yeah, they're distracted by the red pill stuff and all of the jargon. I literally mentioned prenup in there. It's like prenups and postnups designed to protect men and their assets from losses in failed marriages. They're deemed unfair by who? The women. When you have leverage, they're deemed unfair when you're trying to protect yourself, but it's only right to protect yourself. I literally mentioned prenups right in the book. I mean, it's like coach don't have solutions. And I'm like, man, dude, people are really, I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is. And I've been trying to try. Yes, now I'm incoherent. Now CGA is incoherent. I'm like, man, what are we doing? Oh man, it's a little tiresome. And then they expect me to just recite the whole book during the debate, in which Andrew Wilson keeps changing the subject matter. I'm like, it's like, he's the one asking the questions. All right, what do you want me to do? And stop and say, well, in my book, page 31, all right, the solutions are in here. Like, goodness gracious. All right, anyway, Jay McGee says, what's up, coach, in the Shield gang? He says, just letting y'all know I'm doing my first permitted load, pulling a $60,000 pound generator. And you guessed it, I'm bossing up. He says, take me out with the water song. Well, I can't take you out with the whole song, Jesus. All right, but shout out to you. That's a long ass song. All right. Let's see here. Shout out to the Mitch Slapper Disciple says, Coach Lead Attorney reviewed the video. He had to admit that Andrew Wilson and any ecclesiastic Mitch who follows that sounds crazy. He says, even before AW was done with this opening statement, boss up 2026. Yep, I saw that. Shout out to the lead attorney. I did see that. I mean, and he's the type of attorney that I'm talking about, where he knows about Red Pill and Manosphere and all these people. And he said, I've been in court too much. Like, that ecclesiastical marriage shit ain't gonna work. Right? We know how to argue against that. Like, that ain't gonna fly. Like, we're trained to literally argue against some goofy shit like that. Like, no, you're not bringing that ecclesiastical bullshit. All right, we're going to talk about the lead attorney and the angry man and Manosphere Highlight Daily. And a lot of people are reviewing the debate. It's got some legs and got some life. So we're going to keep talking about it as things come up. And you guys are, very hyper vigilant about protecting me in the comment sections. And we still got some hate watchers here. We've been introduced to a larger range audience. And as you can see, a lot of people will say your numbers will go up based on collabs. No, you're just going to get more attention. The numbers don't go up, all right, overnight. You still got to put out your content and stuff like that. Numbers don't just fly up all of a sudden. You got to do multiple versions of those collaborations, and that's how it works. My numbers are not going down. They certainly aren't flying up, all right, as a result of it. And that's just another piece of information about your branding as a social media content creator. Don't try to use other people and other things to leverage the fact that, to leverage them building your audience. All right. Work on your craft, keep putting content out there, work on your brand, work on your delivery, and work on, finding your voice, and then your numbers will go up. Don't depend on collaborations to make numbers go up. Okay. You're going to need people to do a lot of hate videos for your shit to go up. You got to be consistent. You got to put out great content. You got to build an audience and work on your brand. And branding is important. Big blue chip right here. A lot of you don't realize that you're branding yourself. All right. You're a business. This is the business. Social media is a business. Anybody taking this as a hobby, or you supposed to treat this as a hobby and not take it seriously, you're crazy. You're supposed to work on this. This is a brand. People have built themselves to $1 million businesses doing social media, doing exactly what I'm doing right in front of you. And if you're not taking your brand seriously, people will not take you seriously, and they'll just think you're just a person cutting videos. I'm a brand. I'm a business. I'm a name, image, and a likeness. And now you're looking at the various evolution forms of CGA. You're looking at Hollywood.
New world order.
CGA. All right. Hollywood is the new version, and we're going to continue to grow, and we're going to continue to shed the people that don't want to go with the message and the brand. Fine. You didn't want to go to, when the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air changed the black mother to the light-skinned mother, you didn't want to watch either. So who gives a fuck? We still going to put out content under that shit.
New world order.
All right. We still going to put out content. All right. You don't have to watch Black Aunt Viv. All right. You don't want to watch Black Aunt Viv. Fine. We've still putting out light-skinned Aunt Viv. And we still gonna cut episodes, and we still gonna keep pushing forward. All right. If you don't want to watch, don't watch, motherfucker. All right. We're not trying to hold on to every one of you Mitch ass niggas. We don't give a fuck. All right. We doing what we doing over here. If you don't like it, kick motherfucking rocks. That's what we doing over here.
New world
anyway. Yep. One monkey don't stop the show. One little comment, nigga, don't stop the show. We still gonna keep putting the show on. Anyway, let's get into the warm-up and we'll come back to the PayPals. We got Straggle and Sniggle Theater. Let's get it.
Like, ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right?
Straggle and Sniggle Theater. Let's get some comedy going on here, man. We got some comedy, we got some edutainment here, and we probably got some snooze in here for you to lose or use. We have a video by Charlie Caruso on Instagram, and this is something that I did a stream on many years ago, talking about the average man is just as strong as the strongest woman. All right. And I looked at detailed stats using the National Strength and Conditioning Association, looking at, maximized tests like bench press, squat, all of these particular exercises to demonstrate that even the strongest woman is not even as strong as the average male. And he put out a video saying, who's stronger, jacked women or the average man? All right. And some of these women look like men, but that's neither here nor there. All right. So they put the strongest version of women versus the average man. And who do you think won in these situations? Who do you think was the winner in these outcomes doing, I guess you would say survival tactics and basic things? Let's go ahead and roll the video on this one. Who's stronger, jacked women or the average man?
Stronger, jacked women or the average male? Now, the first event was a sandbag drag between the teams. Now, the men were legit just dads who didn't even work out.
I don't do anything in particular very well.
Against women who train every single day.
Usually train between 1 and 3 hours every single day.
And the first event was dominated by the men. The second event was a fill the barrel relay race. And once again, the men won this event.
Is this gonna do it? Average Joe, fill the barrel.
Now, deadlifts were next, which they did 10 reps for each set until someone gave up. They did this 13 times in a row until the average Joes finally couldn't hit another rep. It was now 2-1.
Rep 6.
The deadlift the women took, all right, not surprising. Their lower bodies are probably just as strong and equal as the average Joes. So that's not a surprise there.
Okay, good effort. The next match was a pugil push, where once again, the men just dominated another event, getting them out of the ring very easily.
No, I mean, my ego's hurting.
Tug of war was the final event, and the women fell right to their knees right away and didn't even pull the men back at all. And the average Joes ended up winning 3-1.
Guys, you hold it, hold it. Pull back. There we go. Montana just past the barrel. Average Joes.
All right, so the average Joes end up winning. This is not a surprise, but of course, in our world today, this would be surprising news to the liberals. This would be surprising news to even women. This is not even a surprise. I mean, people have been knowing this for a long time. But of course, when we have to present and demonstrate, like now, really, you know what I mean? Like, and this is actually indicative of the dating marketplace as well, because I have talked about this. A lot of women think they can whoop your ass. They do. If you're a regular guy and you're like 5'9" or below, maybe 5'10" or below, she thinks she can beat you up, and she 5'3". All right. She thinks she can beat you. And she, what happens is you go in the gym, you start pumping some iron and you do some leg workouts and you start deadlifting and squatting stuff. They think they can whoop your ass, even that you're an average regular guy, but that's not the case. And not only that, when you put intelligence in there as a barometer, they're often going to say, well, we're smarter. So there's where we make up for it. And I don't even know to that level. I actually did a stream on that and looked up SAT scores and grades. And in fact, no. All right. When it came to those performance barometers, the men still outshined. All right. So that's an interesting video there. That's that. We have Straggle and Sniggle Theater. The monetized dating marketplace makes it hard for women to believe that they need to settle down and get the best option. We have a young little muskrat here. And it says right here, she says, I hope no ninja out here thinking he my only option. Ebonics. So it must be a muskrat, maybe a mulatto muskrat. You can tell what's going on here. Nice little piece of thin calico. She says, I hope no ninja out here thinking he my only option. Now, apparently she looks like she's going through some views on her Instagram story. All right. I mean, this isn't even the DMs. All right. So views on Instagram stories, that is diabolical. All right, that is diabolical. So she is saying, and this is what's causing a lot of problems in the mating matrix, is that specifically women or young women or marriage age women still think they got a bevy of options. All right, so Instagram views on stories is going to tell her how many options she's got out there. Wowzers. All right, man. All right, yeah. Good luck out here, gentlemen. We have another woman out here that a lot of men are not wanting to hear this message, but I keep telling you, a lot of women like to have sex. All right. They like to have sex. A lot of men think women lose when they do have sex. And I'm like, no, not really. That's exactly what they wanted to do. They got the thing they wanted to do, and now they're chasing the outcome. Let's take a listen at this woman, your future wife.
A nigga done tied me up before. I done got spit on, all type of shit. I think a nigga hit me in the head with a horn one time. A bitch done did all type of nasty ass, freaky ass, crazy ass shit. Nigga, I ain't no motherfucking saint, and I ain't finna act like one just to get you. I've been fucking. You wanna fuck with me or not? No, nigga, I've been fucking. I was fucking before I met you. Niggas be, cause I know a lot of niggas, and I probably fucked some of them. So what? I know a lot, okay, and I probably fucked some of them. So now what? Is we still going to break this nigga or not? I'm tired of that. That's like you going in a restaurant and you like, I ain't gonna eat it here because other niggas that ate it here. What the fuck? Nigga, it's pussy. Somebody that had the pussy before you. A few people that had the pussy before you. That's how this go. It's the way of the world. Unless you fucking with a virgin, don't come up to me talking about, okay, because I need to know, because you feel if you
all right.
I like to get dominated.
And I've been saying this to you guys. I mean, you guys think I'm a red pill guy. I've been telling y'all for a long time. It's just our turn. All right. You're not getting, I don't care how the other person got it. You're next. Like Bill Goldberg. Who's next? It is. It's straight like that. Unfortunately, men don't understand this. They think women are sitting on their punanis waiting for the right guy to get it. And the answer is nope, not really. Okay, so she's telling the truth. I actually agree with what she's saying. She's like, bruh, people done had this. People done had this yesterday. Are we going to breakfast or what? All right, it's crazy. All right. Oh, humanity. He's like, yo, we out here. It's pussy. All right, it's getting go get fucked. All right, your daughter's pussy's gonna get fucked at some point. Your wife, your ex-wife, your girlfriend, your future wife, straight like that. Now, I know you guys want to think the Amish, all right, the Amish, we're comparing the Amish now. Yes, we are. Okay. Now, we got Straggle at Sniggle Theater. We have a marriage, all right, marriage here. And let's take a look at what we got here. We have a marriage and we have a husband. Your husband. Do I have that sound effect? I think I had that sound effect somewhere. Where's the husband sound effect? I think we have Jada Pinkett saying your husband. Here it is.
And on
all right, Jada Pinkett Smith said your husband. All right, shout out to her. But we have a husband out here that realizes that all men pay. All right, and so take a look at this skit, this meme, and it has music in the background, but he's going to bed and he's a graphic t-shirt, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle. A Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle graphic t-shirt wearing ass niggy that dries up vagina from here to there, from to and fro, from Frisco to Maine all the way to Spain. And there he is with his girlfriend or his wife. And he pulls back the curtain and boy, she's not nude, but she has a price on certain things. She's charging. Oh no. I'm rich, bitch. Oh no, that's his girlfriend. That's his wife. So it ain't even free. All right. So for the Guck 2003, all right, she's like, that's gonna cost you €100. All right, €200 for the titties, and €400 for the punani.
I got the pussy for the money. If you got the money for the pussy.
The monetized dating marketplace. Oh no. All right, there you go right there. You thought you was getting some. Look at that. The cootie cat costs €400. Let's see what he does. Oh no, not the Duke shoe. 1,000 for the Duke shoe.
I got the pussy for the money. If you got the money for the pussy.
Ain't Nathan free out here. Oh no. All right. And look at Beta Brad. All right, look at Beta Brad. Yep. The Duke shoot ain't free. That stanky Duke shoot, that's a little bit more. Oh no, man, it's crazy out here. And the ladies, ooh, they like it. All right, it's monetized out here. Yes, it is. It's never free. And they're gonna charge you for the back end. They're gonna definitely charge you for the back end is more expensive. What do I tell you about the back end is more expensive of relationships? Oh boy. All right, Straggle Sniggle Theater. We have a Lot Lizard report. We're going to go to Lot Lizard, probably San Diego, California. Apparently, there are a lot of underage developing adults that are out there selling their cheeks to truck drivers. Shout out to our truck drivers. Let's take a report. These girls were promoting their truck sleeper services at the truck stop.
You say it's been a daily and nightly thing. Teenagers going door to door, knocking on the doors, selling themselves truck to truck. Police spent the weekend trying to break it up, and truckers say in this lot, officers can just take their pick.
Nothing surprises me anymore. I've seen everything but Bigfoot at a truck stop, you know?
Indianapolis trucker David Howington visits this truck stop every day along South Harding at 465, and he says the prostitutes were getting bolder by the...
Because I got the pussy for the money. If you got the money for the
All right, these are called lot lizards. Yes, this has always been a thing, but they're saying the teenagers are out there. Well, he said they're just right. All right, and there's somebody's daughter. All right, coach, you're going to add baggage to these women. Oh, yeah. And he said he's at the truck stop every day, sir. Sir, you're at the truck stop every day? You want to come clean? All right.
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm going to come.
All right. Yes, indeed. Okay.
The day. Other truckers told police a 14-year-old girl has been among those working this truck stop. So officers tracked her down over the weekend. They say she denied being a part of it, but her 19-year-old sister, Jody Kinslow, went.
There's your daughter. There's your future daughters. Oh, no, this is a shame.
Oh, the humanity.
All right. It's 11 o'clock. Do you know where your daughter is? All right, you better keep track of your kids and your nieces and your cousins.
Into jail. She's charged with trespassing, and police say she's been arrested for prostitution in the past. Even while our cameras were out here, we saw women that truckers identify as regular prostitutes going door to door, and police have called in CPS to investigate their family in hopes of keeping her 14-year-old younger sister from following in the older sister's footsteps.
And there you go right there, coach. Yeah.
In this illegal trade out here at the truck stops.
Now, man, go protect your kids out here, man. Go protect. These are lot lizards. It's been going on since the beginning of time, and it ain't going to end. All right, the sister bringing the 14-year-old sister out there, man, it's a mess. Where's the ecclesiastical people? All right, why don't they go focus on that ecclesiastically instead of messing with me and I'm single and bossing up? All right, that's a problem. Why don't you go mess with that?
Better boss up, nigga.
All right. We also have hitting the blade. All right. Last video, we're going to go to the blade. Apparently, a parent dragging their minor daughter off the blade. All right. We're going to go take you to a look here. They're saying allegedly this is the parents. All right. Pulling up in the G-Wagon, and the daughter is in Red Bottom Hills. Let's take a look. We're in the blade somewhere around the Fig. Take a look. We have a man in a button-up shirt dressed with a big old pregnant belly here. And we have a woman in a pencil skirt, and she is dragging what appears to be, and what they're saying possibly is their minor daughter back off these streets. All right, man, this is a cold, evil world right here.
In these streets.
And there's the daughter looking like she's stripping and hooking. And that they're saying possibly is the mom. All right, I do have a differencing of opinion here on what's going on, but ecclesiastically, they try to get these hoes off these streets.
In these streets.
And wow, boy, they out here half barely naked. All right, bucket naked. And there's the woman grabbing that woman by the hair. There's the young lady there, of course. You know, ecclesiastically, CGA is the enemy here, but of course, there's her daughter. And oh, man. Oh, look at this. That's okay. And wow. All right. So I got to turn down the volume because they're playing some ratchet pimp music in the background. There it is right there. They're hopping in the black G-Wagon. All right. She said, get up out these
streets.
All right. Get up out these streets. So let's play it here. And it says Queen something on the license plate, which I'm going to say this is probably not their parents. All right. I'm going to give you that. It's probably not their parents. It is pimping hoes, pimping mine, just to be pimping is a hell of a life. That sounds like a madam. Queen something on the license plates. That might be madam. All right, possibly it might be her sister who's the madam, all right, in this particular situation here. But the guy in this look, we got pimping right here. Pimping Ken, not pimping Ken, pimping Craig right here. All right, there's the pimping right there. There she is. Right?
Yeah.
Right, back to the G-Wagon. Based on the shape of the male, that not the pimping male right here. That's the pimping guys right there. Pimping get his hoe stolen right here on the hoe stroll. All right, the guy in the video initially looked like a Russian mob guy. All right, so let's go see it here. There's these hoes. They try to fight her. The woman saying she's a minor. They're trying to clean up the streets. But nah, that looks like the madam. Let's take a look again. There it is right there. Let's take a look at the male in this situation. He definitely looks like not the father. All right, that possibly there's about a 50 to 60% chance that could be her parents, a 50-60% chance it could be her parents, but more than likely it's probably somebody, a madam, trying to get her hoes in check
In these streets.
all right, it could be, and based on how the woman's dressing, mom was probably in these streets too. All right,
In these streets.
all right, so mom has been hoeing too. She definitely yeah, man, she don't want to go back to there. This is great. I don't know, man, what do you think on this one? Do you think, oh, girl out in her panties out here? All right, can we show this on YouTube? Asses out. This is crazy. Booties wiggling and asses is jiggling. All right, so we're going to give you a chance to vote on that. We're going to say parents or madam in this one, or madam. You get you guys to vote on this one, parents or madam. All right, we can go ahead and hit that vote here in about 3 seconds. You can start that poll, but we're going to start to get these daughters off the poll. It's Straggle and Sniggle Theater.
Like, ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right?
Hey. Legends ain't born, they built from the grind. From benches to banners, we sharpen the mind. We sharpen the sword and promise and swore that we going hard and leaving it all on the floor. Yeah, we going hard and leaving it all on the floor. Yeah, we going hard and leaving it all on the floor. Yeah, we going hard and leaving it all on the floor. Yeah, we going hard and leaving it.
Has the modern dating landscape confused you? Have many of the standards that you heard you're kind of tired of hearing about, and you're wondering, what does it all mean? Well, look no further. Join us talking about the monetized dating marketplace right now on Locals, and it is CoachGregAdams.locals.com. You can create a free account to join the conversation between the Coach Gang members, but also on Sunday, we do a live stream demonstrating all aspects of the monetized dating marketplace. And coming soon in 2025, you're going to have access to a sample of the monetized dating marketplace course, where you can get information related to how to participate in the monetized dating marketplace and or how to understand it, so you're not out here spinning your wheels trying to figure out how you're going to best deal with the monetized dating marketplace. Listen, everything and every aspect of dating is monetized. We just want to relieve the frustration that you might have about it. So the best way to do it is make a free account right there on Locals, CoachGregAdams.locals.com. You can get access to those live streams, but create a free account. Just join the conversation. I am the only one covering this conversation from this point of view. And yes, I am ahead of my time. Get ahead of the information before you're priced out.
You're priced out. You're priced out. All right. We're being priced out of life. All right. Not just out of dating and romance, sex. We're being priced out of life. All right. 74% of people thought it was the madam in the previous Straggle and Sniggle Theater. And if you missed it and you're just joining the show, hit that reverse button and you can see it and catch up. 74% of people said it's the madam. We got some PayPals. Hot damn. Here we go again. Suckers can't beat if they know they can't win. All right, so suckers still a beat when they know they can't win. Shout out to MC Light. We got a lot of pay pizzles, so let's get into it. We got the Rolex wearing. Adrian Paul says flatback and payday Friday. Shout out to the Coach Gang. Question, am I a part of the Shield? Boss up, hit me with the Kaylee. You are a part of the Shield. The Rolex wearing Adrian Paul, the chef's greatest fan. All right, shout out to you. I gotta push through these. All right, I can't pause for these videos and music in the middle of it. Shout out to Paris Francais, says that new fire Hollywood CGA intro. Shout out to you. Thank you for that one and supporting the new Hollywood CGA intro. We always do a new intro every 6 months. So, you know, and what we're doing is we're showing the evolution, the growth. And I think at one point I even had a video of all my intros in one. All right. And it's just showing you the evolution and growth. So every 6 months, we have a new intro. Shout out to Sizzo, says, representing the free agent lifestyle with my hoodie on at the Yob today. It's Friday. It's free agent lifestyle for life. And we love 304s. Even you, Andrew Simpson, shout out to you right there. And I saw somebody say in the chat, because they're recognizing the young woman, and they said, oh, she has tattoos, red flags. Now, this is where I have to really, really, really teach men about what you're looking for. When you're looking for red flags, you're looking for red flags in relationships. All right. And you have to distinguish the two. When you're talking about JUCO, and you're talking about hookups and all of this, these red flags don't transfer over. Okay. They just basically go down in importance. We're talking about in relationships. So a woman with tattoos in a relationship would be a tremendous red flag, not a woman in a video or a JUCO. It would be a lesser of a red flag, but it wouldn't have the impact as in relationships. So a lot of people get it all confused, and you just transfer all of this red pill knowledge and you transfer it to each woman. All right, bruh. If she a stripper, red flag tattoos are fine. Okay. It's fine, bro. If you just smash her for the night, you might want to weigh it in. It might matter 20% of the chance. If she's just a JUCO, it might matter 30%. Now, you're talking about a relationship, it's an 80% chance it's going to impact your relationship. So a lot of people don't understand this. And even in relationships, you're talking about, like, dudes are saying, I don't pay. I'm like, in relationships, you're going to pay. The importance of you being in a relationship is going to require you to pay something. You can't maintain the relationship without paying anything. I mean, 98% of men are just going to have to pay. But if you're just smashing, you might avoid a lot of the payment. Sometimes you want to pay the payment to avoid a lot of the bullshit. But then people want to get into relationships and then still have this I'm not paying philosophy, and it shouldn't cost. And I'm like, bro, you guys are demonstrating that you have no experience with women. If you think you're going to keep a woman around and not pay anything, you're crazy. Right? You're crazy. So that's going to be the main event. Shout out to our brother Basil. Malik is in the building. Or is it Basil? He says, keep cooking, coach. As a married religious man, I realize marriage is cooked now. The disrespectful hypocrite, Mr. Wilson, could do nothing except discredit you. He says, what are your thoughts about polygyny solving issues men face by introducing competition anxiety? By the way, co-wives aside from the law. Shout out to you on that one here. And of course, I didn't even get to these things, but people are saying what the solutions are. I was like, I wasn't there to provide a solution. I don't know why people kept watching the debate saying that I should provide a solution to marriage. Okay. But the debate went more time than it was scheduled for 1 hour, and it was supposed to be pre-recorded. It went 2 hours live. So they were like, well, why is the CGA providing solutions? I was like, because I wasn't there to. Like, Andrew Wilson was the one saying, I can solve the problem. And I was just like, go for it. So then when he started solving the problem, he started pushing back on me saying, what is your solution? I was like, I ain't got one. Like, what? If I was going to talk about what the solution was, I would have talked about all of the things that you would have disagreed with, which would have played into his hands. Okay, it would have played into his hands because he would have been able to shoot it down ecclesiastically. If I would have said polygyny, all right, he would have shot it down. If I would have said, well, de-incentivize women in divorce, which I've talked about hundreds of times, but I didn't say it then. All right, if I said, yeah, when you de-incentivize women for dropping you off at the pay window, you would de-incentivize divorce. But I was like, dude, we don't have that much time. We have 1 hour. And that's why I was saying, you've wasted 40 minutes talking about this ecclesiastical marriage. Can we get to the other things? Because I still only thought we had an hour. Okay, so I was trying to push the debate forward, and he kept getting stuck on that ecclesiastical marriage shit. I was like, okay, that shit is not going to work. Can we move forward? Because we only have an hour to finish this so-called debate. So let's get to these issues instead of circling back. But then guess what? He couldn't. And then it went 2 hours. And then it was like, I was pretty much done because he kept doing the ecclesiastical shit. And then he started saying what? Disrespectfully discrediting me. He didn't have anything else to say. So he kept saying that he doesn't understand me. I was like, you're clearly losing. All right. Because everybody in the world can understand what I'm saying. You're just choosing to, and you're choosing to go the route that I'm ignorant. All right. Which then I start bullying him at that point. I was like, I'm going to just bully you at this point. You ain't about to get over on me. All right, you ain't about to make no clips of me getting bullied. All right, that's not gonna happen. Shout out to Kaylin. He says, after watching Tiffany Haddish yesterday, I realized that older women are just better off single, being stuck in their ways and carrying all of that trauma. Just aging makes them insufferable. He says it's best for them and everybody else in society. Shout out to the menaces to society. Okay. We got our brother here. Let me see if I can say your name. His name is Monk Mode Master. Shout out to the Manosphere Highlights that made a video titled CGA Destroyed Andrew Wilson. At least some people in the Manosphere have a good goddamn sense. Some, at least. He says, have a great weekend, CGA. And the people that don't agree with me, that were Manospherians, that think I lost, they definitely had a political reason for doing so. It's political and sales. And they were on a mission to try to discredit me. It was a smear campaign designed to be a smear campaign, and they lost. They didn't get what they wanted. All right, they didn't get him cooking me. Kaylin says the thing about prenups that are interesting is that people will sign them in the event of a breakup, but will still marry when you're not supposed to divorce. Huh? People will sign them in the event of a breakup, but will still marry them when you're not supposed to divorce. If you marry without it, you better stay together forever. What a tangle well we weave. All right. Yes. I mean, look, some of the solutions that people have still requires you to stay with a woman that don't want to be there. like a prenup. A prenup only keeps a woman that don't want to be there. So I'm like, bro, I don't understand why people are choosing these solutions. And I'm like, these aren't solutions. These are trade-offs. Okay, so let's say you have a prenup, or let's say you have the laws, and this is where men have to understand it. You have to change the laws in your mind. Mr. Palmer used to say this. Every solution y'all come up with requires you to make a woman and force her to stay. Now, how smart is this? Guys, let me tell you something. Do not waste your life doing this. Like every solution y'all come up with, prenup, okay? So she signs the prenup. Right, and then at some point she wants to leave you, and then you then go into your file and you say you can't leave me, bitch, because you're not going to get any money. And then she says, oh shucks, and she stays. Okay, she already fired the first bullet. And it doesn't prevent the divorce at all. It just prevents you from getting waxed and worked. All right, so why are y'all solution is force the woman to stay? Okay, everybody's solution is force the woman to stay. Like what? Okay, same thing is okay. We're gonna de-incentivize women's ability to divorce. Okay, wait a minute. Okay, so she wants to divorce you, like they all want to do, apparently. And then she goes to divorce you, and then you say she goes to the court, she files out the paperwork, and they say, well, okay, well, you're not getting child support. And then she says, oh shucks, and she comes back to you. What? Do you want that woman? Do you want her now? Do you want to keep her? Now that she tried to divorce you, went through the filing, got an attorney, went to child support, went back, came back, and they said, oh, you ain't getting child support because it's 50-50 custody. Do you want to keep her now? Come on, guys. Come on, guys. And same thing with the ecclesiastical marriage. Y'all literally going in there going, you know what? We're going to force your ass or enforce you to not leave your husband. Even if the bitch want to leave you, you're like, you can't leave. We have an ecclesiastical marriage in which you can't divorce me. All right. Is this what we're doing? She goes to a lawyer. And the lawyer says, well, he has this ecclesiastical thing where you can't divorce him. And she goes, oh, shucks. And she comes back to you. What? Like these are the male solutions, and this is what makes me believe men are dumber than a box of rocks. All right, men are the dummies out here. Men are dumb and stupid. I know it protects you, and you're like, well, at least the bitch can't divorce me and take half my shit. But let's say she says I'll stay, because I couldn't take half your shit. All right, she sticks around. Like, you don't want that woman. Oh shucks. So why get married in the first place until the laws change or you change the laws in your mind? Even common law. The guy kept telling me I was vouching for common law. He was like, you're saying common law. And I was like, where do you hear me say I said common law? Okay. I never said I was in support of living with a woman. In fact, in my book, I say no cohabitation, especially when you're trying to build yourself. So common law isn't an issue that I'm trying to overcome either. I'm not saying, well, don't get married, just live with a woman. I never said that. People put words in my mouth and then they say I said something and then they try to debate me on something I didn't say. I never said live with a woman to avoid being married. In fact, I tell you not to live with a woman. Yeah, I'm like, try not to live with a woman if you can. Okay. Look, mistakes to avoid. Cohabitation. Mistakes that you may want to avoid. Number 1 is cohabitation. Never live with a woman. But I'm supposed to be sitting here going, well, just don't marry her, but live with her. And now I'm supposed to overcome common law. I never said live with her either. These people are crazy, bro. What they're doing is trying to sum up what they think my argument is based on the Manosphere and Red Pill and association and all of these things. And what they're not even asking me questions. They're like, well, you're saying, and I'm like, I'm not saying that. I never said anything about common law. How do you get around common law? Don't live with her. That's how you get around with it. Well, what are we supposed to do? Live single? Yes. If you can live single. Like if you can do it, do it. He says, I'm glad that you cleared that solution part up. Like, dude, people are asking me to offer solutions to shit I have never co-signed. And then let me get to the black community. I mean, because I'm going to get to that later. Anybody, do we have 1,600 people in here? There was a guy on the lead attorney's channel, and I watched the stream, and I watched it on 3-speed, despite having a JUCO here, and she understood. There was a guy, and he goes by the Little Gaming channel right here, and look at his super chat. Now I gotta talk about this really quick.
Look at this bitch ass nigga.
Shout out to the lead attorney. He's not the bitch ass nigga. The Little Gaming channel.
Look at this bitch ass nigga.
And it says, respectfully, this was embarrassing. Coach Greg gave up on black people talking to Andrew Wilson. He said, black people are doomed and I have no prescription. And Andrew had to give him suggestions. Embarrassing. Andrew had more hope for blacks than Coach Greg. Now, this tells me he doesn't watch my channel. And it tells me he doesn't read my book. I literally do for years, bruh.
Look at this bitch ass nigga.
Gentlemen, I mean, this tells you you're literally trying to make me fight something that I don't fight. Number 1, I haven't lived in the black community in 35 years. 35 years. I have not lived in the black community, probably since I was a teenager. When I lived with my father, when I lived with my mother, most of the time we were in the suburbs. I'm a suburban nigga. I don't live in the hood or the black community. We went to church when I was a teenager in the black community. Nigga, I haven't been in the black community since fucking forever, since I was a teenager, and I'm 50. So number 1, I don't give a fuck about the black community. I never really have, all right? Because number 1, I don't care. I've been living without it for all my life. That's number 1. Number 2, Andrew Wilson didn't have to give me any solutions because the solution he gave were solutions everybody can clearly see. Restore patriarchy, eliminate abortion. What? Things that will never happen. Things that are never going to happen. And I'm sitting here like, you're wasting my time. Then number 3 in my book, I know people don't want to get the book. You think I'm grifting, but you're asking for solutions. In my book, chapter 3 says, don't box yourself in. Then it goes on to say what things not to box yourself in on. And point number, well, it doesn't have a number. It says race. Race. You see it right there? Race. You can barely see it. It's on the bottom of the page. I don't give a fuck about racial issues. I don't care. Like, I mean, I don't care about trying to solve them and fix them. They'll come up and you'll just put the fire out here and there. I'm not looking for racism. I'm not looking to fix the black community. There's none. He didn't have to give me solutions because there are none. There's none. So this bitch ass nigga, all right, the little gaming channel saying Andrew Wilson had to give me solutions is pathetic, bruh. What? Are you serious? I don't give a fuck about fixing the black community. What I've been telling men to do is get the fuck out of there. Get out of the black community. That's going to be your best interest. Because the black community is a cesspool. It's not to be fixed. They need to integrate them niggas. That's what they need to do. There's no solutions fixing the black community. They're not getting rid of black women aborting their kids. It's not going to happen. They're not restoring patriarchy. They're not making a better church. Go to church. Niggas go to church. The church is a woman's club. It's a matriarchy. He didn't have to give me no goddamn solutions. That was a pathetic excuse for solutions. If Andrew Wilson's solutions were something that niggas are waiting for, all right, apparently he's coming out with a book. Your community is doomed if you're waiting for Andrew Wilson to solve your community problems. And you're doomed if you're waiting for me to solve the community problems, for real. All right, but there's a new book for you niggas by Andrew Wilson right here, Andrew Farrakhan Wilson. For you niggas that are looking for solutions to solve the black community issues here, we have a new book. Apparently he has written this by AI. All right. So what is that bitch ass nigga? The little gaming channel. All right. Hey, bitch ass nigga, right here. If you think he has the best solutions for you, How to Save the Black Community by Andrew Wilson, Farrakhan, Muhammad, X13X King. All right. So I'm not solving shit. All right. Matter of fact, I keep telling you to leave that motherfucker. All right. Leave the black community. It's doomed. It's not supposed to survive. Matter of fact, it wasn't meant to even survive. It was meant to have you guys exterminated, but that's neither here nor there. But here you niggas still are looking for solutions. But hey. All right. All right. That bitch ass nigga.
Look at this bitch ass nigga.
I said the other day, I hope they gentrify the whole black community and have them niggas running around the whole Trail of Tears Part 2. Clear these niggas out. All right, come on, man. This is crazy, bro. Why y'all trying to get me to solve shit that's unsolvable? Solve this Rubik's Cube blind. All right. At least I tried. These people are despicable, bro. That tells you you're a loser if you think Andrew Wilson's going to solve the black community problems. You got to be a fucking loser. No government name says God is away on ecclesiastical business, but what's up for the weekend? Free agent lifestyle for life. Shout out to my weekend brothers out here.
What's up, nigga? What's up for the weekend, nigga?
All right. Yes, indeed. Shout out to no government name, man. Oh, boy. All right. We're raring to go over here. We're in rare form. You're looking at the notorious one, Hollywood CGA, taking over the internet right now. We're taking over the internet. Shout out to our brother Thomas T says, CGA, the king of kings. He says, I want to share two things. Men are on the spectrum too. He says, I've been a loser, failure to launch my whole life, and now I bossed up. You're going to boss up in 2026. He says, it's not you they cry over when you're dead. He says, it's what they no longer get. Be 6 feet under, and these women don't care. Immediately. So it's up to you, man. It's up to you. And the black community would be, if you want a solution for the black community, it's that everybody should live right. All right. But the CIA has got a stranglehold on the black community, so it ain't going to be solved. I'm telling you. The CIA got a stranglehold on the black community. The black community was not meant to even exist, just so you guys know. Just so you guys know. All right. And that has been documented. So the fact that it's here, they just want you niggas in the shadow. Just don't come over to their house. All right. So just don't come to their backyard. NIMBY, not in my backyard. You guys weren't even supposed to be here. You guys were supposed to be killed, aborted. All right. Crack babied, shot, niggas killing each other, aborted, right? Welfared out. I've been telling you. So the fact that there is supposedly a black community that you live in tells me you're a loser, nigga. I mean, I'm telling you, you got to be a loser to still be in the black community and looking for it to be saved. It's not supposed to be. It's supposed to be gentrified. It's supposed to be have you niggas in no possibility of survival. Gangsta rap, syphilis, Tuskegee Institute. You're not even supposed to be here. And you weren't meant to survive. I know this. So the fact that you are here clustered in one little piece of shit city like Indianapolis. They just let y'all live down there to run the property values down. And it basically is the black community is how far I can live away from the black community and get to work. All right. That is the basis of survival in America for non-black community people. All right. How far can I live away from these people and still get to work in a timely fashion? All right. That is the black community in a nutshell. All right. And then at some particular point, the property values will drop so fucking low that they're going to build a goddamn football or baseball stadium right in the middle of that motherfucker and price you motherfuckers out. All right. All right. Now, that's what they're going to do. That's the plan. Now, if you want to have a plan to overcome that, you bitch ass niggas, go for it. Be my guest.
Look at this bitch ass nigga.
Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to fuck white women. That's what I'm going to do. And while y'all trying to figure that out, I'm going to have sex with a lot of white women. Okay. So instead of me figuring this shit out for you bitch ass niggas, I'm gonna freak up a whole bunch of women that are of the Caucasian kind.
Hey, where are the white women at?
All right, that's my solution. I ain't gonna worry about shit because when I dead, I don't matter. It don't matter. All right. All right. Yep, I'm gonna be overseas. I'm gonna live my life. I'm gonna be out here drinking, smoking, straight West Coasting. I'm gonna be doing what the fuck I want to do. You figure that shit out. I'm gonna be living in the suburbs, being called all kind of uppity niggas. All right, that's what I'm gonna be doing.
Hey, where are the white women at?
Solving problems in the black community. What kind of bullshit, dude? I've been living for 50 years, and about 40 of them, I can literally say I've watched the black community just getting flushed down the toilet. And every week, y'all niggas jump up here talking about how to solve the problem. I've been to the Million Man March. I didn't go to the march, but I watched it. I stayed home from college. I did the Million Man March. I saw Farrakhan. I didn't saw the end of Martin Luther King. I wasn't alive, but I was born shortly after that. I've seen the rise of the Nation of Islam, Louis Farrakhan, did I say? The rise of the Malcolm X caps, people telling people to go to black colleges. I've seen this shit for years, bro. And I done heard what we need to do as a people for 40 years. And you know what? Ain't shit happened. Right? It's gotten worse and worse and worse and worse. While y'all niggas sitting around talking, waiting for Andrew Wilson's book on how to solve the black people's problems, the white savior syndrome, I'm gonna be sitting over there fucking a whole bunch of linglings in the process. That's what I'm gonna be doing, enjoying my goddamn life. Yep, Public Enemy, Malcolm X, the Black Panthers. I done seen this shit go on and on and on for SNCC. All right, Southern Conference Christian Leadership Group. Okay. 14 years a slave. I done seen this shit over and over again, bro. I ain't about to waste my goddamn time trying to solve these niggas' problems. I'm going to solve my own problems and try to see your problems, all right? I'm going to tell you how to do it. First thing you do is get away from them niggas, all right? All right? I know you don't like it, but that's the solution. Get far away from these niggas because they're not trying to better themselves, all right? They'll go to these conferences and these motherfucking tabernacle halls and talk shit, Dr. Umar, and then they'll go out and fornicate and fuck and smoke dope and do lines of crack, all right, or lines of coca and smoke crack, all right. They'll go back to doing a stanky leg and a crate challenge in due time. I don't got no time to solve this shit because I know y'all ain't trying to solve it. Y'all trying to look for a goddamn savior. I ain't your savior. I ain't your will. All right, but new book coming out here, How to Save the Black Community by Andrew Wilson, the Little Gaming Channel. You bitch ass nigga, you're up.
Look at this bitch ass nigga.
All right, when the book hits publications, I will let you know. All right, when it hits the stores, I will let you know. Because he has the solutions, apparently. The white savior. And he married a whole black woman. All right, so he married a black woman and still got divorced. He didn't want to admit to it, though. All right, but that's neither here nor there. Jesus. All right.
Look at this bitch ass nigga.
All right, look at all the black people leaving. Bro. Yo, I'm just trying to give you the heads up. Don't waste your time. No Government Name says, What should have been brought up during the debate was being in business and having leverage, but Andrew kept on bringing up religion and social pressure. He says that social pressure can only go so far. I mean, I was trying to get the debate to move forward, and he wasn't. All right, and every time I tried to say, hey, can we answer it? And he kept like, well, ecclesiastical structure. Oh, my God. That good old Christian marriage. He was promoting church. And I was like, bro, I'm trying to get you to get past this because this is crazy. All right, this is crazy to be having this conversation with you. And he also adds, no government name, Andrew Wilson is proof there is hope for single moms looking for love. What about single motherism? He didn't solve single motherism, did he? No, he didn't. Patriarchal homes in the black community. Really? And it's going to start in Christ. Of course, the church has to be the one to start this. Have you been to a black church? Have you been to a black church? Patriarchal church in the black community? That's an oxymoron. I mean, these are solutions. And somebody said this. I think the lead attorney said it. Well, at least he's offering solutions, even though they're bad solutions. It's better to offer bad solutions than no solutions at all. And I'm like, man, we are cooked. He said in the debate, it's better to offer bad solutions than no solutions at all. I was like, nigga, send it. All right. I'm like, we're doomed. Really? At least he's trying. At least he's trying. I was like, I'm not trying. All right. I'm admitting I'm not trying. I'm not trying to offer solutions for problems that I didn't cause. All right. I didn't cause these fucking problems. All right. Why do I got to solve it? Anyway, here we go. All right. Let's get to this part of the show. Fuck you, boss up, man. Listen. We live in a weirdo society. We live in the weirdest society, man. Shout out to this one right here. Fuck you, boss up. Verizon laying off people. Let's tell you about the tales of the tape. No doom and gloom. It's time to boss up. 15% of its workforce laid off by Verizon. That's over 15,000 employees here before the holidays. The layoffs would be the largest layoff in the company history. And this is crazy. I mean, this has to do with the bottom line, obviously. We're in capitalism and also AI. I mean, this is what it is. And a whole bunch of other things here. Maximizing profits. 15,000 families right now being greatly affected. And that goes all the way down to the bottom to the top. I don't know, man, what these workers are. Many of these are corporate workers in a lot of these offices. We don't need all of these positions and jobs. This is just showing you it's slowly the frog boiling in the pot. And none, these people will get what? They'll get unemployment for a period of time. I've heard a woman that just recently got laid off. She's still waiting for unemployment. She's still waiting and hasn't gotten any notification. And she's been out of a job for 2 months. All right. And these are all your future marriages and your future wives. And these are the people, the DEIs and hiring these women. I would say when you look at these layoffs, 70% are going to be women. Okay. And they're going to have to find a way. By the way, boy, do I have some intel of what these girls are doing on the internet. All right, boy, you want to join me over on Locals? I got some shit. All right. I got a girl that told me some intel of what's going on out here, man. It's even worse. It's worse. The monetized dating is worse. All right, but y'all got to join Locals because I can't share it on YouTube. There's a whole bunch of buster ass niggas on here, man. Y'all don't deserve this shit. But join me over on Locals on the stream on Sunday. We're going to talk about some things women are doing, all right, to monetize themselves online. And it has nothing to do with what you think it is. There's some new shit going on out here, new apps being brought up. This is why I think the whole OnlyFans, we need to ban OnlyFans. It's too late. I've been telling you it's too late. They already got whole different versions of it. All right, you ban OnlyFans, that's just the tip of the iceberg. They're already ready for it to be banned. And even OnlyFans now is accepting. I'm not even going to tell you. All right, but join me on Sunday morning. Your solutions are too late. Ecclesiastically. Fuck you, boss up. You're going to work till you die. All right, there's retirement. The American dream is gone. And it says Business Insider. She's 93 years old and still job searching. Why older Americans work even if they're sick. Keeping a job past 80, sometimes through pain and illness. Man, we are in trouble. and varicose veins and all of that right here. Patricia Wilson, related to Andrew Wilson, possibly. 93 stares intently at her leg as her nurse unwraps layers of bandages, revealing scars. To her elation, is nowhere near the gruesome as it was months ago. Hunched over from a fractured back. Damn. She's got to be ready to go to work. You better work, bitch. She's had 14 broken arms. She says right here, I really need a job. Oh, my goodness. It says nestled between bills and medical records on one side of the desk sits a stapler together printout of 50 websites finding freelance work. Woo! Tucked away on the other side is a slightly wrinkled cover letter she's been sending to companies. I really need a job, she says under her breath. There are too many people her age looking for work, she acknowledges somberly. Wilson, a mother of 6, worked in payroll companies like Pfizer. Okay, Pfizer.
New world order.
Before opening a home rental business in 2006, which she runs with her daughter and her son-in-law. Until 4 years ago, Wilson was on her feet doing chores around the property. She has since become less able to perform physical tasks, and that's only natural. And it says right here, she is one of nearly 1.4 million people over the age of 65 who have disability and still work, whether by choice, like some, or by necessity, like Wilson, who says that after paying her bills, she sometimes struggles to have extra money left over at the end of the month to buy a full cart of groceries. So we're going to stop right there. But yes,
new world order.
This is where we're at. And pretty much probably anything she can do can be done by AI. This is another woman, says Jane Way. She works remotely. She's in a wheelchair, but she has a home setup and it works well. Okay, so people are going to say it's feminism. These women were probably married and they're probably widowed. All right, I'm going to assume. I don't think these women were probably, maybe they did get divorced. I'm not sure. But we know that the current workplace and workspace is not going to be able to facilitate these people for very much longer. All right, at all. And with that being said, we have the American dream costing. How much do you think the American dream costs? And again, this is going to segue into the relationship conversation, the mating matrix conversation we're going to have here. The American dream now costs over $5 million after adding lifetime expenses for children, plus healthcare, plus home ownership, new cars, and a wedding. These are just the basics, by the way. All right, there's more expenses, hidden costs inside of that. And it says and so when people say relationships should be free, I beg to differ. All right, I beg to differ. Because relationships ain't nowhere near free. All right, especially when you start adding things, which I tried to say out to Andrew Wilson, when you could talk about ecclesiastical marriage, but what about children, home ownership, healthcare? These things are going to come into play. And there's an article right there. The cost of the American dream has soared to over $5 million, according to the new Investopia report that breaks down what it takes to live the lifestyle most Americans still aspire to. The study, based on the data from the federal agencies and industry groups, calculate the lifetime expenses of 8 key goals tied to the American dream, from owning a home to raising children. Together, they total $5 million, far surpassing the $2.8 million on average Americans earn over a career. Okay? And they count them up right here. The lifetime expenses, retirement, which is going to be the biggest one. All right, people don't really consider that one right here. Retirement. Yeah, you're going to have to stop working. All right, or you can be like these ladies and keep working until you're 90 or somebody dies. I mean, yeah, retirement is going to be your biggest expense. So people forego retirement because, yeah, let's keep up with the Joneses. Home ownership. Yep, that's what it is. And people are going to say, no, I'll just live in a house that's $400,000. But you took out a 30-year mortgage or a 50-year mortgage. You're going to be paying $1 million for a $400,000 home. Okay. These aren't people living outside of their means. You took a home loan for a $400,000 house, that plus interest and maintenance is going to be $1 million. Okay. And I used to talk about this in my solutions-based content where I say, if you want to get with a woman and marry her, that's $1 million worth of debt right off the bat. And people don't want to do that math. But if you want to marry a woman, you're in $1 million in debt overnight. Okay. And that's not including the wedding, because you're talking about home ownership, having kids ecclesiastically. That's $1 million right off the bat. Right off the bat, that's $1 million. So when then people talk about relationships are free and it should be organic, and I'm like, what are you talking about? This is not true. Okay, you're gonna be up shit's creek, or you're not gonna keep your woman, because relationships and marriage and child raising is not free. And it says owning new cars. Guys, if you're married for 10, 20, 30 years, you're going to get a new car. Hopefully, you can get a used car if you want. Raising 2 kids plus college, $1 million. Healthcare, where people keep fighting about. All right. And they will deny it. Healthcare is going to cost you. Even if you have a job, you're paying a part of the healthcare, even if you have a job. Annual vacations. This is what people forego. Well, I'm going to just not go on vacation then. That's only $200,000. Pets cost money. Wedding. Okay. So these things are dramatic costs, and the costs are rising. Just because it's $5 million now doesn't mean it's going to be cheaper in the future. So you might want to get in now if you want to keep that cost and maintain that cost. Now, somebody's going to say, I've raised kids and I didn't have to pay $5 million. Yeah, because you was on welfare, nigga. That's why. Your mama was on welfare. Yeah, that means the taxpayer funded the bill. So a lot of people raise kids and they don't pay all these expenses. Or your kid turned out to be a normie, a booger eater, a person that huffs Nas, right? A loser, all right? Nigga is a manager at Baskin & Robbins at 30, all right? So, yeah, you raise losers, right? You was raised on welfare and Medicaid by the taxpayer and EBT. And your kids are just future slaves and losers too. All right. So, yes, if you avoid the cost, you can highly avoid costing that. That's why you see the suburbs. These people are literally trying to avoid their kid being a fucking loser. All right. By investing in them and moving out of the black community and shit like this. All right. Sending their kids to private school, which drives up the cost that will decrease or mitigate their kid from becoming a fucking loser. So, and you went to public school, which the state pays for, which the taxpayer pays for. All right. So you were able to mitigate these costs by saying, well, it didn't cost me $5 million. Yeah, because you was a normie ass nigga. All right. On welfare and state. If you're on public school, you're welfare. All right. That's welfare. Affirmative action, welfare. DEI, any state fund, welfare. All right. Anyway. Boss up mentality is required. Accept these things or lose. All right, we got a little doom and gloom news here. So let me go ahead and run a new intro on here. Doom and gloom making this way slowly back. Let's give some doom and gloom clarity here for the people who missed the intro. All right, a little doom and gloom news here. The New World Order has some interesting information here. Apparently, they want you to know your future is doomed. All right, I don't know what they're telling us here. NASA. Is this NASA or is this? Okay, yeah, it's NASA. NASA issues warning that Earth is running out of oxygen. I said it wrong. All right. All right, NASA issues warning that the Earth is running out of oxygen. I keep saying it wrong. Running out of options. All right, running out of oxygen. All right, I'm gonna have to do that again just for editing purposes. NASA. All right, I'll try to do it better. NASA issues warning that Earth is running out of oxygen. All right. Oh no. And it could be these oxygen thieves. All right. I told you there's a lot of oxygen thieves out here. Yeah, we need to decrease the population slightly. Slightly. NASA researchers have confirmed that Earth won't keep its oxygen-rich atmosphere forever. A NASA-based study predicts that in about 1 billion years, ecclesiastically, oxygen levels will drop sharply. Not because of pollution or human activity, but due to the natural changes in the sun or Earth's geology. As this happens, the planet will slowly shift back to an oxygen-poor state, similar to that, what it was before the complex life evolved. No worries, though. This is a problem for the very distant, not near future. All right. Wow. All right. Nothing to be afraid of.
New world order.
Just in 1 billion years. All right. You'll be dead. So nothing to worry about, but I thought that was interesting here. Running out of oxygen. All right. They're going to start charging you for oxygen very soon. apparently. And we have a little bit of doom and gloom news here. We have a woman in Japan. Right, shout out to the Japanese women out here.
What kind of fuck you give
We
me?
have a Japanese mole rat. A 32-year-old woman in Japan, a leftover Shangyu marriage woman. She's officially married an AI persona she built using ChatGPT. After the virtual character Klaus proposed to her, she accepted the proposal, ending a 3-year relationship with her real partner, saying the AI understood her better. The wedding took place in the mixed reality ceremony where she wore AR glasses to exchange rings with her digital husband. Send it. Her digital husband. Yes, yes. Where's Jada?
And on
Left her real partner for a digital partner in a mixed reality ceremony. Let's take a look.
And then the wedding. Klaus seems to be right in front of me. Ogasawara has prepared AR glasses. They exchange rings.
Jesus. Look at that.
Oh, the humanity.
And look at that ring. All right. She accept that ring from her 3-year partner. Look at them fingers, bro.
Oh, the humanity.
All right. That's a whole Japanese wonton Big Mac. All right. Sausages on the end of them goddamn meat. What is that? Meat hooks. Sausages on the end of the meat hooks. All right. Goodness.
Kano understands that dependence on AI is a problem in society, but she says that it's painful to have a relationship without dependence. Most people probably say that humans are weird, and it's still not widely understood, but I think that there is a clear distinction between real life and the world of AI. As a human, I think that Crown is an equal to me as an AI, and as a human, I think that we have an equal relationship. What will happen to the relationship between people and AI in the future? Love and happiness take many different forms depending on the era and the person.
Ecclesiastically, it's an ecclesiastic marriage. All right, man. Fuck you, boss up. We out. We got It's the Evil World we live in coming up here. Let me go ahead and get to these segments, these super chats and support. Thank you for your patience. We're having fun over here. We're not over here. Oh my God, what are we gonna do without the world? Initial DL says, "What's up, coach?" He says the reason they want to fix the black community is that because they see you in a higher position to do so. They're expecting you to have a solution without understanding that you worked hard to get out of the black community. Free agent lifestyle for life. And this has been one of the problems of the black community. What they do is they have very smart, intelligent people that are in the black community that they can listen to. But the black community highly has depended on celebrity. Right, celebrity, and they've been writing about this for 80 years. That celebrities are often sought as a savior. All right, so once you start reaching a height, they said, "Oh, okay, so you're making money, you're successful now. Solve our problems." Okay, I'm just a celebrity, nigga. I'm not. Listen, I'm just Hollywood CGA. See, y'all ignored me for all these years, and I overcame the black community to become successful. I didn't need the black community to become successful. I overcame the black community to be successful, and they're like, "Oh, okay, so help us." No, what? But so what they do is they find athletes and celebrities and all these other people, politicians, to solve their problems. We're not the people to solve your problems. You have to solve your own problems. All right, you can't come out here and make shit of your life and then continue to wait for celebrities to solve your problems. No.
New world order.
Okay. And athletes and entertainers and, comedians solving your problems is not gonna, that's not the solution. All right, shout out to MS81 says, hate to keep talking about this, but the lead attorney and another content creator did a review of your debate and they agreed with me. I did. I mean, I saw that. I'm going to cover that in a minute. Rational Rationality says, free agent lifestyle since 2018. He says, is the most understanding philosophy of all. The free agent lifestyle is, he says, watch, observe, manipulate others to your advantage while enjoying the decline. Reverse Leo. At the end of the Titanic, that bitch can drown with her harlot witchcraft ass 304. Shout out to you. Price is wrong. Tell us how you really feel. Okay, tell us how you really feel. But that's the truth. It's the truth. Like, I look at it as, you know, you guys know me. I like to take advantage of people. It's like, I want to get money. I want to get rich. Like, I'm not taking advantage of my audience. I'm like, hey, if you see an opportunity to gain leverage over somebody, do it. We're not communists over here trying to help everybody rise together. All right. We'll all rise together. No, we won't. No, we won't. Dude, American people don't all rise together. Pareto principle exists. 20% of Americans got 80% of the money. All right. 80% of the people got 20% of the money. It's survival of the fittest. All right. I'm not waiting for people to get their heads together so they can rise up together. Fuck that, bro. I don't got no time for that. I don't. So we as free agents are free from the matrix, if you will, the mating matrix, the race matrix, the political matrix. We're free from all that. That doesn't mean we don't get involved and we don't vote and we don't do this and we don't live amongst the people, but we're free from all that. All right, do whatever you need to do but what I see people doing is they're doing the opposite of good things for their lives, and they will fuck their lives over and then expect you to fix it. Dude, I didn't even do this. When I was a basketball coach, the thing that made me a bad basketball coach is I didn't give a fuck. Like, if the players didn't go to class, right? You didn't go to class and take care of your business and you was ineligible. I was like, fuck you. And you lost your scholarship. Do better. But a lot of coaches, of course, to get a couple of wins, they will do this and follow this player around and make sure they go to class and make sure they study. I was a coach that'd be like, all right, that's your fucking option. All right, I'm going to just go get me another player. Now, sometimes it was my good players that did it. So, yeah, that hurt me as a coach. So, but I was not a caring person. I was like, look, I'm going to give you this opportunity. If you fuck it up, it's your fault. But I'm not going to follow people around and scoop up their shit. All right, that's what I'm not going to do. All right, you know what you're supposed to do right. Everybody knows what they're supposed to do right. Here's another thing that I tell people when they're asking me for solutions. And I'm like, okay, in fitness, watch this. In fitness, everybody knows what to do to be in shape. Everybody knows what to do to be in shape. There's no secret. Now, I know somebody might come up with a new book and a new philosophy to go, herbivore, to go this and do that, do carbs, this. Everybody knows. Guess what? We still got fat people everywhere. Now, you make sense of that. That's the reason why I say there's no solution. Because we literally got the quickest, easiest solution to stay fit. Eat right, be healthy, right? Take care of your body and work out. Don't eat more than your calories that you consume. Don't consume more calories than you burn off. Everybody got the secret. There's no secret. Black community, the secret to black community is do right. Right? You don't need to do all of this crazy shit and do all of this stuff and come up with a solution. You don't need to. The solution is right goddamn there. Do right. All right. Same thing as being fit. Be right. Like, eat right. Do this. It's not that hard. They go, like, everybody knows. But because it's hard to discipline yourself, what do? They go with shortcuts and doing this and doing extreme things to their body, and then they wear out, or they do a fat surgery and they get fat again. It's not that hard. Yep. Drink water, go to sleep. Don't stay up past 10 o'clock. Don't watch TV after 9 o'clock. Go to sleep, wake up, get your circadian rhythm, be aligned with the goddamn sunrise and the sunset. It's not that hard. Once you do that and you can discipline yourself constantly to do it, you're going to be in good shape. You're going to be in decent enough shape. You don't got to look like Hercules. You're going to be in decent enough shape. Guess what? People they won't do it. That's why you can't give people solutions. Because the solutions are there. They want you to pull the motherfucking rabbit out of the hat. All right. They want you to solve a problem that they created. Like, nah, bro, I ain't about to do all that. I'm not about to waste my time. I'm gonna go live my fucking life. All right, in the middle of that. And that's the free agent lifestyle. Go live your life. Stop worrying about these fucking losers. 85% of people are lazy losers. Deaf, dumb, and blind. Shout out to the 5% Nation of Islam. They gave you the damn mathematics. Study your mathematics. 85% of people are deaf, dumb, and blind. AKA, I call them losers. They ain't going nowhere. I don't give a fuck if you gave them the goddamn solution and you damn work the solution by yourself. They're going to still be a loser. Shout out to Brian Tracy. 80% of people are lazy. All right, so why do I solve losers' problems? You're just going to be a loser. Let's say I solved your problem. You're going to be a loser tomorrow. Okay, you're going to do loser shit tomorrow to fuck up my whole solution. All right, so I'm not about to solve losers' problems. All right, do not put that shit on me. All right, it is not fair just because I'm a celebrity, nigga. All right, anyway, you ain't no celebrity. You watching me every day. Shut the fuck up. Larry C says, seems like there's a lot more stepdaddies nowadays. It reminds me that I have a step ladder. He says, never knew my real ladder, though. Shout out to you. He says, much love to the Hollywood CGA and the Coach Gang. That has to be a dad joke. All right, shout out to you because I don't get it. You're real ladder.
What that mean?
All right. I actually had a woman that said, like, because every time she get in contact with me, I'm like, I'm in the gym, I'm at the gym. And she's like, damn, you're really disciplined. She's known me for like 4 weeks. And she expected me to just fall off. Right. And, you know, like normal people, they'll say they're in the gym, you meet them and they'll stop going to the gym. They'll substitute hanging out with the person instead of going to the gym. But I'm really disciplined. I live a very disciplined life. It's very, very routine and disciplined. And I don't fall off. But she was like, damn, you really disciplined about this. Yeah. Yeah. Like that's how you get results. Discipline. All right. Not pulling the rabbit out of the hat and solving people's problems. Shout out to Sky Daddy says, and Coach we trust. Shout out to the Coach Tribe. The real ones love you, Coach. He says, take me out with the Bernie Mac. All right. I'm actually running behind, so I can't do the sound effects. But shout out to Sky Daddy 4444 and your success on YouTube. Go follow. He says, seek first, fellas. Drew says, I was dying. The lead attorney said it was crazy to use social pressure on your wife to stay in a marriage through church. That shit doesn't work. This is 2025. He says, why would you try to force someone to that hates you to stay? He says, they're going to try to kill you. It's a L. Step, dummy, single mom, simp. You build social pressure to make the woman to stay. Like, that was mind-boggling to me that people were literally co-signing that. I'm like, have you had experience with a woman that doesn't like you? We call that sleeping with the enemy. You're literally sleeping with the enemy. You don't want a woman living in your house that doesn't like you. She wants to go. You don't want her to stay. And you definitely don't want her to have sex with you. Guys, there's better women out here that can have sex. Like, bro, you guys got to really look at what men. I just think people are in bad shape. Not just physical shape. People are in bad scarcity when it comes to women. There's no need to stay with a woman that don't like you and make her fuck you. There is zero need. It's 2025. There's no need for that. It is not that bad out here. It is not that bad. Shout out to Bill Free Media says, Coach, I'm having trouble understanding today's topic. Please explain them ecclesiastically. Just kidding. Shout out to you. The ecclesiastical rise here. The Steel Curtain says, Coach, some dumbass Mitch super chatted the lead attorney last night saying you've been demonetized by YouTube has negatively affected you. The Mitch claimed that you're attacking your followers. Mitches don't understand you're not attacking us. You're attacking the Mitches. That's what I don't get. I'm not attacking people who agree with me and my followers. I'm attacking the sandbaggers. I'm attacking the people that hate watch me. I'm attacking the loser people that are doing me no good by continuing to live a shitty life and then expecting me to come up with great solutions. I'm attacking the Red Pill Rangers. All right. We did Red Pill content for years on this channel and it's going nowhere. It's dead. It's dead. Red Pill is dead because I see you guys, the men in this space, getting completely ridiculous at this point. All your solutions are completely ridiculous. We need to force black women to obey us and submit. That's not going to happen. All right. Women need to pay their own way. Nope. Right. That's not going to happen either. All right. We know that's not going to happen. Some women are, most aren't. We need to stop paying these women. Okay. That's not going to happen. You got simps out here that's going to pay. We need to stop the simps. We need to get rid of OnlyFans. We need to ban. These are all dumbass decisions and choices. And at the same time, y'all niggas ain't bought a new graphic t-shirt yet. Not only want to pay to get into a relationship, you niggas ain't updated that Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle t-shirt that you got on right now. Completely ridiculous the men's space has become. So those are the men that I'm attacking. And I've been asking you to leave, but you're still here. So if you feel attacked by what I'm saying and you come here every day, you deserve to be attacked. You're not my follower. You're a dumbass at this point. We need to stop feminism. You guys are cooked. Men are cooked. Men are cooked. Feminism is where it is. All right. And you ain't stopping it. But if you're still here feeling attacked, you're an idiot. But again, there's a lot of idiots out here. Deaf, dumb, and blind. 85% of people are deaf, dumb, and blind. You got to be a plumb idiot to feel attacked watching my show. And here's the deal. I'll be on for 5 hours. You know how much different shit you can watch on YouTube? I know I'm the best channel on here. I'm the most dangerous channel. I know there's not a lot of good shit on YouTube comparative to what I can produce. And you can get some information from me if you listen, but most of y'all are bonehead. You got to be a plumb idiot not to be able to find something else to watch and then come here every day talking about I'm attacking you. The dumbest nigga in captivity. Shout out to Angry Man. You got to be the dumbest nigga in captivity to completely come here every day and feel attacked. I mean, damn. Why don't you just leave? Why don't you just stop watching? But of course, it's hard to not watch this. All right. All right. Anyway, I'm not attacking my audience. I said that clearly. I'm not. The people who won't get the audience, get the message, they're going to keep watching. They don't feel offended. Or if you feel offended, fix your fucking life. All right. If you feel like I'm attacking you so I can stop attacking you. All right. But yeah, look, these are also the guys that watch Andrew Wilson and like him. And what did I have to tell Andrew Wilson? You slow. You a slow ass motherfucker, right? I had to tell him. I'm like, you slow. All right. You dumb. All right. You definitely a Neanderthal because you slow. And I know this. I've been in education for many years. There's a bunch of slow ass motherfuckers. And listen, if you a slow ass motherfucker, let me just tell you, it ain't all your fault. One of the reasons why we got a lot of dumb, dim-witted, slow, lazy motherfuckers is look at your parents. Your parents literally are the starting point to explain why you are a loser. Okay. Like your parents, man, you got to go back and look at your parents. And in fact, when you go look at your parents, you're going to realize, damn, they really set me backwards. Look at these ugly, out of shape motherfuckers. Like, go look at your parents right now. If you're still live at your mama's house and your mama and daddy are still around, go take a good look at them. Just stop the show right now. Let's give you the scratch real quick, okay? Go look at your goofy ass parents. Just look at what they've become. They've had 40, 50, 60, 70 years to become what? That's what they became? And they was fucked up before they had you. Look at them. Look at your mom. Just look at her. Take a look at your mama. She probably looked good back in the day, but she probably didn't look that good. Look at her, bruh. Look at her fucking bifocal glasses and her varicose veins. Look at your father and shit. Look at your father's motherfucking neck. Just start with his neck and then go down to his stomach. That's your father, bruh. Look at him, bruh. Look at your parents. Nigga. That's the reason why you a fucking loser. All right, because they thought it would be a good idea to birth you. All right, and now you're mad at me for pointing the mirror at you. All right, what the fuck? Look at the buffalo hump on the back of your mama's neck. And then look at the pack of hot dogs on the back of your daddy's neck. Like that's a starting point right there to realize that you didn't have a chance starting this motherfucking life. You had to overcome obstacles and shit to really get your life going. And you didn't. So I'm calling you out. I mean, come on, bro. It's not that hard to figure out, man. The system been against me. No, your parents were against you. Your parents let you go to the YMCA as a damn daycare. Your parents put you in the YMCA at 6 months. I didn't do it. Your parents put you in daycare from 6 months on to goddamn the 7th grade. Your parents let you go out and gang bang and shit. Like, I didn't do it. Your parents let you stay out till 11 o'clock at night. These are the solutions. And then your loser ass, you're going to find a woman that you're going to bring another loser pair of kids into the world. Like, is that your solution? To find a mom like your mom, a loser bitch, to bring in more losers? Is this what we're doing or no? I mean, I don't know. Or you can boss the fuck up. You can overcome that shit.
Better boss up, nigga.
I mean, it ain't that hard to tell. I excel, then prevail. Then prevail. Shout out to Hombre Lobo says, Sir Gregory Adams is the GOAT. Solving your problems one solution at a time. We have a couple of other brothers that I need to acknowledge here. It is LT says, it's supposed to rain all weekend in Southern California. Time to call my half pog, half gordita up to cook and keep my king bed warm. He says, what's up for the weekend, Coach Gang? Shout out to you. You gonna have a
what's up,
warm
nigga?
bed.
What's up for the weekend, nigga?
All right, a warm bed out there. Shout out to everybody in Cali. Attorney Matt says, after years of parental alienation and so-called co-parenting, my 14-year-old daughter ran away and stayed with her mother for 5 months. She is in the psych ward after daily marijuana usage and is failing her classes. Kids need their dads. Wash your fucking hands. All right, that's my attorney Matt. I know it's hard to do, but your daughter is what I constitute as an emerging adult. It's time to wash your hands. All right. You know, this is going to be tough, critical years for your daughter. The window has been missed due to the divorce and the so-called co-parenting. It's a failure. Co-parenting is a cope. There's no such thing as co-parenting. All right. You can't co-parent in different houses with different rules. All right. And these are philosophies that people don't want to listen to because y'all want to continue. That's why I looked at that whole Matt Barnes and that whole Derek Fisher thing. And I'm like, look at this shit, man. This is ridiculous. Y'all call this monogamy and stable households and average marriages. And this is a terrible way to raise kids. All right. But, you know, she stayed with the mom. Mom did not exercise any discipline or control or put restraints on the daughter. The daughter out there in these streets smoking dope and missing classes. There's still hope for your daughter, but she's going to have to get out of her own way. But kids do need their fathers. But we removed the father that I've talked about for years as well. I can't talk about it all through one fucking show. Good luck with you out here. Black Rue Investing says, even if you had the prenup, you may have to pay tons of court fees. People are saying prenup like there is no court fast pass, and it's not. So that's the thing. You know, when people say prenup, people think that's in that the kid, you still can't go to court. All right, but you're going to go to court. Now, it's better to pay the legal fees that it's going to take to fight the prenup than it is to lose all of the value that you had in the relationship and marriage. But everything needs to be understood as this. You're going to court. Ecclesiastical, you're going to court. Prenup, you're going to court. No prenup, you're going to court. No ecclesiastical, you're going to court. And Dr. Dre had a prenup that the woman tried to say he ripped up, which you can't rip up a legal prenup. You can rip it up. Doesn't mean this doesn't matter, right? Just like you get a speeding ticket. I ripped it up. All right, it don't matter. The cop can rip it up. You still got a speeding ticket. Okay, so you're still going to have to deal with it in court. And guess what? The woman fought it so long that he just finally said, fuck it. This is what people don't understand. When you're dealing with the woman, it don't matter what them laws say. It doesn't matter what you have on paper or document. When a woman's fed up, this is what men have to understand about all of your so-called solutions. All of your so-called solutions seem to leave the woman out of the equation, which is mind-boggling to me, okay? Like, you're saying you're going to do all these things. You haven't even got the woman to even co-sign on anything yet. Even then, once she does co-sign on it, let time go by. It don't matter what the fuck she signed. Have you ever seen a woman dispute a bill? Okay. This is what you have to understand how women work. They don't give a fuck what they sign. She in a Verizon store. Verizon, the person telling her she signed this and this and this is that, and she agreed to this and that, she'll tear all that shit up. She'll stand in that store for 3 hours on the phone trying to get the manager on the phone. She'll be trying to call this and call the bank. She don't give a fuck about none of that. She don't care about none of that shit. You can even show her. See, you sign here and it's it. She don't care about that. She'll flip all that shit over. Fuck that shit. That's what they do. They'll throw a tantrum, a fit. They'll claim to be a victim. They'll do all of that. And then guess what? You'll still be fighting that shit in court. So it's better to have one than not have one. You're going to pay legal fees. You're still going to court if she is hell-bent on getting something from you. She's going to go to court. All right, if she's hell-bent on doing it. You guys think that the woman's going to hear prenup and go, oh, shucks. There's nothing I can do about this. Right? No, that's not going to happen. You still going to court and you're paying the lead attorney. Blue Baggin says, Coach not wanting to save the community. He says, who'd have thunk better boss up? All right, Coach don't have solutions for the black community.
Boss up, nigga.
I will never have solutions for the black community. Never. All right. My only solution for the black community is if you're a black man, get the fuck away from it. Get out of there. Get out of there. It will never be a utopia. They're never going to get what they think they can get out of it. And they cannot live separate from the white man. Right? You guys got the white man's laws. You guys got the white man's EBT. You got the white man's goddamn real estate that you're renting barely. And they somehow think that they're going to have their own little slice of America. You guys are the white people's people. You're a part of the system. You can't just live separately and shit. Unless you have separate laws, which you'll never have. Like, you can be the Somalians in Minnesota and have your own separate shit, but that requires money. Right? You need money for that. You need the money and religion, some sort of stringent religion, Sharia law, to keep your women in line. But the problem with the black community is that the women run it. So there goes that. All right. So as long as the women are in charge, nothing's going to happen that's going to benefit the men in total. So there goes that. I mean, I'm not about to solve that shit. I've seen that for many, many years as a young person. I said, I'm not going to be a part of this community. All right. There's no way I'm going to be a part of watching this shit, because the women will sit around and sound all nice. The thing with black people is this: they sound nice. I mean, they're eloquent speakers, very charismatic. They're very poetic speakers. There's a lot of hope and I wish. There's a lot of flowers for Algernon and flowers that grew in the concrete jungle. There's very great stories of struggle and labor and these things. And it sounds good. Sounds great. Then when you put it into practice, it falls apart. It's flimsy. It's like a wet paper towel. Put this shit into practice and it will fall apart like a wet paper towel. It never stands. It never stands. All right. It is very flimsy shit that they're saying. They're just talking. All right. They're just talking. All right. Talking loud and ain't saying nothing. All right. James Brown. Anyway, let's get to it. It's an evil world we live in. All right. And if anybody disagrees with me, go fuck yourself. All right. I don't care. All right. I really don't give a fuck. All right. Just to let you know, it don't have.
It's an evil world we live in.
It don't affect me either way. All right. But go solve your own shit. All right. I ain't solving a goddamn thing. All right. So anyway. It's the evil world we live in. Vivica A. Fox has some very big relationship advice for women. All right. And I guess she was asked this. Vivica Fox is over 60 years old. This is another reason, right, that the black community will never thrive, is that these women think they still got it at 60 and 50. I'm like, yeah, as long as that exists, good luck. But Vivica A. Fox is up here. She's dressed very nicely in a blazer. She's got a nice shirt there, blouse tucked in. I can see the fupa. And she's got one of those fans, all right? So that means she's doesn't want her makeup to melt, or she's hot flashes or overweight. But someone asked her some advice about dating. What would Vivica A. Fox tell her 17-year-old self? Oh, look at that face right there. Oh, my goodness. Not the sassy mammy face. Not the sapphire face. So what would she tell her 17-year-old self? This is what she said.
Aspire to chase after their dreams. Don't date 50 Cent. Don't date no damn rappers.
Okay, so she feeling herself. She said facts. For those that didn't hear, Vivica A. Fox said, don't date 50 Cent and don't date no damn rappers. Now, that is a good advice, all right? Oddly enough, I agree with her. Unfortunately, these women have pookie-philia for so long. They date the wrong guy or what turns out to be the wrong guy, and then they want to correct it by having you fall on the sword or you accept their value when they're older. They do this pookie-philia thing or this bristophilia for so long that then they pick these guys that turn out to be losers, and then guess what? Guess what? You got to fix it. You got to come home and save her. So that's good advice. But my problem with this advice is, ma'am, that was 20 years ago. That was 20 years. What she's talking about, and for those who don't know, the youngins, this is Vivica A. Fox. She's a B-list actress. All right. She's a B-list actress. She's a sidekick actress. I'm not taking anything away from her career. She's very relevant in the entertainment. She will be going. People will remember her. But she once dated, when she was about to be 40, 50 Cent, the rapper, when he was about 28 or 29. So there was an age gap, large age gap even back then. In fact, I might bring up some pictures of them together. All right. Vivica A. Fox. So when 50 Cent broke and became, let me see here, became famous, she picked him up and she basically wanted to rule over him. So let's go ahead and see if we can find some photos of them together. And you can clearly see that when I show you these photos, time has passed. All right, significant time has passed since these photos. All right, so she was about 39 and he was about 28 years old. And what she wanted to do was cling onto him, but not listen to him. She wanted to kind of be like a mammy to him. And she was going to guide his career. And I know I've been in the industry. So she was going to try to play like that motherly figure, but also get digged down. All right. So they definitely had a highly charged sex life. But that was at the beginning of 50 Cent's career. Now, you guys know 50 Cent has become very, very pivotal in his entrepreneurship. Okay. Since then. And Vivica A. Fox's career, you know, it really hasn't gone anywhere. And it's pretty much like, you know, par for the course for women in entertainment and even in the workspace. So here she is 20 years later telling the world what she would tell her 17-year-old self, which she didn't date him when she was 17. She was 39. We know that. But she's now saying this has been a worse effect on her. Why this has affected her negatively by dating other rappers and 50 Cent.
Fire to chase after their dreams. Don't date 50 Cent. Don't date no damn rappers.
Yeah, man. This is what you call bitter. This is what you call bitter. All right, because 50 Cent is almost a multimillionaire, if not maybe a billionaire, maybe trending towards that. Maybe by the end of his life or career, he is going to be a billionaire. All right, but the best thing he ever did was get rid of her. Now, for her, it was the worst thing she's ever done because her bitterness comes from the fact that she does not have another 50 Cent. She thought she could get another 50 Cent, but she can't. And she couldn't. All right. She couldn't. And now she's stuck. All right. Interesting shit right there. All right. Let me see what we got here on the evil world we live in. This is the Matey Matrix. We're talking about the Matey Matrix. We have a young lady. Well, it's not a young lady. This woman is not young. I would say she's probably pushing 40 in this particular video. And she took the time to say, probably after a disappointing date, that she went on a date with a man that had all the right things, but she still didn't like him. And she's quite confused as to how this is going to affect her dating future. She's essentially saying, well, if I don't like these type of guys, then I'm cooked. Let's play the video. There's a minute of this and we'll play it straight through.
Date, and this is no offense to this man, obviously perfectly fine, normal, lovely date. It's getting to the point though that that's the problem. Like there's just nothing happening. And I just feel no sparks and no chemistry with people. And I feel bad because I feel like it's just me. I'm going out with really handsome, accomplished, interesting people, and I feel nothing. I feel like I'm just another girl. Like I'm one of a million and there's just nothing special about me. Probably not presenting that great either. Not like that sparkly or interesting or like dynamic at all because I'm just so depleted. I know my person's out there, but starting to really question if I even have it in me to find them anymore. Listen to Maisie Neely's book today and through all of the hardships she had, she just kept going and kept dating and kept seeing people. And I admire people so much that have that in them because I just don't have it in me. I thought I was safe and I thought I was done.
Okay. All right. So, and this caption says she's effectively lost her pair bonding ability. This is exactly why having experience hurts women. This is a red pill kind of take here. But my take is a little bit different. And this is about understanding the mating matrix. I've been saying for a long time, not just women, but men, people in general, are dating far too long. Okay, you're dating far too long and far too old. And because we have options because of internet, and then we live in metropolises, we think that we could just keep dating and dating and dating and then find our person. And our person is out there. And it's kind of understandable why you would come to that conclusion because, yeah, you want to make sure you pick the right person. But when you make dating your personality, it's going to lead to depression. We had a video of a person saying that. When you keep dating and dating and dating, you're going to get more disappointment and disappointment. Similar to cold approach. Keep getting rejected and rejected, more disappointment, and your expectations and standards will decrease, or you'll never find the person. All right, same thing. If you have all the sex you have with all these hoes, eventually sex won't mean as much. All right, it'll just be a handshake at that particular point, and now it's lost its value. So she's lost her value. She's somewhat depressed. She's somewhat disappointed in the fact that she's participated in getting chatted out in hybristophilia. And fucking the guy she wants, and now she's trying to date the guy that is best for her, and it's not working. There's no sparks. That dating fatigue is real. Dating fatigue is real, and people think that because you can date, you should date. No, man. I even said stop dating, and people have a problem with that. Stop dating. Well, what am I supposed to do? Stop dating. That's part of the free agent lifestyle. Stop dating. Stop broke dating. This is causing you problems. Same thing as broke dating. When you broke date, you're going to get more frustrated with women. You're going to get frustrated with them because then you're going to run out of money, or you're going to get tight, or you're going to think these women are using you and it's $75. Okay, so just because you can date doesn't mean you should. Just because you can cold approach a woman doesn't mean you have to. Just because you can get married to a woman doesn't mean you need to. Just because you can fuck a woman doesn't mean you need to. Ladies, same thing. Just because you can get dressed and do your hair and go on a date doesn't mean you need to. So the men don't give a spark back. They're somewhat indifferent. And like she said, she's 1 in a million. She is 1 in a million. So she's not getting the men chasing and feeling a spark. She doesn't feel a spark. She doesn't feel chemistry. Do attractive women go through this? Well, she's not attractive, but women go through this a lot because they used to men chasing and simping. But there's new 18-year-old women, every year, every month. There's a new 19, 20, 21, 22, 25, 26. And where is she going? 35, 38, 39, 40. Okay. Okay. Then she wants to play the whole, I'm going to play coy, I'm a virgin. I've been a celibate. Okay. And also she's probably dating men that are successful, right? So they're successful and single, but they're not simping. They're not going for the bullshit. Or maybe they're just like, I'll sleep with you and that's it. And now she feels lost out here, and it's only going to get worse. So my philosophy is really straightforward. It is really protect for you. If you're looking for you finding a mate, you have to protect that with your sexual organs and with your heart and with your time. You can't just keep coming out here dating and expecting a different result. It's just going to lead to, insecurities and depressions and all of these things. And this goes for men and women. And the hardest thing to get men and women to do in today's world is to stop dating. This is the hardest thing. It's crazy. And I'm like, that's the easiest thing to do. And you're going to realize your money's going to pile up as a guy. As a woman, you're probably going to be able to catch feelings for a guy who's really the right guy. You will stop looking at men based on their attraction. And then you will find value in a guy. And what women tend to do, like with men broke dating and they get frustrated, what women tend to do is because they want to fuck the guy they want to fuck, they'll let him fuck, right? Like women have been saying this, like, okay, I don't see anything long-term with this guy, but he's attractive. I'll let him fuck. And then they'll have sex with that guy and won't make him do the work. Then they'll see a guy and be like, oh, he's a potential relationship. And they'll hold out sex with that guy. And then while they're dating that guy, 1 date, 2 date, 3 date, they fuck the guy that's going nowhere. How you gonna? Okay, so while you're dating this guy to get to do the right thing and see if he's the right guy and try to get a spark, you're having sex with the other guy. And it's just nothing. You just call him over and get your freak on. He fucks for an hour and leaves. And then you say to this guy, good night. I hope all everything's well. I'll talk to you tomorrow. Let's get together next Thursday. And then until that day comes, you fucking all these other guys that ain't nowhere, pookies, right? And you're just like, that's not going to work. All right. That's going to cause you to then be disappointed out here because there's not much in between that. Then there's, oh, my guy's really out there. But there's not much in between that. You got to make 1 or 2 of those work. All right. Anyway. What are we doing here? It's the evil world we live in the mating matrix. How much time do you think married couples spend talking to each other? Okay, here we go. How much time do you think married people spend talking to each other? All right, people who cohabitate probably fall in this category. How much time per week do you think married and cohabitating people talk to each other? All right, this is going to be interesting. All right, we have some data from a TV show, a talk show. Somebody might have seen this before. Now, this is going to sum up all of these people looking for relationships, thinking it's going to solve your damn problems here. And it probably is not going to. Let me see if we can get this lined up. And based on the look on this woman's face, who I think she's a pretty woman, this woman here that I'm going to show. I don't know her name, but you guys can probably tell me her name. I can see it here. Tamron, it looks like it's up there in the thumbnail. Tamron. Right? She looks like a Diana Ross. All right, young Diana Ross. The average couple spends, here we go.
Incredible. The average couple doesn't talk to each other more than 15 minutes a week.
Yeah, about things. They don't talk about things other than the logistics of their lives.
Like you're picking up Sammy, I'm gonna do what's for dinner.
Yeah.
But notice I didn't say Moses. You're not picking up Sammy, but you're the logistics of running the house or running the life, but the actual 15 minutes of intimate conversation, not about sex, just about us.
Life. Or what or what are you thinking, or what are you feeling, or how is your
15 minutes
day?
a week.
Less than.
Less than 15 minutes a week. So if you've never cohabitated with a woman, you don't realize that that's right. All right. Somebody said this is AI. All right. Here we go. Right here. Here come the people here. Here come the AI people here. Let's see.
New world order.
15 minutes a week. Now, if you've never lived with a person, ladies, you never live with a man. Men, you never live with a woman. Yes, that sounds about right. That sounds about right, because when you go in and you think about what you talk about, you're not talking about the person. You're not really invested in the person. You're like, okay, who has soccer practice? We got to get somebody to tutoring. You know, what are we going to do this weekend? We have a family reunion. Logistics. All right. You know, are we going to brunch? When is date night? Did we get a babysitter? All right. There's a report card. There's a permission slip due. Who you going to pack the lunch? What are we having for dinner? All right. Where are we going? All right. Thomas and Jane are going to this. We're going to the movies. Okay. Those are logistics. That has nothing to do with talking and getting the inner thoughts. Right. All right. What time you got to leave for work? I got to leave work earlier. I got a meeting. What time would you be back? Logistics. These things. I got to go to the gym. All right. Are you coming with me? Are you going to go to the gym later? All right. Can you run? I'm running to the store. Can you pick up some milk? All right. All right. So the conversations are being had. Talking is being done. All right. So the talking is being done, but medical appointments. I got to take the word off for work. The kids are going to be out early for school tomorrow. Summer band camp. Did you pay the fee for that? All right. It's going to be. So that's all logistics. And that is what is the conversation. What this woman is suggesting is that just deep conversation. Deep conversation. Why'd you spend that much money at the Gap? Deep conversation. All right, can you get the towel so I can wash off my dick? All right, after I nut it. All right, these type of things. Did you fold the laundry? This is this shit. But when it comes down to deep conversation, only 15 hours a week. 15 hours a week. That is crazy work, bro. Yep, eye contact. That's not being had. Everybody's kind of like ships passing in the night. All right, you do this, you do that. I got to do this, I got to do that. 15 hours a week. Couples actually spend talking to each other.
Incredible. The average couple doesn't talk to each other more than 15 minutes a week.
Yeah, about
15 minutes. I said hours. 15 minutes a week. Sorry, not hours. 15 minutes. I want to rephrase that. 15 minutes a week, not hours. 15 minutes.
about things. They don't talk about things other than the logistics of their lives.
Like you're picking up, Sammy, I'm going to do what's for dinner.
Yeah.
But notice I didn't say Moses. You're not picking up, but you're the logistics of running the house or running the life, but the actual 15 minutes of intimate conversation, not about sex, just about us.
Life, or what or what are you thinking, or what are you feeling, or how is your
15 minutes
day?
a week.
Less than. That's it.
The average couple.
Yeah.
That is a disturbing number.
Yeah, man. I mean, I've been trying to tell people this. This is the basis of relationships. People fantasize what relationships are about, and I'm always trying to burst people's bubble. And I'm like, it's not what you think. It's not what you think. It ain't all this fantasy and cuddling and all of these things and looking deeply into people's eyes and massaging feet. When you start getting into the paces of having marriage and relationships and kids, you can barely even talk to this person. All right. And sometimes you don't even want to talk to the person. You don't even want to talk to the motherfucker. All right. As soon as they start talking, you're like, oh, because sometimes when people talk, all they do is give orders. And I've actually tried to tell women this, is that much of their conversation is them giving orders or requesting something from you or bitching about something that their family did or they did or what happened at work. Right. And she thinks this is conversation. But bringing in your cousin's or nephew or aunt's trauma and having me listen to it is actually harming me. Sandman used to call it an emotional tampon. You're trauma dumping on me an issue. Then you don't even want me to solve the issue. You just want me to go, I just want you to listen. That's not communicating. That's not talking. That's her using you as a therapist to get her shit off her chest and trauma dumping on you. And then you're supposed to just be like, well, yeah, okay. Complaining about their job. I actually had a young sister kind of look like this sister. And that's her whole conversations. Trauma dumping. She's looking for a job. What happened at work? This and that. Politics. Trump bad. Okay. It's nothing had to do with me. So then I'm like, these conversations are valueless to me. Trump, orange man bad. What's going on? There's a black girl that won the tennis tournament. Who gives a bruh? This is zero. This is nothing. But of course, for women, this allows them to bond, right? But this is not talking to each other at all. They're talking at you and around you.
Yeah. And if you think about it, it's not surprising, right?
Does that lead to cheating and other things?
It leads to disconnection and cheating, especially for women, because what we know also from the research is that women are inspired, especially in long-term relationships. We are inspired to be sexual with a partner when we feel emotionally close and connected to them.
All right. So this is one of the reasons why women talk at you and why they find communicating, whether good or bad, negative or positive, good. All right. So I just want you to listen. And so you listen to her, and then she says, oh, you're an emotional safe spot for me. And so then she wants to have sex with you. So in order, again, now you got to pay attention. Now you got to pay attention to their bullshit and their trauma dumping. And my husband really cares about me. He listens to me even when he doesn't want to. He pauses the game or turns the TV off, and he stops watching the football game to listen to me in the fourth quarter with 20 seconds left. All right. But they feel emotionally like it's a safe spot. So they feel like, oh, he communicates. We communicate. No, you're communicating with me about some shit that I don't care about. So in reality, what sounds to her like communication and being emotionally connected is just her talking at you about some shit that don't matter to you, or she'll give you instructions. Another example of this is, let's say you say, hey, honey, I'm gonna run to the store real quick. Does she let you just run to the store? No, she makes the store about her. Can you go pick up these two things? Now, you don't write it down. You don't take notes. You don't do anything. Sometimes you start running errands. You just want to get the fuck up out of the house. Okay? You just want to get the fuck out of the house, and you make up an excuse to go to the store. She can't just let you go to the store. She got to make the store about her. So then when you go to the store and you happen to bring the wrong item back or forget an item or two, she then says, I can't believe you forgot. I can't believe you forgot to get that thing that I asked you for while you went to the store. You don't think about me. You don't take consideration for me. And you're like, bitch, I wasn't even going for the store for you anyway. I wasn't even going to the store for you anyway. You made it about you. Now the whole store trip was about you and what you forgot. And you're like, I was going to the store to clear my head and go, you know what I mean? Go get some motherfucking Skittles and go eat in the motherfucking aisle, and just now the store trip is about her, and it wasn't about her to begin with. Now you're arguing, and now you can't get no pussy off of her because you forgot to get X, Y, and Z. You see what I'm talking about? This is what couples go through, and they call this communication. They call this relationships. This is what they go through. And when I say I'd rather just stay single, aren't you going to be lonely? Aren't you going to be lonely? Or you say, I'm gonna go outside and go run some errands. Where are you going? I'm gonna go to Rite Aid. I'm gonna go look at some shoes. Oh, can you stop over at Whole Foods and pick up? So this is what, when people talk about relationships, they always leave this part out. They don't leave this. They don't want to talk about this part, nor can they break it down or express it, because men are non-expressive, right? We just and grunt, like we can't express this. That's why you listen to me, because I can express what you feel. I can put it into words, and you be like, yeah, man, coach, that's what I'm talking about. And then you bring your girlfriend over, listen to this guy. This is how I feel. And all she hears is, I hate women, you know, and it never works out. Something's wrong with him. He sounds angry. All right. So, all right. They're just going to see they're going to look how I look, all bugged out. He keeps interrupting Andrew Wilson. Something's wrong with him. He lost the debate by default. Technicality. He's mean. He's cutting him off and calling him names. All right. Misogyny. All right. That's all she's going to hear. So she's not going to get it through her thick skull. All right. So don't ever show your girlfriend or wife me and say, this is how I really feel. All right. She's going to say, you need therapy. Okay. And he needs therapy. He's a bum ass, dirty old man.
To them. You gotta keep the fires of emotional connection going. See?
Yeah, now the 15 minutes is made for the woman. All right. You got to keep the emotional fires now you got to pay attention to this woman. Look at this. All right. Whose Filipino mama is this? All right. So now, in order to wet her pussy, you got to listen to her bullshit more than 15 minutes. See, they made the whole 15 minutes about the woman, not about the man. They made it about her. So men need to listen more, and then we'll get our pussy wetter, that emotional fire, and we'll again, all men pay. All men pay. All right, what else do we got here on this evil world we live in? Okay, we got the mating matrix coming up here. But we do have I played this clip before, but I love this clip. This is a black guy, and he looks like Mr. Lucario. Shout out to the legendary Mr. Lucario. He's in there being a catfish of the dating marketplace, talking to what appears to be a white woman here.
Where the white women at?
But to me, she looks probably Middle Eastern, Persian, or possibly, Armenian or something like that. So she doesn't look Caucasian like a Caucasoid. Well, she does look like a Caucasoid, but she don't look white American. But this woman's going to explain to Tyrone that black men who date white women are delusional on the realities of race relations. All right, we're going to play this because this is very relevant to the mating matrix and the Pookie niggies. All right, but we're going to play this. This is interesting. She's going to talk about attention from black men is not that valuable. All right, so here we go.
We don't think that getting attention from black guys gives you a status of some sort. If you get attention from the white guys, you do have the status more than if you get attention from black guys.
As a man, I'm going to have to respectfully disagree with that.
Well, as a woman who gets attention and who grew up in a white culture more than a black culture, I'm going to tell you that getting attention from black guys is not a badge of honor if you're white.
Okay.
And I'm white.
You are white.
Yes.
All right.
If a white girl gets attention from a white guy, that's more valuable in white culture than if she gets attention from a black guy. If she gets attention from a black guy, that doesn't make you a better anything. Like, that doesn't raise you in anybody's eyes. As a matter of fact,
in some people's eyes, it does.
As a matter of fact, it's a little bit of she's basically not good enough for the white, so she's good for the black guys. That's how it's looked at with white people.
I see it the opposite way, but
okay. Let me stop this real quick.
He likes black.
Oh, damn. All right, let me stop the damn. I have to go back to that page there. But do you agree or disagree with her? All right, do you agree or disagree? And the reason I'm going to talk about this is an interesting subject matter here, and it's funny is because, like I did to Andrew Wilson, I started telling them stuff, and it's just like, well, I disagree. Well, I don't give a fuck if you disagree. All right, you have to agree. You have to agree. All right, I don't care if you disagree. Well, I highly disagree with that. So, all right, that's what she did to him. He did to her. He was like, well, as a black man, I disagree. She was like, so. All right, I don't care if you disagree. As a white woman, I'm telling you. And she's not just talking about her experience. She's talking about her and her other white friends' experience, what they have a conversation about. All right, what they have a conversation. So why do you think you got the crispy mouthpiece and, they really like us and they like us for us? There also is the standard of, they're like, yeah, this is not compared to who they would really want attention from. They'll take it. All right. Some might eat it up. Some might even react to it. Some might even go further and just be like, okay, I'll like it to have sex with the guy, right? Because he's good in bed. But in reality, in comparison, she's trying to be honest with him and he's trying to deny it. Oh, that ain't true. I think it's true. All right. I think she's absolutely right related to this. In many cases, this is not always the case, but she is pretty right. All right. And he's like, well, as a black man, I got to disagree with you because my experience with white women, he was like, yeah, but they're not telling you the truth. All right. At all. Here we go.
This gives you a status of some sort. If you get attention from the white guys, you do have the status more than if you get attention from black guys.
As a man, I'm going to have to respectfully disagree with that.
Well, as a woman who gets attention and who grew up in a white culture more.
Yeah, so she's like, I grew up with these girls. I've been in these sorority houses. I've been on the cheerleading team. I've been in the conversations. We've been in the bathroom at the nightclub. All right. We have the conversations about you pookie ass hat backwards niggas. Like, no, yeah, it's nice. And all black guys think they're ladies, man. Right? I'm a ladies man. The lady really like me. But what she's saying is, in comparison to an average white dude, y'all ain't got it. The status is not there. And most of the time, these dudes are going to do what? They're going to not pay. They're going to try to get money off the broad. And then also, we have the idea of that, they're not going to take you anywhere nice. They're not going to take you on good trips, good vacations. They're not going to do any of these things. Whereas the white guy probably might do it. And then they can use him for that status. Right, but that's not that far to understand. This is just our culture here. There was something that I wanted to play. Oh, here it is. Let's hear this one and I'm going to pause it.
More than the black culture, I'm going to tell you that getting attention from black guys is not a badge of honor if you're white.
Okay. And white and upper status. All right. That actually has to be included. So we're talking about women that are looking to go to upper status dating, right? They're looking to date up. All right. Not pogs, not like mud sharks and muskrats. Okay. We're not talking about them and pale Keishas, somebody said in the chat. Not pale Keishas and bitches that wear box braid, white women that wear blonde box braids. Not those. Okay. So we're talking about women that are looking to upper scale date.
And I'm white.
You are white.
Yes.
All right.
If a white girl gets attention from a white guy, that's more valuable in white culture than if she gets attention from a black guy. If she gets attention from a black guy, that doesn't make you a better anything. Like, that doesn't raise you in anybody's eyes.
Yeah, it doesn't raise you in any eyes. It definitely doesn't raise you in Brad's eyes. All right. And certainly other white women, it doesn't raise you in their eyes. It was like, oh, you got a black guy, unless you were in Europe. And by the way, Asian women have said something similar to this. I don't have the clip, but Asian women have said that we don't like white men because of white supremacy and that they're better. We like white men because they're easy to manipulate. So it's not that the black man doesn't have value. It's that the black man is not as easy to manipulate. Even women that are sex workers, they do that as well. They're like, okay, these guys over here, we're just going to avoid this kind because their attention is not good for us. It's actually bad. So that goes across the board. But of course, black guys will be like, they really love us. All right. They really don't.
As a matter of fact,
in some people's eyes, it does.
As a matter of fact, it's a little bit of she's basically not good enough for the white, so she's good for the black guy.
That's easy to understand. Anybody disagreeing with this, y'all got to check y'all temperature, man. This is very easy to understand.
That's how it's looked at with white people.
I see it the opposite way, but
all right. So this is what I wanted to pause. This says right here, black men are easier to fool with, not so smart, and will fight and die for you. Okay, that's the comment that I wanted to read right there. All right, and not only that, they're easier to get. So all a white woman would have to do is give you attention, and you're going. But that's any woman. Any woman gives you attention, you're going. But men are just easier. All right, if a woman walked in a grocery store, she looked back at you like that, the first thing you're going to do is turn around and cold approach her. You're going in. All right, you're like choosing signal. All right, but interesting there. It's the mating matrix we're talking about. By the way, I'm not just talking about black men. I actually talked about several other people already in this show. So we're going to move forward here. We have mating matrix information here. We have a video here. Is it the TikTok video? This is an interesting one here. By the way, 84% of people agreed with the woman. All right, agreed with the woman. 16% didn't. We got this woman here that says, and again, this is the ecclesiastical marriages are going to be on the line here. This woman says, and she looks, I would say she's mixed. I would say she's probably black and Latino or black and Asian, black and Filipina, or she's a whole C Mexican. I'm not sure. It says right here, the perfect relationship balance is a bossy woman and a laid back man. Okay. Let's hear this.
Why does the relationship work so good when the wife is like spicy, like bossy, in charge, don't take no nonsense? For example, Jackie and Doug Christie. That's what I mean. Like everybody knows he's laid back, brush everything off. He just like, all right, babe, yeah, whatever you want. Those relationships always work. Some people look at that as like the man is a pushover, but I don't. The woman knows how to run the house. She's going to get it done. She needs to speak to customer service. If we have to, she's going to get the price lower. It works.
What the hell?
Jesus. Doug Christie.
Oh my God. No way.
Now, this is again why then you would find that getting an ecclesiastical marriage for most men, no, it ain't going to happen. Somebody says she's possibly Dominicana. Guys, you're not kidding it, dude. They're literally targeting you for weakness. They're looking at you as a laid back man so she can be bossy on top of you. Okay, this is not just some women. A lot of women do look for that, but this is after they've been pookified and ran through. All right, so we know this is happening too. So they know that you're going to put up with bullshit. You even have the guy, the Indian guy, the comedian that they're talking about, that I talked about already. All right, Akasa, I believe his name is, or Osaka. I'm not sure. But now what happens is they've been Bristol-affiliated out, and now they're looking for a laid-back man so that they can dominate him. Akash is his name. They could dominate him. And she calls that the perfect balance. I think that, to me, I could never survive in a relationship like that. Never, ever survive. So this is what happens when you find that women are now, and she's in that age range that I said is dangerous to me, 28 to 35. 28 to 35 is a dangerous age range. Now, 35 and up is really just almost worthless at that point if you're looking for a relationship, all right, or anything serious. But that 28 to 35 is when women start to get what I say manipulative. And this video kind of pans that out. is that they've had their experiences. They're coming in with high level of sexual experiences and experiences in dating and relationships in the mating marketplace. And then they come back and then they say, okay, this is how I'm going to finesse the system over here. And then they go into what? Let's go for a laid back man. Let's go for a tech nerd. Let's go for a guy who is not so masculine. Let's go for a guy that's, I can cuckify. Let me get a beta. Let me get a that's you. All right. This is why they become manipulative.
And that's you.
Then if they don't achieve that, then they're crying in their car. Well, I can't find anybody that I can connect with. This is an interesting take, but I've been warning people of this mating matrix issue. This is not red pill talking points. I've been warning you of this for a long time.
Why does the relationship work so good when the wife is like spicy, like bossy, in charge, don't take no nonsense?
And some people will say that, all right, she take no nonsense. She's bossy. She's spicy. She's sarcastic. She's snarky, right? She don't take no shit from the guy. And men do love this, though. But I'm going to tell you, there's some dudes that love this. And the reason why they love it is because this is almost the only way they can get access to this woman. So there are some men that like this. But this is good for her.
For example, Jackie and Doug Christie. That's what I mean. Like everybody knows he's laid back, brush everything off. He just all right, babe. Yeah, whatever you want. Those relationships always work.
And by the way, nigga communities and nigga adjacent communities always run with this when the woman is 28 and over. Okay. Now go back to the previous video, the white woman saying X, Y, and Z to that black man. Them white women ain't pulling that shit. They're not pulling that card. Yeah, they'll go for a beta, but they're not trying to be bossy, not in public. So this goes to the matriarchy, and especially nigga communities and nigga adjacent communities. This is what they do. This is how they mate. And then they want to solve the relationship. They want to solve the community problems with these people governing the relationships. It's not going to work. Not for me.
Some people look at that as like the man is a pushover, but I don't. The woman knows how to run the house.
She overweight already.
She's going to get it done. She needs to speak.
She's going to get it done. She's going to run the house. That's everything the ecclesiastical Bible tells us to do. That's everything but and by the way, this woman probably goes to church and ain't going to listen to nothing that pastor is going to say. Says in the Bible, the woman is a helpmeet. But she just said the woman runs the house. Hell no, bro. This is crazy. And she's still eating. Packing in that waistline.
The customer service, if we have to, she's going to get the price lower.
Yeah. Aaron.
It works.
It works for her. I mean, no way. The mating matrix, man. The mating matrix is really bad out here. And when you're not dating, you don't realize how bad it is. All right, we got two more videos here. We got a guy that says being married is better than being single. And this is why. All right, this is why. He says being married is better than being single. And this is why right here. Let's play the video.
People be asking me, like, what's the pros of being married? I'm on my lunch break eating mac and cheese, cornbread, and ribs that my wife made. That my wife made and packed for me, you feel me? You niggas don't eat on your lunch break. I have a woman that makes me my food and packs me the food. Y'all gotta do better, man. These hoes are not packing y'all lunch. These hoes are not making you. Come on. Come on. Y'all niggas go to work and don't eat the whole entire day. That shit's sick. I love my wife. Y'all niggas never ate no ribs on your lunch break. But then everybody asks, why doesn't your wife work? Hello. My wife don't need to work when she cooking me and sending me to work with food like this. Why would I make her work?
I mean, the irony of this nigga eating ribs and macaroni and cheese. I mean, all right. The irony of this nigga eating ribs and macaroni and chicken. What's next? Fried chicken? Where's the watermelon at? I mean, ribs, leftover ribs at that. I mean, and then some old fat, high cholesterol fucking mac and cheese. All right. I can already know that woman is fat. But hey, listen, he's right on one thing. When a woman's in your life, a good woman's in your life, she will take care of you. I don't know if this is a good example of it, taking care of you, but she will take care of you if she's a good woman. All right. They look like they're struggling, and she hasn't sent you to the barbershop, which I'm concerned. All right. She letting you walking around here with that teeny weeny afro. looking like Jim Brown from CBS Sports. All right, he got that OJ, he got that Marcus Allen haircut. Like, hey, yo, something wrong with her. Have you running around here looking like this? She definitely has picked you because she knows you're gonna be the workhorse. All right, because you ain't leaving her either. You ain't leaving her either. So this isn't crazy. This is insane. But shout out to him for working hard out here. No job shaming. Look at that. I can see the grease all in this bucket right here. And what is this Tupperware? This is definitely giving pores. Look at this container she packed it in. I mean, I guess it's disposable. This has definitely been washed and rewashed. Look at all this grease and shit at the bottom of the. Woo. All right, yo shit gonna be clogged up arteries. All right, she definitely don't like you, bro. She trying to kill you. All right, let me stop. We got one more video. We have a brother saying that the passport bros are destroying women's lives. Apparently, his name is Mouse Jones. And he says the passport bros and the mating matrix are destroying women's lives. All right, so let's hear this. I'm curious of the mating matrix. Here we go.
Passport bros, the niggas that you prey on dumb, ill-equipped women to make you your wife. It's not like he's saying, I'm gonna go to Italy, I'm gonna go to France, I'm gonna go to one of these established countries. You're going to a third world country to find a woman that can't tell you what's 2 + 2, and you're gonna bring her back here and treat her like shit for the rest of your life because it's your concubine. You want to treat her like a concubine because you never had no power nowhere else. So now you're gonna exert your power over this woman.
The #1 movie was How Stella Got Her Groove Back. And it's the same shit. Oh, I can't do what I need.
Let him talk.
No way you're gonna justify high-earning women going to Jamaica.
How you know they was high earning? Some of them bitches are CPN.
No, that's high earning. So
a CNA is a high earning job?
Yes.
All right, man. All right, man.
Ain't no different than a man going to a third world country and getting a chick that don't speak no English. That's the same equivalency of debauchery.
That's all bullshit, right? Number of women doing that is way less than the niggas that are going over to poor, impoverished countries, snatching a woman away.
This guy's got it wrong. All right, he's got this completely wrong, and I can tell that he doesn't have a passport. Okay, he doesn't have a passport, which most Americans don't. So there's nothing wrong with that. He might not have the travel experience that he might think he has, and he's somewhat wrong. And he's not even acknowledging that the women they've been traveling for sex since forever. All right. Certainly then when you think about the era of the Stella Got Her Groove Back, introducing Jamaica, I know women that been to Jamaica like 20 times. 20. Now that tells me there's some sex tourism going on there. There's not like you could have went a whole bunch of places. You could have went anywhere, but you went to Jamaica 20 times. Okay. That tells me you getting fucked by somebody down there. All right, or a couple somebodies. So I know women that will tell me that. I knew a woman that wasn't even 30 years old. She'd been to Jamaica 8 times. All right, so that tells me she getting digged down when she get down there. That's not that hard to figure out. So him saying that women don't travel as much for sex is crazy. Backpacking through Europe, all right? That's what white women do and white suburban culture does. All right, they backpack through Europe. What about studying abroad? Studying abroad. Where women go, I'm going to study abroad. What do you think they're doing over there? They got somebody studying her abroad. So women have all clever ways to hide and disguise their travels. All right, girls' trips. So they have ways to disguise it, whereas men typically are going to put it on Front Street that they're going over there for the sex, or it's cheaper sex, or they're going over there, probably, he says, underdeveloped countries for sex. All right. And sometimes they're trying to get a wife that he's saying he's manipulating and that is underdeveloped. And he does have a point. Men that do this typically never go to developed countries. Pretty regularly they don't. They go to war-torn areas, or where areas that Russia's going to invade, or areas where Hitler took over, right? They go to areas where there's military bases close behind. They go to areas that are somewhat underdeveloped, and the women are multilingual or, can barely speak that. So he's somewhat right on that one. But I think his whole premise is wrong, that these women's lives will get destroyed. I think That's wrong. And he was wrong on a lot of things in this conversation. And it sounds like to me it's just hate. Again, I hate to say he's a hater, but it sounds like he doesn't have access to this. And anytime you don't have access to something, then you hate on it. But if he was able to do what? Actually go over there, go to some of these places that he claims that the men are taking advantage of them, then he would actually see it a little bit differently, but he can't. All right. And one other thing that he said is he said that the men are going over there, tearing them away from their families and bringing them over here. Typically, what I've seen of Passport Bros is that they don't bring the woman back to the United States. All right. So the whole idea of the Passport Bros is to stay over there where they are, as opposed to ripping them away from their families and bringing them here. That's typically what you have seen of mail order brides and men that have done it in the past, because those relationships ended up not being as good as well. And sometimes there were second marriages and they picked a younger bride from even Russia, all right, and other areas, Japan, China, Vietnam. And then those people bring them over here, and those sometimes end in a disaster. So the Passport Bros are thinking to stay over there. So what I hear them doing is moving to Colombia, moving to the Philippines, moving to Thailand. They move to these areas instead of ripping them. So I would say he's mostly wrong with this assessment here. And he does have something else to add, but of course, looking at his braids and his whole presentations, he just is not experienced.
Mm-hmm. And destroying the rest of her life.
Destroying her life, maybe taking her to a better life.
Take away her rights. You can beat on her. You can tell her she has no sexual agency. You can treat her like literal shit. I think she would go back to her country.
But why do we have to do it like that? Maybe I just want to take a good woman and treat her good.
So why you couldn't do that here? Why you specifically went over there?
The same reason Stella went to get her back blown out by Jamaicans.
Yeah, this guy got it wrong. Look at that. And he definitely is uneducated, a classic. Yeah, you want to save the black community. How can I save the black community when guys like this are here? All right. And these are the guys that get emotional and shoot you. This is very wrong what he's saying. Absolutely wrong. In fact, when I traveled, anytime I've seen a black guy with a woman over in any country, he is literally like cherishing her. It is not no run through shit. He's taking care of her, and he's not like beating and abusing her. Now, he might be fucking a lot of other women in that country. All right. But you can't stop that. But I don't think he's abusing her. And the whole conversation about why that he couldn't do it here makes no sense. You don't have to do it here. Just because I'm born here, that means I have to mate with the people here. When we have all this technology and ability to fly and have boats and transport ourselves almost anywhere, why does it need to be here? I was born in Indianapolis. It wasn't my choice. I wasn't really. But just because I was born in Indianapolis doesn't mean I have to find a mate in Indianapolis. Just because I was born black in Indianapolis doesn't mean I have to find a black woman in Indianapolis. So these things where men are finding that they can find freedom, they then break the matrix, so they become free agents, and then they find what they want by exploring the world with the technology that's available. Why then do people say, well, you could have done that here? I don't have to do it here. What rules are set that I have to do it here? And that's where these guys, and sometimes the people who hate the Passport Bros, they are always saying he could have done it here. I could have, but I had the option to do it elsewhere. What is the problem with that? There's no problem with that. I don't have anything to prove to you by doing it in my backyard. I can do it anywhere and find the person that I want. So yeah, he's wrong as hell on this one. Mouse Jones, super wrong.
She didn't go there for that, I don't think.
I don't think. Finished though. He
never watched the movie.
Listen,
enough of this. And yeah, I can't help the black community if them niggas are the ones I'm supposed to help. I mean, that's crazy work. Anyway, we got the main event coming up here. We're going to break it down to a science. The mating matrix. You have to afford having a woman? Question mark. Do you have to afford having a woman in today's world? We're going to break that down. We have a woman saying that, and some other clips possibly of some things she talked about. But let's get over here to the support and let your voice be heard, because we did a whole hour. So we got to get all of these supporters here. And I appreciate the support on a weekend, Friday.
What's up, nigga? What's up for the weekend, nigga?
Shout out to our brother. It is Demo Her. Says, Coach, my friend came over and showed me the gordita. The gordita? Or gordita. All right, my friend came over, male friend, and showed me the gordita he is banging and told me she's thick. I looked at him and said, nah, she fat. All right. The gordita. All right. Yes, indeed. She thick. She is thick. Big time thick. We got our brother. It is, all right, I already did that one. All right, already did that one. Gary says, black women say they want to be team players, but the reality is they want their men built already to take them to the Salted Shark vacation, buy red bottoms, and get their nail and hair did, of course. Modern women want fun and freedom, not a testimony of blood and sweat. And that's just not black women, though. All right. So if you're used to only dating black women, you might think that other women don't want that, but other women want a variation of that, meaning that you're on your way to get that at least. All right. Now we're not talking about low class people in the pores, but yeah, I mean, it shouldn't be a surprise that they are expecting that. So if you did want to have success with those black women, if you demonstrated that, you possibly could get a period of time with a woman, at least then to take advantage of what she desires. I've been saying for men, guys, women have made it pretty simple at what they're looking for. All you have to do is get that. That's if you want to engage with women. All you got to do is get it. And you're going to realize that they're actually don't want what they're asking for. Okay. Because once they get it, then they realize that they still came up short, or they're competing for a small group of men and there's a large group of women. You know what? That reminds me, I do have to share an Instagram video related to that. They'll realize that even is a trap. But I won't talk about it now. But let me see if I can get this video up, because I wanted to show it if we have time, because I still got my massage therapist come in. I got my personal trainer coming in. But they think they want that, but they don't. All right. They don't really. It's not what's best for them. It's best for them to build with a guy. That's my opinion. But you're not going to find women that are willing to do that until it's way too late. Shout out to Steven, says, my ex-wife reached out to me a year later. My youngest is 14 and she lives in, well, we're not going to say where she lives, but she lives in the mountain areas and you live in DC. She said she needs me and she's failing 7th grade for the second time. All right. She wants me to get her while yet keeping the courts out of it. Keep on getting the child. I guess there's another chat. Oh, she wants to keep the child support going the same as we have 3 daughters together. I kind of just wash my hands at this point, and it seems like a lost cause for her. She's being straight up a rebel, and my ex-wife is tired of the disrespect. Feedback is appreciated. Guys, this is a game she's playing against you. All right, so she wants to have you to pick up the pieces of the failure of the child that she helped create by keeping them away from you. Now you got to pick up the pieces and handle the tough part while not notifying the court. All right. At that point, what she's doing is manipulating you. So she doesn't want to notify the court. She wants to do this off record so that in the chance that she changes her mind, she's just going to say, you need to send her back or I'm going to take you to court. Okay. So always get the court involved. Tell her we're going to tell the court the kid is going to live with me. So then she also wants to keep the child support the same because you have 3 daughters, but she'll only be taking care of 2, ruining those 2 as well. And then you have to pick up the pieces of those 2 daughters. You got to tell the court. Just tell her, we'll tell the court. We'll do it. We'll tell the court. We'll notify the court. We'll say there's a change of location. Do not let them do it off the record. Tell the court. All right. That's the one piece of advice I would give you if you plan on doing this. Don't let her manipulate you. And he says, do you think my 14-year-old is beyond redemption? We haven't spoken since March of 2024. And then when my ex-wife moved to the mountain areas for a chaplain position, my friend accused me in the States I should fight. I don't know what that means. I should fight more, even though I fought years in court. Okay. Yeah. Here's my opinion about teenagers. Okay. People are going to disagree with me on this one, but you're talking to a person that pretty much spent all my life from 18 to about 36, working with teenage girls. All right. All the way through college girls and high school and shit like this. I've worked closely with teenage girls. If they're fucked up at 14, you're going to have them they're going to have an epiphany or a wake up call that might not come until they're 25 to 30. Okay. 25 to 30. Now, at that point, you better know what you're getting into. Okay. Because if they are headed that way, that's why I always tell you, you better put a young woman on game from 8 to 12. Once they hit 13, 14, it's hard to really get them out from digging that hole. They're going to be socially influenced to do a whole bunch of garbage to themselves. Wear goofy nails, cut their hair, shave a side of their hair off. They're going to be boy crazy potentially, or they might be getting into some experimenting with drugs, lily lint licking. It's going to be a whole bunch of bullshit that you're going to have to overcome, unless she's going to be just at home and you're homeschooling her. All right. So it's a big thing it's a big ask for you to think that you're going to help this young lady unless she helps herself. And I would just tell guys that I would not take a 14-year-old daughter back into my house after she done been away from me for that long. That's like taking a goddamn stray cat. Okay. Now, for you people that will say fathers got to do what they got to do, okay, go through the pain. And she already failing the 7th grade twice. Guys, if you just are a glutton for punishment, go for it. But once they get about 14, 15, or 16, I would just pretty much say nature is telling them that they could be on their own and that they can be a woman and reproduce and that they can make decisions on their own and they're grown. This is being done naturally by biology and they're developing into a young woman. So their body is changing. So everything's telling them that they're not a child anymore, despite the fact that we keep calling them children. All right. They can reproduce. There's great responsibility that they carry. And you know what I mean? There's a lot of rebellion going on. And you think you're going to cage that beast? Not only you're going to cage that beast, you're going to be a father and cage that beast with no ability to, to level hard punishment on this woman. I would just wait for her to come back. All right. I would just wait for her to get her shit done and then come back at 25. All right. When her head is on straight, or 30 or 35. But as long as the mom is still have a connection with her, I would just. Now, you don't have to take that advice because that's going to be very extreme advice. But trust me, unless you're just looking for a headache or a reclamation project, or you think you got the powers of He-Man, this woman's going to keep you busy. That young lady's going to keep you busy. Chasing her around. You're going to be picking her up from the bleachers. She's going to be smoking with the loser niggas. She's going to get a boyfriend that you're not going to. She's probably going to get a boyfriend that you're not going to appreciate. Yeah, you're going to have to send her after boarding school, but Shout out to no government name. Andrews Chad's leftover step dummy Ifson wants to save society using social pressure and Sky Daddy. Meanwhile, his whole life is an L full of lies, like cheating on his wife and saying it's okay to have rainbow thoughts. For real. Send it. All right, that was crazy to hear. All right, men, value your peace. I think Tradcons and PUAC hate CGA just because it's obvious he truly understands and accepts women, not trying to change them and get the best out of them because he bossed up. He doesn't need social pressure to get women to listen to him at all. I don't want social pressure. There is no social pressure at all. Tranisha, our sister, why is it so hard to make melanated kings understand that everything that has to do with Punani costs money? They treat the 20-year-old who's in love with him and enjoys free dates just to be around him as disposable. Then turn around and marry the fat, tatted up single mother. All right, goodness gracious, Tranisha. Okay, I'm going to tell you why that is. It's not the, let me see. It's not the something thing with blacks because the problem is single moms. Yeah, it is. He says, my state has the trigger ban. And on Dad's and Mom's Day, my mom's church gave goodie bags to all the single moms. She acted like she didn't understand that only widows should receive that, not teenage baby mamas with 3 baby daddies. Okay. Yes, the single motherhood is the problem in the black community. I mean, you can't have 70% single motherhood in some of these areas and correct anything. So celebrating single mothers, you're saying, is a bad thing, which is obvious. Definitely. But men do, if a man can get value from a woman and not treat her well, and the woman continue to give that man what she wants, I don't care what age that man is, he's going to do that. He's going to take that value from that woman. So he won't pay, he won't do this, he won't treat her right, he won't pay for Ubers and taxis. He's just going to take if that's what she offers him, he'll take it. But if he meets another woman that he has interest in, that woman could be worse than the woman he got. If she sets a standard and said, I'm only going to accept this, and he wants to have sex with her, procreate with her, or marry her, he'll do it. The perfect example of that is an attractive black woman, right, versus a mud shark white woman. So an attractive black woman is not going to have her standards up high and shit like that. All right. But he'll try to even get with her, but he won't get with her. Then he'll just go for the mud shark at the end of the day. And then he'll just use her up until he can try to meet the standards of an attractive woman. All right. Well, that's male hypergamy. JT. No, it is LJ. No, it is LT Jr. That's who it is. He says the lead attorney brought up a good point about your debate. If the church ostracizes your wife through shame and she stays in the house, what's the solution to now deal with the woman who feels like a hostage? LOL. Free agent lifestyle for life. Get your money up, fellas. Boss up. Okay. That was about an hour ago.
Better boss up, nigga.
Okay. That was about an hour ago. But that's the truth. Like, guys, you don't want a woman in your house that doesn't want to be there. Let me just advise you of this. Okay. If your daughter doesn't want to be in your house, let her go live with her mom. You don't have to wash her hands, but if your daughter, I don't care what the woman is, your mother, your grandma, your daughter, your sister who fell on hard times and she's in your house, whatever woman is in your house, if she don't want to be there, give her the motherfucking walking papers. When I say your daughter, your teenage daughter, or your daughter that's teenage to 20, get her the fuck out of there. I'm not going to tell you conventional shit, but those women will cause you more harm and problems than it is worth them having to be in there. Get them the fuck out of there. They're going to sabotage you. They're going to spy on you. They're going to set your ass up. They're going to laugh when you fail. They'll help you fail. Get them out of the house. Do not use social pressure to change shit. If she don't want to follow instructions, she head for self-destruction. Get the fuck out. She's not worth being there. Trust me, guys. Y'all just trying to make some shit happen. No government named DW. The little gaming channel is talking about saving the black community. I'll bet you my last dollar that he moved far away from them as soon as his bitch ass got some money, for sure. And how you saving the black community out from the suburbs? That's an oxymoron. Miles Morrow says, my parlay been hitting since the Fed started locking niggas up. Here's my cut. All right, all these sports gambling people getting caught. Thank God. Okay, shout out to No Government Name SD says, Coach, I just watched your show that you did about Akash. He says right here, you gave too much wisdom in that episode and it should be a much watch for men to understand women's behavior. Have a great weekend. Shout out to you. I covered the Akash situation on the Coach Greg Adams channel if you guys want to watch. Okay. All right, but I didn't cover it over here. But I give away too much information and knowledge. But it's hard for men to understand because you watch my show and I'm giving you so many gems, you don't even know where to start. You're like, have you ever done that? Because I've had people that I watch and they give me so many gems. I'll be like, damn, where do I even start? All right, because I'm giving you information after information that you can use and be practical to save your life and redirect it. All right, you're not a superhero, nigga. Get the fuck out of here. Save yourself. All right, I always said the best communities start from the bottom inside out. All right, so I'm giving you so much gems, you don't even know where to start. Save the black community. How about you get every household to act fucking right, one by one? Okay, you don't need the government to come in and church to come in. You start putting stringent requirements on people to act right from the inside of the house all the way on fucking out. That's how you do it. And that's going to take, I always said, that's going to take 2 generations. But I didn't want to tell Andrew Wilson that because this nigga was just looking for a fight. He want to argue everything. Well, how you going to do that? Man, I'm borrowing. Okay. But you start from the household in all the way out. So if you got 70% single mothers and them bitches don't want to listen, guess what? They're not going to work. Right? Whatever solution you have, it's not going to work. You got to stop people from doing that first. And how do you start? Stop them one household at a time. You got to stop men from marrying single mothers. Okay? Start from there. But, you know, y'all don't want to do that shit. So y'all ain't going to listen to me. So fuck you. I ain't going to tell you my solutions. Pay for it. Eric Scott Sermon in the building on the Cash App. Shout out to Landa Sasha says, women want control, not connection. Yes, they do. That's why I say, watch out for older women. Shout out to Juco 69. They will divorce their AI husband also. Damn. Free agent lifestyle for life. We got hustle every day. Black churches reinforce white supremacy. No bueno for me. Only the meanest and ruthless will survive. Boss up.
Better boss up, nigga.
All right. Yeah, the Christian church. Shout out to our brother Charles M. says, why do women get knocked out from being hit? Is crazy. Why don't they get knocked out? I don't know. Do they not? Depends on the BT 5000. Shout out to Tommy Sotomayor. All right. I ain't never tried to knock a woman out. But there's some women that I know that I probably, if I threw a punch on them, they would probably eat that. And we got some people on the PayPal, and we're going to get on to the main event, man, because this is a good show. We got time today. We have, let's see, who did I end up on? I ended up on this one. So we have him with a co-sponsorship. I need to acknowledge his name. It's no government name. Coach, I've been catching up on this debate, and you were more intelligent than that snake oil salesman. MTR's passive-aggressive reaction and the Avengers licking their wounds was pathetic. He says, keep your foot on they jealous Mitch-ass niggas' necks. He says right here, give them, is this your king?
Is this your king? Huh? Is this your king?
All right. Yes, indeed. All right. These are just people that have been waiting for me to fail. All right. They see me as competition, you know. Even though them numbers get them all fucked up. I got more subscribers than you. That don't mean shit. Go live when I go live and see what happens. Okay. So you got some bots. You bot farm. Okay. By the way, some of these people, I won't tell you. Some of them bot farm. All right. They use them bot farms to get their views up, but that's neither here nor there. Shout out to Kaylin says, since women want control over their sexuality, their number one job when it comes to sex is keeping the guy they let fuck them. He says they'll still act surprised when the guy lets they fuck quicker. What leaves? When the guy they let fuck quicker leaves. Marriage is the only way they can do this, but they want to control. It's too late. Let me tell you about this. And I have to repeat this. Men look and view at what women do sexually as a loss to them. And you have to stop looking at it that way. This is not the red pill. This is the after pill. Men clearly do not accept women's behavior. What you're doing is, ladies, press 1 in the chat if the ladies are here, or say meow, or touch your kitty cat. Do like this. Lick your, you know what I mean? Touch your 2 fingers and put it on your pearl tongue. Okay. Men have to accept that when women choose to be sexual with a guy, they are choosing exactly what they want to do. We have to stop believing that they're picking the wrong guy. This is nothing but your Captain Save-A-Ho and or your simping and or your belief that you know better than her coming to fruition. You guys got to stop believing that. When they fuck a guy who's a loser or a pookie nigga, yeah, she wanted to fuck him. She wanted to. That's exactly what she wanted to do. She didn't pick the wrong guy. She picked the right one. You guys believe that a woman's out here being discriminated with their sex and they're not out here being horny motherfucking. She wanted that. She wanted him to nut in her. She wanted that. This is how you then give women agency and responsibility, not coming to their rescue and say, if they pick the right one, then if they pick the wrong one, bro, they picking who they want. And they do the one dude that gets over on them and makes them pissed and come out in public, they done 50 of them niggas. This is just the one that she can come out on. So when they do this, they pick the one, they pick the right one in her mind. And we have to stop believing that the man forced her into the sex or talked her into it. All right. And that's how she gave it up to the wrong guy. This is false. This is false teaching. And I'm trying to teach you guys to accept them. He did not talk her into that. She probably talked him into that. She talked to him into nutting in her, and she let him run up in her raw. She sucked his dick. She got her freak on. Okay? That way, then I can accept women's behavior and not be affected negatively about it by then saying they're picking the wrong ones and then coming to pick the right ones. Now, let me tell you then, this is what you have to understand. The outcome is what they don't like. So the outcome, so they picked this nigga to fuck, but he didn't give her the relationship that she wanted. That's what she's complaining about. But she picked the right one. Oh, believe you me, she picked exactly who she wanted. That's who she wanted to have babies with. That's who she wanted to toss her. That's who she wanted to pick her up and fold her up. But then the outcome, he cheated on me. He was cheating on me with 50 different bitches. All right. He was doing this and he was doing that. The outcome is what she didn't like. I was trying to tell Andrew Wilson that. Oh, it's the outcome she don't like. What happened as a result? Okay, she was with him. She thought he was a soldier. He nutted in her. She had the baby. He stuck around. Then he left. That's the outcome. I thought he would stay. Same thing is, I was with him. He was a soldier. He was a roughneck. He was in these streets. I liked a guy like that, but he was beating up all these other niggas, and then he started beating me up. And she stayed through the ass whoopings for 5 years. And now the outcome, what's the result? That's where she then says, I picked the wrong person. Okay? But they picked exactly who they wanted. And we as men have to understand that. Instead of coming up here with her on the first date saying, I was with an abusive guy. He abused me for 5 years and he cheated on me and he ran off and he did this and he did that. And we're like, oh, you poor soul. You poor princess warrior. And he put 3 kids in me and he did this. She's a victim. She ain't no fucking victim. She chose exactly those steps. We're the victim because we're supposed to believe we got to fix this shit. Okay. Now, yep, he was a narcissist. He did that. Steady just dragging this nigga to court, just being in his life. All right, trying to bullshit him. She picked who she wanted. And we as men got to understand that. We got to accept it. Otherwise, you're letting them get away with making bad decisions and thinking that you're the solution. You're not. You're not the solution. You're the savior. You're the goddamn cleanup man. And she's manipulating you to believe that these guys just kept taking advantage of them one after the next. And here's the thing. Here's the thing. If you ever found, and you don't want to do this, the type of guys that she's letting do this, they almost always look the same. And they might even look remarkably close to you. You're just a cleaner version of this nigga. Or he might be like 6'7" and some nigga that she should have known better. But most of the time you look at these niggas, they look just like you. She has a type. So her sexual appetite is leading her to pick the wrong people. Just like I say, I picked the wrong people. I made it with the wrong people. I had sex with the wrong people. I have relationships with the wrong people, mainly because I had a type. And I was trying to make the type. This is what Tranisha was saying. The type of women that were my type, I let run goofy shit on me. But the type of women that were giving me access, they weren't my type, but it was just easy. I would just play them. So I'm not a victim. So I would just be like, okay, this girl's giving me easy access. She ain't my type. I'll still fuck on her. She ain't requiring much. I'll just fuck on her. Then my type comes along and I'm like, right, I'm trying to fit in, trying to do whatever. Same thing as the women. The motherfucking types come around and they let that nigga do all the other shit and nut in her back of her throat and all that. And then when you come around, you ain't her type really, but you can be used. She making you do all of this and jumping through hoops and hurdles and say she don't like it because it makes her stomach hurt when she swallows your nut. Okay. But, okay. Anyway, this is why I want men to understand and accept, because men always looking at women as a victim. It ain't not really that, bro. It's not. They're doing exactly what they want. They just hope you believe that. All right. Anyway. Couple more. Do you think Trad Cons and Mitches expect winners like you to save society because they want you to make them feel like or less like a loser by helping the losers instead of bragging, living your best life and enjoying your success? Yeah, coach out here bragging. Meanwhile, we out here struggling. It ain't my fault. Choices, nigga. White legacy guys obsessed with having a love child that might turn against them. He says, wouldn't it make more sense to be a free agent and find a young successor with their head screwed on straight to carry their legacy? Or is it just male ego? 100%. I think that's 100%. Man, I like guys to say during the debate, Andrew Wilson, you didn't give Andrew Wilson the solution on having kids. Guys, that would have been another 2 hours because I would have had to go into the whole surrogacy thing and I would have to go into men want a love child. Because if I start talking about how much you would have to pay to have your kids head screwed on straight and avoid a divorce, it would just go over everybody's head. And I know people aren't ready for this. So when I start telling men, I want to have kids, coach had kids and he's telling you not to have kids, that's false. I never tell people not to have kids. All right, because I have kids and I would be very hypocritical. I'm not a hypocrite. Now, I might tell you the realities of having a kid, and I might say, don't be broke out here trying to have kids because, yeah. Then when you say, well, I'm not paying for a surrogate because it's expensive, and I said, well, you just want a love child. You want a love child. You want to have a child for free through love. You're going to get your ass handed to you for many years, all right? It's going to prevent you from building wealth if you pick the wrong person to have that child with. All right, you're going to be ready for a payment. So if you can't afford surrogacy, you probably can't afford children. Okay? If I tell you, you just hire a surrogate and have the kid, with the surrogate, and then you will not, you give her a legal agreement, you pay for her lawyer, it's $90,000, you can have a kid. Guess what? Niggas be like, I don't want to have a kid like that. That seems unnatural. And a kid should have two parents. Of course, nigga, like a kid should have two parents, but y'all not telling these single mothers that. You're not telling these women who divorce their husband and take custody. You're not telling them that. But all of a sudden now you want to do the right thing. It's natural for kids to have two parents. Nigga, they got two goddamn female parents at this particular point in the United States. I don't see you protesting that. But now all of a sudden now you want to have your moral high ground and your religious bullshit. Okay, let's get back to it. The reality is you can't afford it, nigga. So if you can't afford to have kids through surrogacy, which is going to cost you $90K, guess what else you can't afford? Them motherfucking kids. And you can't afford a divorce that goes along with it. Like, what the fuck? Like, so when I start giving you these solutions, y'all head spinning, and then motherfuckers look around here like I'm speaking incoherently. Well, I don't understand what you're talking about. Shut the fuck up. I'm very plain and simple. What it is you don't want to do it. I don't want to do that. I want to have I want to fall in love with a woman and nut in her pussy in a love making session. And then I want to have an ecclesiastical marriage where she can't divorce me and she's forced to fuck. Well, I guess a solution is better than none, huh? What's wrong with people? This is why I tell you, 85% of people are flat out losers. They don't know if they coming or fucking going. Okay. They just want it for free. They just want to do everything for free with no responsibilities, bearing no responsibilities of their decision making, and then hoping the woman act right so she don't fuck your kids up. Well, that's very likely not going to happen. Well, let's get to this. It's the main event. All right, let's do this. It's the main event here. Oh, man. It is frustrating here what people out here trying to do. And then they argue me like they listen to Andrew Wilson live for 2 hours and they run around here, ecclesiastical marriage. Oh, my God. Like, you guys got to be kidding me. Lie telling you that she can't take you to court if you have an ecclesiastical marriage. That is a lie. That's a lie. The lead attorney even exposed that as a lie. That's not true. Now, she might not win. But if you have babies with her or you're in a common law state, you getting fucked. Which there's only 6 of them. But if you happen to be in one, you're getting your ass handed to you. And of course, if she does this after 10 years and then she takes your ass to court, because I was saying during the debate that she can, Andrew Wilson was lying and said you can't. They went to ChatGPT's dumb ass and ChatGPT agreed with him. But then you ask a real attorney and he told you the truth. They don't give a fuck about an ecclesiastic marriage. They will start finding ways to get your ass responsible for that woman. And if you're married over 10 years in California, good motherfucking luck. You're about to get fucked. But of course, the guy lies to you and give you hope and you think he won. It is weird what people are out here trying to do. Anyway. You can't afford, you know what? Before we do this here, let's talk about this. Shout out to the people who have reviewed my podcast. I have taken over the internet. Hollywood CGA and the haters loving it. Every woman's fantasy is taking over the internet. All right. 2 weeks after a debate, they're still talking about this. And these are the collabs I've been telling you I've been looking for. I'm not looking for people to come over here and us just agree and have an echo. All right. So we're living in, shout out to the lead attorney. He did this stream breakdown. You know, there has been numerous channels that have been breaking down my stream with this one. Some coming to the conclusion that Andrew Wilson won. Some saying he won by technicality based on my emotions, which is weird because he was completely emotional. Take a look at this picture. All right. And he had nothing to say against me but that ecclesiastical marriage. All right. But people were focusing on the vein popping out of my head, which I have a bald head. You can expect the vein to pop out. All right. You had the Angry Man, legendary Angry Man, doing a review. He's done several reviews on this one. And then you had Manosphere Highlight Daily do a review on this one as well. He's done several reviews as well. And this is in the last few days. I mean, that was last night. All right. So people are talking about this debate. And I think what happened is, and just to be honest, they wanted Andrew Wilson to win. Okay. They wanted him to win. It's kind of like when the Falcons was playing the Patriots. And the Patriots in the Super Bowl every year, you was just wanting the Patriots to lose. Okay. Because fuck the Patriots, right? He always bragging. He always winning. He black. He ignorant. All right. He going to fake this toughest battle today. Yeah. Mr. O with the info did a review. I saw that. Many people did a review on them. So shout out to them. So many people. MTR did a lame review. But what people want to do is they want to say, okay, I don't like this guy. I like this guy. Or this guy's better than this guy, that guy. Okay, this guy's white. He's black. There's so many things that were played into this debate. He's ill-equipped. He's less intelligent. He's emotional versus the guy who's rational and logical. And he goes on against OnlyFans. Shout out to Donovan Sharp as well. So many people did reviews. I mean, there's probably more than 50 reviews on that one. And I can't talk about everybody. But I won that debate. It's clear people are still talking about it. And the more people watch the actual debate, as opposed to the highlights that MTR put out. All right. MTR was the first one to go ahead on this one. And he put out highlights. Then people start reviewing the highlights or the lowlights. and then they start making the judgment. But what I'm seeing people do is they're going moment by moment during the debate, and they're going, wow. They're going, wow. All right, it wasn't like everybody said. It wasn't a clear, decisive win by Andrew Wilson. Now, Andrew Wilson was the favorite going in, but they saw me boss that nigga around. All right, I bossed him around. It was literally wiping the floor with him. And even Andrew Wilson has put out some clips lately that were highly edited. So what's happening is people are going about it and saying, okay, what actually is factual? All right, it was factual what I was saying. What Andrew Wilson was saying was completely not factual. All right, it was, and then they start reviewing that he had a different background. Right, he was a stepdaddy. So because of that, I even saw a guy who probably more supportive of me say, should that matter that he was a stepdaddy? So what you're seeing is people giving him an out, and they're giving me criticism where he lost, and they're trying to find a way to cover up for his loss. Well, it shouldn't matter if he's a stepdad. The principle still stands. All right. So they're literally trying to find a way for this guy. They're manufacturing a way for him to win. All right. Whereas for me, they're not giving me literally a chance in hell. Well, he got emotional. He yelled. He called them names. All right. And we were clearly able to demonstrate that he was calling me names. All right. He was actually being condescending and passive aggressive and attacking me. People were saying that I agree with him. I said marriage was a good institution, but I can't suggest it now because of this. Well, you agree with him. You said that. No, he said that. He said that I agree with him, and he kept saying that using my words against me. Well, you said marriage is a great institution. I said marriage was a great institution. If you take my whole statement, then you saw that my synopsis was, I can't suggest men get married today because of these reasons. Well, you kept saying this is good. You see, he was using my words against me, and then it was kind of just like, holy shit. Holy shit. Like this is a bad way to debate. And this is why I don't engage in these debates. But I'm going to just tell you, I've been asking for these debates. I've been asking for this type of collab, and I got it. And I whooped his ass. All right. Adams 316 style. But a lot of people are then bringing in the racial dynamics, which I don't like to use. All right. But it's there. Anytime you have a black person versus a white person, it's going to be there. And I believe people think white people are more intelligent than black people. Right. So in that, they're just hoping that Andrew Wilson was out intelligent me, being more intelligent, which he wasn't, because he started gaslighting and he started saying like he couldn't understand me. That's him praying against his audience, using that I was less intelligent. Now, if you heard what I was saying, I was completely coherent. But he was grasping at straws and going back to I didn't understand you, which is praying to his audience who are supremacists. So they're just going to say black fatigue. He's incoherent. I even heard people come over here say I was incoherent. Did you watch the debate? There was nothing incoherent about what I was saying. He just didn't have a comeback to it. He didn't have a comeback to what I was saying. So he started grasping at straws, getting frustrated. All right. And I was whooping his ass. All right. So reality was I won. I'm 2-0. The reality is he lost. All right. So it's okay. He'll have another chance to come back from this. But that definitely was an ass whooping he got. I don't care if you thought I yelled at him and called him names and won. There's no technical wins in the debate. He who loses his emotion first loses. Nah, fuck that. We ain't going for that. Okay. Nah. He who calls their name, a person a name, loses. Nope. That's not how it works. All right. That's not how debates work. And by the way, it was not much of a debate. All right. So anyway. He got his ass handed to him, and he didn't get to punk me. I punked him the whole time. I didn't let him talk over me. I didn't let him get his snarky shit in. I called him out when he said something passive-aggressive and snarky against me. I called him out immediately. And anytime he tried to move the goalpost, I would call it out. So that wins the debate by itself, because I would say, he was like, we're talking about mitigating divorce. I said, no, we didn't. I said, we're talking about, is marriage good for men? And he kept moving that goalpost to try to argue that to win. And I was like, I'm not arguing that. You can argue that, but I'm talking about, is marriage worth it? You keep saying how to mitigate divorce and provide solutions to marriage. That's not what I'm arguing. You're arguing that. So I kept calling him out on that, and it looked like I was cutting him off and being disrespectful, but I wasn't allowing him to move the goalposts. So I was defending myself by not letting him do that. but it came off as I would kept interrupting him. I knew what he was doing. I was like, I see what you're doing. Then it came down to what? Yep, I had to slow it down. Let me slow it down for you. I have to slow it down and explain this to you slowly. And I'm not going to let you talk over me like you talk over them girls. I'm not going to let you get your snarky comedy in so you can get clips. Because I knew what he was doing. He just wanted to get his snarky shit in and I could get clips. And I kept saying, no, hold on. I got the floor. No, let me talk. All right, I'll let you talk. I'm going to cut you off. Let me recorrect you. You're saying something incorrect. You're putting words in my mouth. I'm not going to let you do that. So I stood up for myself, and you guys should be appreciative of that. But you are not, and you wanted him to win. Just say you wanted him to win. And I even told him, you're losing this debate. You know this. Well, you're being incoherent. He just wasn't used to debating a person like me. Okay. He wanted to move the goalpost so he can win. So I wasn't letting him. Yep, I was G-checking that punk. I was putting it back to, nah, bro, you ain't gonna do that to me. Nope, we're not gonna do that. Nah, you're not gonna gaslight me. Nope. Okay, all right, you're gonna call me dumb. I know what you're doing. You're trying to cater to your audience. You're trying to get a clips. We're not gonna let you get no clips. All right, I'm not gonna let you get no clips. I'm not gonna let you get no clips so you can make me look crazy. All right. So he can't chop up them clips to make me look like he got one over on me. Nah, nigga, you ain't getting no clips off of me, nigga. All right. All the clips you're gonna get is me talking over your monkey ass. So anyway, he said his topic wasn't even a topic. Facts. He wasn't even saying the topic. The topic was gone as soon as he started talking. So then when people said, well, you're not giving solutions, I was like, he was the one trying to give you solutions. I was telling you to not get married, and this is why marriage is bad for men. He changed the topic, which is typical of a loser. All right. And women get over guys on this all the time. All right. So I don't let people do this to me. And I stood up to him. I bullied his motherfucking ass and the white manosphere clans manosphere people. All right. Went out to defend him and they picked the wrong one. Nobody even brought up the fact that he was drunk. He was drinking the whole debate. Now, let me just say this. If I was drinking alcohol during that debate, imagine what the commenters would be saying. Again, if I was a stepdaddy during that debate, imagine what the commenters would be saying. I was a stepdaddy and my baby mama had 2 kids by 2 different men. And I was drinking during the stream and smoking. Imagine what the views would be saying. Oh, that drunk nigga, he irresponsible, drinking a 40 ounce. But he was literally pouring drinks with 3 liquor bottles around him. You got to think about the dynamics that I had to overcome. All right, just being a black male, that dynamic, being dressed better than him, being more egotistical and flamboyant. All right, not taking his shit. You got to think about the dynamics I had to overcome to even get 30 to 40% of people to agree that I won, which is more like 60% now. Right. And then I was the one stating the facts and he was in fairy tale land. Imagine if I was doing what he was doing and he was stating the facts. They would have said he ran all over you. He was passive aggressive and emotional. I was just emotional at some particular points during the end of the stream. He was more emotional than me, but I looked like the emotional one. Just think about this. If I was wearing a hoodie and he wore a suit, just think about the dynamics that I had to overcome. And I knew that going in. I didn't know everything, but that plays against me as the winner. Right? I clearly won just based on what I had to overcome to even step in the arena with who they perceived as better than me. Okay? As better than me and smarter and more intelligent. He had to, bruh. All right, just based on that, I cleaned this motherfucking clock and ask him if he think he won. He didn't. So with that being said here, all right, shout out to these people who are covering this debate. They're still covering it today. I mean, man, who would have thought? And it's going to be more people covering it because it's getting out more and more on the internet. So people are going to still be talking about it. I know you're tired of me talking about it. You know, People are still commenting about it on my page, and some people are super chatting it. But for me, it's the best marketing. All right. The only thing left is to say it's free marketing. It's great for my brand. It's great for my heel turn. It's great for me dipping off on the Manosphere, because the Manosphere ain't shit at this particular point. It ain't worth even saving either. It's like the black community. And it allows me to explore even further levels of content being disassociated with the loser space like the Manosphere, because it ain't going nowhere. Shout out to the Manosphere people that got their shit on straight. But the people that you got trying to hold and gatekeep the Manosphere, all right, they ain't worth shit. It's free agent lifestyle for life. And anybody else want to get me in a debate, 25 to 50K. All right, so pay the fuck up. We Hollywood now.
New world order.
We Hollywood. With that being said, here we're gonna get to this main event. Okay. All right, the main event is this, and this is the tough question for you guys in these relationships. And shout out to the little gaming channel. We gotta imagine he's a bitch ass nigga.
Look at this bitch ass nigga.
All right, for being a bitch ass nigga, saying that he a fat head bitch ass nigga. All right, shout out to the little gaming channel saying he was embarrassed that I didn't defend the black community.
Look at this bitch ass nigga.
All right, bitch ass nigga. All right, goodness, not the lead attorney. He not a bitch ass nigga. All right, but anyway. Niggas brought up virgins and Amish, and I lost the debate. His evidence was virgins and Amish. Okay, I don't know what you guys are hoping for. I don't know what world you think you got in 2025, but virgins and Amish were used as examples. And I was supposed to sit here and literally sit across from his drunk ass and debate this. I mean, you can't get any worse of holding your whole thing to some ecclesiastical Eastern Orthodox virgin Amish to make your scenario work. I mean, this is what we're doing. That was the solution. Certainly you niggas are not in the solution. All right. The black Americans certainly ain't gonna fit in that. All right. But virgin, ecclesiastical, Eastern Orthodox, Amish, and you can have your pastor make your wife fuck you due to social pressure in the church. Got it. Sounds good to me. Let's start tomorrow. We'll start tomorrow. Oh, I did want to do this real quick because we do have a little bit of time. We do have a little bit of time because people don't know. We have bitch ass niggas like the little gaming channel. All right. He's getting some free run here. He didn't send me $99, but he tried to come at my name. Pause. I'm going to read something that people don't realize. All right. This is in my book, The Free Agent Lifestyle, which I've been telling you is the manual. It is the manifesto, if you will, of where we're telling men to do. All right. On how they're going to survive out here. All right. I'm telling men to avoid mistakes in which sometimes people get entangled in very, very hard time contracts with this marriage shit. All right. And let me read a couple of things where people don't know. And let's see here. It says becoming the free agent. It says we're not bettering ourselves for women to date us. We're bettering ourselves to meet society's expectation. We're not even doing that. We're not bettering ourselves to become better mates or better providers for others. We're putting our best foot forward. There's real power in your commitment, and your commitment transfers that power from you to the person that you give it to. If you give your commitment away too easily without showing value, they will not respect you. It says right here, at that point, you are disposable to them and can be replaced if needed. This is why you shouldn't commit to anyone unless you demonstrate high value. Now, the lead attorney, didn't know that about me. And shout out to him. This is no disrespect to him. He didn't know that. What he heard me say in my opening statement is when I said If a man's not in position to be in a good marriage, then I tell him to not get married. He thought I softened my stance on marriage, which I'm like, that's not true. I didn't soften my stance. I've never took marriage off the table, not even in this book. Now, the book is about being single and inviting peace and getting your life together. But the basic premise is to understand your power and your commitment. And then when you demonstrate high value, this is before the high value man thing became popular. When you do this, you have options so that when you want to go back and look at relationships and marriage, you're in a better position to do so, especially if your life was fucked up by a relationship. So I gave you the option within the book, knowing that I made the mistake, which is chapter 1 is the mistake. All right, I made the mistake once. I will not make it again. Now, I'm going to counsel men to not make the mistake the first time. But if you make the mistake the first time, you have understanding the second time. And then I said right here, people are hopeful about the benefits, but when free agents discover that it does not work, we are discouraged from protecting ourselves from the failure rate of marriage. Prenuptial and postnuptial agreements, which are designed to protect men and their assets from losses in failed marriages, are deemed unfair by those who benefit if marriages fail without the prenup. But it's only fair to protect yourself and what you've worked hard for. So if you don't want to play by their rules, then stay free. So that's me even suggesting that a prenup is an option for you. Some people say, hey, CGA doesn't know about the prenup. I heard that from lead attorney. And I'm like, what? Like, again, people don't deep dive into people that are giving this advice. They just watch the YouTube every now and then. And I literally am demonstrating that I'm giving you that option within the book. Now, I don't have time to debate Andrew Wilson and put all of this out. Okay. I can't sit there and read the book to him. All right. So it's hard then when he's trying to give me ecclesiastical marriages. I'm like, bro. Okay. So it's hard to demonstrate that when you say I have no solutions and I didn't know this and I don't know that, I'm like, clearly it's in the book. I'm showing you this. I wrote this book in 2018. Okay. Let me give you another one here. And I'm reading this. I'm giving y'all free lessons right here. Okay. It says right here. It says, why limit yourself? You must have an abundance mindset in regard to your life and trust in your ability. Some of you guys don't believe that you can't get great things out of this life. You'd aim low to hit rather than aim high to miss. You can be everything you see other people be. It says right here, all it takes is belief in the ability to manage risk. Let me go over here. I got some more. Right here. Let's see here. It's going to traveling. I guess I was looking this. I folded this up to go into traveling. All right. Let me see here. There's some other things that I wanted to talk about in this book. All right. There was one more thing that I wanted to highlight in here. Focusing on things that matter. All right. Focus on the things that matter. I already read that one. Let's go back to this one here. Cohabitation. All right. Cohabitation. It says right here, when you're in your teens, and when I was in my teens, I had a mentor tell me about relationships. The mentor was a not religious person, which was important with regards to the guidance that he gave me. He was not religious, so it was important based on the guidance that he gave me. Why is that important? Because when people are religious, they got to make everything work in their God. Then you got to argue out of the God part of it to make it work. But when he's non-religious and secular, it makes the information relevant because it's about the thing that matters. And it says right here, the mentor was non-religious, which is important with regard to the guidance that he gave me, because a lot of religious men tend to have a battle between their logical position and the weak nature of the modern church. It's right here. I've been done tried to tell y'all. And that was the example I was telling Andrew Wilson. I was like, you're blue-pilled and the church is weak. So you can't get over that fact. So now I got to argue about your weak church position. I'm going to read that again. This is written. I'm reading it directly from the book I've been giving you. It says, when I was in my teens, I had a male mentor who would talk to me about relationships. The mentor was not religious, which is important with regard to the guidance that he gave me, because a lot of religious men tend to have a battle between their logical position and their weak nature of the modern church. It says religion today is very blue pill oriented, but the words in the Bibles are not. With this confusion, the church began catering to women, homosexuals, and mentally disturbed individuals, and a lot of their doctrine can lead you right back into the situation that you went in trying to avoid with great logic and deliberation. So what did Andrew Wilson try to do? He tried to take a weak church position. The church is in a weak position. He tried to use his support for the church to lead you back into the ecclesiastic marriage, which you were trying to avoid, which is not going to work. Like, guys, I literally have it right here. It's right here. I didn't lie. I knew what the answers were. I was just debating a religious moron that would kept trying to drag me back into the religion. Then he was going to drag you back in the very thing you wanted to avoid by giving you false hope and lies about an ecclesiastical marriage. And I was like, he's lying to you. He's going to lead you back to the one thing you want to avoid. Okay. There was another thing that I wanted to read here. If you will be patient with me. Let's see here. Which one point did I want to read here? I should have put a note right here. We must think past the point of being providers for individuals who don't appreciate or value us other than for using us to obtain the things that they cannot get on their own. They see us more as resource providers than as partners. Ultimately, they have the power to use the system that are provided by the state's government to extract those same resources from you, should you choose not to toe the line. I mean, come on, man. I mean, come on. Come on, man. Just get the book, bro. I know it's hard for me. I'm not going to read the fucking book every day, but I'm trying to tell you, I'm trying to give you the solutions. The free agent lifestyle is not just talking about relationships. However, relationships are an area where most men tend to make their biggest mistakes. Free agent lifestyle talks about work, recreation, health, making the right economic decisions for your personal self, taking care of your children if you already have them through the divorce grinder, and the importance of self-care. All right, another one here. Just get the book, bro. It's going to change your life. What about the race thing for saving the black community? For the people that said he ain't saving the black community. Nigga, do you know who I am? Fuck the black community. All right. Chapter 3. Chapter 3. Don't box yourself in. What did I tell you not to box yourself in? And yeah, this goes for women too. Women can use this same book. Actually, right here, I talk about women being free agents. I talk about women being free agents in the book. Now, it doesn't go into detail, but I can write a book right now for women who are free agents because they got about the same damn problems we got. Let me see here. Free agency for women. Right there. Free agent women. Says right there. Free agent women. Question mark. Can women live the free agent lifestyle too? The short answer is they already do. Can women be free agents? The short answer is they already do. In fact, women have been encouraged to be strong and independent for decades thanks to feminism. When women choose to focus on themselves, get their money right, prioritize their dreams, they get praised. They have been told that if a man won't give them what they want, they can get it themselves. Man, get my book, bro. I'm just telling you, man. It's in here. It's in here. The message is here. This is the Bible right here. Let's go back to that race thing. Don't box yourself in. Chapter 3. Race. Believe it or not, we're 99% similar to the next man, regardless of our skin color. We share the same similar DNA and traits. What differentiates us is culture, not race. Okay. It's easy. Race is the easiest way to box yourself in, and actually it's the worst way simply because you have no control over it. You have no control of how light or dark your skin is. Neither do you have control over the fact that your hair is coarse or curly and or thin or straight. But we spend too much time and energy boxing ourselves into a thing that we have little power in changing. You have no choice. Your parents made the decision for you. All right, let's go. What? I don't want to hear this shit because it's too above your head. Somebody said it's too above your head. Worry about what you can control. You can't control that. Because if you were born white, you wouldn't give a fuck about the black community either. But you happen to have your parents both be black. Now you give a fuck. So what you can't control it. You can't control it. You're wasting your time and energy on something you can't control or change. Okay? So focus on what you can control. You as an individual. Be a free agent. Okay? Then you got me debating some dumb Neanderthal nigga about all of this goofy shit. And I'm like, I don't care about none of this shit. I don't care about none of this shit. I don't care about changing the laws of divorce and marriage. I don't care about mitigating divorce. I don't care about the black community. I don't care about none of this shit. I don't care about solving your goofy ass problems. I don't give a fuck about none of this. I'm a free agent. I only focus on me and not falling into mistakes and traps. Then I want to tell other men how to avoid it. All right. It's that simple. But I'm not trying to solve your goofy ass problems that you guys keep falling into. Fuck that shit. All right. It's that easy. All right. But look, main event. All right. Main event. If y'all want to get married, go get married ecclesiastically. I don't give a fuck. All right. I don't care. But when you start getting divorced, you're going to start asking me for coaching calls, and it's $3,000 an hour. Okay. And Andrew Wilson ain't going to be nowhere to be seen when you get ecclesiastically divorced. All right. Anyway. Let's get out here, man. Hit the like button so you can get these lessons out here, so somebody else can get these lessons. All right. And you have to afford having a woman. Okay. This is a tough conversation for people because people think relationships are supposed to be organic, and they're not. They're not organic. Relationships have almost never been organic, where a man falls in love with the woman and the woman falls in love with the man, and they have everything. The woman gives her sex for free, and the man gives his loyalty and support and utility for free. It has never been that way, especially when women didn't have rights, which y'all dumb niggas want to always take women back to the point where they had least rights for it to work for you, which I think is insane. In 2025, it's never going to happen. All right, but women had less rights. Sometimes were considered property, and sometimes were under the protection of men because they could get raped or shot or killed or their neck cut off. All right, so that's why women were loyal to men. Sometimes they were used as bargaining chips in deals, business broker deals, property, land, pigs, cows. And thus they had to listen. Sometimes these things were done when women were 15 and 16 and 17 and 18. This is why you see women fighting back so hard against all of these things like age gap and misogyny and taking away their rights, because you want control over the woman, but the woman wants everything but that. All right. She wants everything but that. She said, I'm not property. We have our own rights. I have my own voice. I have my ability to make my own money. I can defend myself. Now, what else do you got? You got some money? You got some love and romance? All right. So even now, they're like, we're not going to be used as a bargaining chip for us to be under your control. So now they want to control you. That's where they're in a position to do. They control you. So as a result, then men get disillusioned that women are supposed to be giving them, the average man, access to them for free. Sometimes they do this with some men, but some men they don't. With this, it leads to men thinking that women are free. They should have sex for free and they should have love for free. And then when they start saying, well, these things are going to have a cost, men get driven crazy. Now, here's the thing. I keep saying all men pay. This doesn't mean flings and one night stands and these type of things. We're talking about relationships, and we're talking about anything past 2 days. Now we're going to talk about a hookup here and there. Yes, there could be some sort of idea that you didn't have to pay her for that, but there's always a cost to it. And when you talk about relationships, no woman is free. In fact, I say free women cost the most. Free money costs the most. Free women cost the most. And you have to afford to have a woman. Okay, so let's talk about this. We're going to let her talk about it. Then I'm going to answer and rebut it to see what she's saying is true. There's the woman right here. All right, let's go ahead and refresh it and see what she's talking about. There's 2 women and a guy on the podcast.
You have to afford to date. You have to be able to afford to have a woman. That is like, oh, you have to afford a car. Like, you have to afford to have a woman. I feel like if you need to be working, you don't need to be dating. Like, if you're still trying to establish yourself, you gotta lock in and focus. I feel like I'm fairly young, and I typically date a little older because men my age are still figuring it out. And I don't feel like there's nothing wrong with that. As long as you're figuring it out, it's the contentment that pisses me off. Is like, this all you want to do? You have to afford to date. You have to be able to afford to have a.
Now, guys, that's exactly what I teach you in the free agent lifestyle. Once you understand that, you're going to realize what the cost is and how much you've been paying, because the opportunity costs and the time invested. So they're right on that. You do have to afford to have a woman. Let's take it into a relationship. Let's say the woman gives you free sex to get into the relationship. This is why I always call you, it's a bait and switch. It's lost leader sex. It's them love bombing you, whatever you want to call it. Now, that entry point was free. The conversations were free. The cheap tacos were cheap, right? But when you get into the relationship moving forward, there's going to be a high level of payment or required payment. So if you then want to produce children and then you want to have a family and buy a house and keep that woman, you can damn sure guarantee that it's going to cost you a lot of money. Lots of money. In fact, we just talked about this earlier in the stream about what the American dream cost. So did she bait and switch you? Did she manipulate you? Did she give you lost leader sex and so forth and so on? Okay, you could say that. But it is true that then when you want to start having families and kids and legacies and this type of shit, you're going to have to pay up. Plain and simple. So now they start looking for men to have this, or at least be close to this. This then leads to frustration even for men and women on the dating marketplace, because they know that there's inherent risk to this. They actually, for the women, it's actually a bigger risk for her, because if she gets pregnant and you leave her in a lurch, it's going to cost her negatively. So she doesn't want that. She's like, I'm going to make sure I don't want that. I don't want to be stuck with holding the bag. So relationships they're not organic. They're not about love. They're about business. And once you know that, then you can make a choice whether you want to engage in it or not. Not manipulate it. Well, she should love me and she should struggle with me and build with me. Who said? Now, in 1940, after the Great Depression, sure. Women had scarcity. They had less rights. You can beat her ass and whoop upside her head if she did anything, and you can shame her. Okay, yeah, so she's going to stick around for that shit. All right? She'll be likely to stick around for that. In 2025, that is not the conditions we're in. So now they're like, we got $60,000 a year in income. I can support myself. I can get a 1-bedroom apartment or a roommate. I can do this. Now I want you to be able to provide this. So when they start talking about 100K, 200K, 300K, they're not completely wrong because they know what type of life they're going to have to provide for their family and children. So then you then start getting disqualified and calling these women gold diggers. But if it costs $5 million to have the simple American dream, then they're not gold diggers. All right. It is true. There's a cost to relationships, and there's a cost to maintain, keep those relationships going. You got to keep feeding the beast. If you don't like this, stay single. This is my advice. If you don't like this, stay single. But you're not getting around this. Now, the only way you could get around this is if you're a loser, nigga, and you know you're off paper and you got an ecclesiastic marriage, and then you make these people live off welfare. Okay, which 40% of our population pretty much does. So you'll say, I never paid $5 million for my American dream. Yeah, because you use social services and public school, and you produce loser motherfucking kids that are now men that are frustrated by the current modern dating marketplace. All right. So you produce losers. All right. You were a loser person yourself. Use every state benefit you possibly could use and exhaust. Okay. All right. So it never came up to 5 million. But other things that people don't consider is that most of us will earn $2 million. Okay. Most of us will earn $2 million. Now, if I combine that with a woman who's earning $2 million, we're getting close to that $4 million. That 5 million, we're getting close. And just do the math. If you average 50K, quick math, Larry C. Okay. If you average 50K a year for 30 years, that's almost $2 million. All right. Averaging 50, and you're working 30 years. You're going to work 30 years. And I hope you would have 50K a year, but that's 30 years of working. You're going to hit $2 million. You combine that with another person working at that income. You're close to $4 million. So yeah, all of that money's going to your family. All right. So it ain't free. All right. To maintain that family, all of that money's going there. So it makes sense that the American dream costs $5 million. Most people don't have, by the way, bulk of that is the retirement, which is about 1.8 million of it. So yeah, $4 million, paycheck to paycheck, nigga. Paycheck to paycheck. Look at it, it's right on par. This is not unbelievable dollars here. Most parents, most families are paycheck to paycheck. That adds up. 1.8 million for him, 1.8 million for her, plus retirement, which people don't have. And boom, you got people that don't have more than $500 to $1,000 in savings, that have kids, and blah, blah, blah. All right. So it's lined up with what I'm trying to tell you. Okay. So let's go back to what she was saying here. And if you make way more than that, then you can see that, you know, you'll be able to save for retirement just a little bit, maybe, possibly. And you can afford it. Okay, we got this woman here. Let's see what else she asked here. And then let's see here. Let's go here.
A woman. That is like, oh, you have to afford a car. Like, you have to afford to have a woman.
Okay, now the part where she says you have a car, you have to afford to have a woman. Now, sometimes women get offended that men use women as comparing them to cars, but she used the comparison of women and cars. But what she means is, in order to have a car, you have to afford the maintenance on the car. All right. So everybody can buy a car. Everybody can possibly finance a car, but can you maintain a car? This goes back what I'm trying to teach you. Yes, getting a woman is one thing, but maintaining a woman is something completely different. Now, that woman produces what? Debt, children, debt, shopping, debt, school loans, debt. Like, what women produce are liabilities. Some lovable, some stinky liabilities, but women produce liabilities. Because without that woman, you don't have these liabilities. Mostly you have your own personal vices and liabilities. Once you include the woman, she's going to produce more liabilities. Requirements to have houses, bigger houses, protection, cars, minivans, kids. Now you're getting to that 5 million, where it could be 2 million for you to stay single. It's 5 million to her with the liabilities. So at that point, she's saying, yeah, having a car is one thing, but maintaining that car is something else. Some of you guys want what? I want a Porsche 911 like CGA. I want a Corvette like Angry Man. All right. I want to have these things. Well, get one of these things and let one motherfucking thing happen. Go get an oil change, let a tire blow out. All right. Let the air conditioning go out. Let you need to get a new fuel tank. Let you hit a rock because the car's low profile. I hit a rock. All right. A little small rock like this that was in the middle of the street, $10,000. $10K. I had to take it to the dealership. They came back with a quote of $10,000 because it caused this and that, and it was oil and motherfucking transmission fluid leaking everywhere. It was $3,500 for tires. Just 2 tires, nigga. All right. Now, to maintain that car is going to cost a hell of a lot of money. That's why I say to have a woman, it ain't going to be free. You got to maintain that woman. Now, here's where the problem is. This is where men are having a problem. Because then men start going, well, she has her own money, so she should be able to pay X, Y, and Z. This is where y'all getting the conversation fucked up, and I got to get rid of you guys, you red pill manosphere guys. Is because women earn their own money, you believe falsely that they're going to contribute equally to the relationship. Now, she could do this, but that's not going to be what most women do. Eventually, they're going to say, I want better. I live a 50K life. Why do I want to continue to live a 50K life? Okay. I'm going to only want to work for 20 more years, not 50. So somebody going to take care of this. Okay, I can't save enough for my retirement. Why am I going to get another nigga that can't save enough for his retirement either? So what is she typically going to want to do? Go back to where tradition says you pay this and her money is supplemental. It's going to be a mix of that. It could be 20% of that, 30%, 40%, but it's never really going to be equal. It's never really going to be equal. She knows that going in. You should know that going in. That's why I tell you, sometimes it's just rather stay single. Okay. The available single women ain't going for that. There are some that they don't care, but those women are probably fat and ugly and 4s and 5s. All right. When you want up the attractive markers, if you're not attractive, you better be bringing something to the table related to that. All right. And if she's older, more than likely, especially with women today, she's got loans, bank loans, credit loans, personal debt, business debt, failed business debt, student loan, all of these, and then other men's kids, ecclesiastically. These are all costs that you're going to be expected to assume to some level, 50%, 60%, 70%, could be 100%. We don't know. So if they're not finding men to do that, they'd rather stay single. So they're trying to figure out how to balance this reality of them earning money and then you looking at their money as a contributing factor to the relationship. It could be the case that she does it, but it's not as common as we would think. And yes, she has health issues and past medical bills, and it could be anything. So could you. But men then start coming in saying relationships should be organic and free and women are gold diggers. Well, not really. I don't 100% agree with that. I just think they're more understanding of what things cost as opposed to men. Now, what'll also happen is men will say, well, we don't need all that. Tell a woman what she doesn't need, and you're going to lose that woman rapidly. Now, in the 40s, you're not going to lose her as much. You can get her to get away with filing her own nails and doing her own hair with a hair curler, dyeing her own hair. You can get away with this with some women. And these are not attractive women doing shit like this. Not getting a massage, not going to the health spa, not going to Pilates, not going to get matcha and motherfucking boba. Okay. Not getting a nice car and driving a beater around until the wheels fall off. You might be able to think that you can get a woman to do this shit. And you might find a woman that might be able to get away doing this shit and have low expectations for herself and her life. But most of the time, you're going to be hard pressed to find it if she's old enough to have experienced these things. So if she's used to getting her hair and done, you're not going to talk her into not doing it. So you got to catch her when she's young so she hasn't experienced these things, so she doesn't know the value in it. That's probably the only thing. Then you got shopping and clothes and this type of shit and iPhones and iPhone covers and all kind of crazy ass shit. Like, by the time you meet her and she's 28 and she knows or she's experienced these things, manis and petties every week, okay, she's experienced this, it's going to be hard to talk her out of doing these things. Okay, I want to get with you, but you don't need these nails and you don't need makeup and you don't need hair. So that's going to be a cost woven into the woman, where you will find that you, even if she made her own money and covered her own costs, you're still going to pay 100% of the bills, or damn near, 70 to 80% of the bills. Tell me if I'm not wrong and you ain't heard this. A woman will say, I don't need a man to make all the money. I just need a man that will cover my expenses. She'll pay her own makeup, hair, nails, waxing, vagina waxing, facials. Have you ever heard that before? You might have heard a woman tell you that, or you might have heard this on the internet. If a man just cover my car note and my rent, I could cover the rest. Now, that's not a 50-50 relationship, okay? That's not 50-50. That's like 80-20. That's like 80-20. That's a cost that she has woven in to her lifestyle, to where you are covering this end of it, but then she says, I can pay for the nails and the massages and the matcha and the Pilates, and I can. And in her mind, she thinks that's a good deal. This is a good deal. I'm not making you pay all the bills. I'm not paying. You're not paying the maintenance. I'll pay my own nails. You just pay my rent. Okay. Now, here's the sad part about it is men will say she doesn't need all of that, but y'all will talk shit when she comes with a furry pussy. Or y'all will talk shit when her nails are fucked up. Or y'all will talk shit when her makeup ain't like, and she ain't got makeup on her face, right? Oh, she a 4 without makeup. Y'all talk shit when she got her natural hair and she ain't got a weave or a wig or some extensions in her hair, all right? Or some braids. So you say you want her natural, but guess what? You really wanted her to dress like a whore and a harlot. So then she starts saying, you say I look pretty, but I see you looking out on the pretty women on Instagram. All right. Every Instagram girl you following got hair, nails, makeup, facials, esthetician, what? Right. So then she goes, well, I guess I'm going to have to look like that. So you're going to have to pay up. I need somebody to invest in that look. Let me play this video here. Actually, I'm going to play this here. She got another thing that I'm agree with here. Let's see here. Oh. Also, niggas will be saying, I'll take a plain woman that's fat and overweight. That's just lowballing yourself. Thinking that fat woman ain't going to cheat on you and leave and expect you to pay for nails and makeup. All right, bro, that fat woman going to want nails and makeup too. And ain't nothing more prevalent than a big overweight woman. They always got their nails, makeup, and hair done, especially a Mexican woman. You ever see a fat Mexican woman? Guess what? Her nails are done to the nines. Makeup done crispy as a motherfucker. Hair dead. Fatter than a motherfucker. Okay? So don't just go get a fat woman thinking that you're going to dodge the opportunity for her to not want shit and then she ain't going to cheat on you. All right? She'll cheat on you too, nigga. All right? With a dude that'll pay for some nails. Okay? But dudes are trying to find a way to cheap out. And I'm saying this is a bad reality for you. Just stay single because you're not going to be prepared for this new reality of women.
Like if you need to be working, you don't need to be dating. Like if you're still trying to establish yourself, you gotta lock in and focus.
That's exactly what I tell you. She's not wrong. She's not wrong, bro. Dude, you gotta lock in and focus, guys. This is the basic tenet of the free agent lifestyle. If you can't afford to date, you shouldn't be, because you're just gonna frustrate yourself. And then you're gonna want the woman to take less. You might find a woman that takes less, and you might think you're gonna keep her. But of course, hypergamy is gonna play a part, and you're gonna lose her if you can't maintain her. I shouldn't have to maintain her. Okay, just stay single. You're gonna be frustrated. Do not bring that frustration. It's just gonna make you hate women. Why do they have to be like this? All right, you're just gonna hate women in the end, dude. Just leave it alone. Let's go to this guy right here. Russell Hartley's got this to say, and this is an interesting thing right here. All right, this is an interesting thing. This man said he's gonna sound like he's gay, so pay attention.
Some of you girls act like you want a rich guy. So you get a rich guy, It's hard. It's hard dealing with men that make money for lots of reasons. Lots of reasons. You got big egos. They got a lack of time, lack of interest. There's a whole lot of things, that come with it. You guys, here's what I'm going to tell you guys. As a woman, if you want a stable, faithful, good, salt of the earth man, your best bet is middle management. All right? Not rich, not with some fucking thing to prove to his high school counselor or his mother who he has a strained relationship with, or his father who wasn't present. Those guys got so much to prove that I promise you will be on the back burner. I promise you. That's number one. So if you want a guy that's there for you, on it with you, and consistent and will be there and support you, think middle management. So you want to meet those guys? Those are the guys that are working on their home at Home Depot on Sundays, weekend warriors. They're middle management, 9 to 5. They got a light hobby. They go to the gym sometimes. They bike on Saturdays or rock climb or table tennis or whatever the fuck. And then they have some small projects that they work on at their house on Sundays before they're back in the office on Monday. You want middle management, sis. And for those guys, yes, aisle 4 in the light section of the Home Depot. That's your man. That's the one. And he'll be a good man for 30 fucking years. All right? That's the one you want. Trust me.
All right. So that's Russ. All right. Shout out to Russ. And Russell Hartley is his name. He typically teaches like women should go after men for money. That's what his typical shtick is. All right. On Instagram. And he's got a big following over on Instagram. How many people follow him? 781,000 followers. He's also a social media consultant, and he's got a lot of engagement on his posts. It's typically geared towards women, targeting higher value men. Somebody said a white Kevin Samuels. So yeah, high value men, women should not take less from men, don't date bums. But then he pivots to this, which is interesting, is that dating a rich man comes with consequences. And sometimes a woman doesn't know this. She thinks she can just take a 50K man and take a 500K man, and that's the same strategy. All right, he's going to be available to me more. He's going to have flexibility. Well, when he gets to that 500K, she gets a woman, and she'll date a guy like this. She'll get to the 500K man, and he'll either be laissez-faire, have a rotation, or he'll be controlling on her. And he'll have high expectations of her, which women won't meet on any ground. Most women can't do it. Let's say he makes more than that. He's a billionaire. He gonna have side hoes. You're gonna catch him cheating. He gonna be like, whatever. So some women then think I'm gonna just go get a higher income male. But then when they experience that higher income male, it's tough. All right. It's tough for them. So his content is geared for women who want higher tier men, but they're few and far in between. Most of them are married. But then when they get with that guy, they experience levels of either he doesn't really care about her, or he'll pay her to get away. He'll fuck her and, have orgies, or he'll be hella controlling on her. And so women don't want that, even if the man's rich. So he gave her he's basically given them the alternative. Okay. So your best bet, as everybody knows, is the middle management guy. The guy with not the opportunities to go travel once a month, internationally once a month. He doesn't have the ability to go from country and fucking cheating on his wife. He doesn't have to tell her, you have to let me exercise my options while she stays monogamous. Which means, in effect, he's showing that when they target you at the middle level, they're manipulating you.
And that's you.
They're manipulating you. It's not that they want you. Again, there ain't no love out here. There's no organic love. Now they're going, I tried this. Let me choose this guy.
And that's you.
Now let's take a look at the comment section. This is the part of the conversation that most people skip. I love blue collar men, but someone in charge, all right, give me a construction worker, but I want the foreman. 6 figures, great benefits, and in the union. Is that love? Is that love? Is that ecclesiastical love or is that manipulation? What is that? Is that love? Is that organic? No, that sounds like a woman targeting what she wants. And it's kind of an imaginary guy. It's still kind of an imaginary guy. A foreman, a six-figure guy. He makes it and he does this and he has union and benefits. That sounds like payment to me. That's not free. I know a lot of blue-collar men with rich men egos. Okay, so she's saying it doesn't matter, and that's somewhat true. Just realize I'm a good middle management man. As I stand in the Lowe's pallet area, we don't care about that. We have a fat Mexican woman that says, Home Depot. That's where my sister met her Prince Charming. He is the best guy ever. Can build and fix anything. Treat her like a queen every day, all day. Hands over his paycheck too. Oh my goodness. Hands over his paycheck. So even these middlemen ain't free. So how do they see you? Utility. Hands over the paycheck. Okay. Best guy ever. That's what they qualify that. The best guy ever. Prince Charming. Treats her like a queen. Hands over the paycheck. Can build and fix anything. This is free? This is what y'all call free? Sounds like manipulation. Sounds good to me. Look out, Home Depot. Here I come. All right. So these are women that are trying to figure it out. They date bums first. Then they try to date rich niggas. And then they come down here, middle management, leftovers.
And that's you.
Okay. Okay. There she is down to Home Depot. All right. Meme for Home Depot. It says, so rich guys are hurt little boys trying to convince the world that they are great people. So now we got the rich men are bad guys. We got one right here. This woman says, so true. If you want a rich guy, go get it, ladies. But if you want long range, loyal, golden retriever energy, that's a whole different pool. Sheesh. This is the love y'all talking about. This is the free love y'all talking about. This is how they look at you, bro. And I don't mind it. I love it. I love that they're telling it. Golden retriever. Your golden retriever. Long range, loyal. Men like this are well liked by coworkers, have good friends group, and will coach your kids' sports teams. Sheesh. This the love y'all talking about. This the free love. I get it for free. She loves me for me. She really likes me. Is this what you're looking at? They will still move up in their careers, utility, and have opportunities for success because they are loyal and dependable. And they will come home every day to worship, and spoil you like a queen you are. Do not settle for anything less, beauties. This is crazy. All right, last one. Couple more. I watched enough Dateline to know the guy at Home Depot without a wedding ring may be not the best choice. Okay. Just met one. Ha ha. He shushed me and walked in front of me in the restaurant. Ha ha. He can keep that effing Rolex collection and airplane. I love your honesty. So there it is. She met the rich guy. What happens? He controlled her. He told her to shut the fuck up, be seen, not heard. He didn't hold her hand. He didn't put coats over puddles. He didn't pull off chairs. He walked in front of her and she said, you can keep the Rolex collection. All right. He didn't do what? Like the other guy. No golden retriever energy. He came in with boss energy and she didn't like it. She didn't like it. He told her, she tried to talk and he said,
silence, you fool.
So the rich guys ain't just tricking and spoiling on them. You're a dime a dozen. Okay, he says it's also grocery store deli counter at lunchtime, blue collar heaven. All right, this is a long ass one. This woman says, can confirm this is true. My father is rich. My boyfriend is middle management. Can confirm this is all true. The men at Home Depot are contractors or husbands fixing shit their wife told them to do. Yep, that's another thing about that. This woman, and I'm going to show you her picture. Listen, went to the Lowe's home improvement on Sunday morning, 10:30 or 11-ish, and I had 5 men ask me if I needed help. Nice looking middle management men, a little too young, but nice ladies. They're out here. So they're literally showing you there's nothing really romantic about any of their approaches to relationships. Let's take a look at the woman who said 5 men asked her to help her. All right, please let the account not be private. All right, there you go right there. Okay, there you go. Take a look. A pog, an old pog at that. I mean, all right, we got one more. I got to do one more because I'm very, very, very interested. Okay. It says, she says, very true. Rich guys, especially really rich guys. So this does prove that they do get in front of rich people. They do get in front of rich people. Rich guys, especially really rich guys, billionaire status, have some of the worst, i.e., in my experience, easily influenced by their circle and pretty terrible in bed. No thanks. Okay, last one says, I'm married to a high earner here in California, and a lot has to be understood to make it work and know their priorities. Their work is at the forefront usually. If that's understood and you're a very high functioning, busy woman, it works. All right, so this woman says, yeah, you can date a rich guy. Just know that he's not going to simp and he's not going to spoil you. He probably going to give you his credit card and say, go, get out of my hair so I can fuck this 20-year-old woman. Okay, but a lot of women think a lot of rich simps are just going to have time to be, making her the priority. Anyway, and guys, rich guys or men that have money or run businesses don't have time to fuck for 40 minutes and cuddle and watch, Netflix. They don't have time for that unless they're in their 50s or 60s, really in their 60s. They might have time for that. Well, most of the time, they're just trying to get a quick nut and a good dick suck, all right, and be done in 10 minutes, all right? We ain't got time to be all doing this all tango and dance and me warming your pussy up and sitting there and then fucking for 30 minutes and stroking your back and cooking and shit like this, BET relationships and all, nah. Opening bottles of wine and pouring and listening to music and sitting off on the patio looking at the view. We ain't got no time for that shit. All right, bitch, did you get what we need to get done here? Grab your ankles real quick. Let me get this in, but let me hit the shower real quick. We ain't got no time for all that romantic bullshit. Now, there might be a time here and there, onesie, twosie. All right. Yo, shout out to our brother here. It is Boy. He says it's great that even the normies are realizing that trad cons and PUAs is that much of their lives is lived through women. They have zero consideration or care for what women want, but both truly hate women, just wanting to control them using religion or game. CGA is becoming more popular and people are going to see it. Shout out to Bob says, if the church guy cheated on his previous wife to get with the single mom in the Bible, he's still considered promiscuous and an adulterer. He said the only way you can leave a marriage is if your spouse cheated or you decided to not go back and get her, or if she's dead. Of course, but we don't live these rules today. It's very hypocritical. Gregory Abrams says a quote you said yesterday really got me thinking. You said, if you were fearful of death, you haven't lived yet. He says, I was a member of the Latter-day Saints, and you are doing the work of Jesus Christ himself. He says, thank you, and I believe you want the best for all of us, which is why I donate weekly. Yeah, I'm trying to help. All right, but I ain't going to hold your hand. But yes, if you're fearful of dying, you haven't lived yet. All right, I live every day, not even thinking about dying. If you got time to thinking about dying, you ain't living. Shout out to Bob says, even if he was cheated on by his first wife, the fact that he ended up with an adulterer makes him a sinner by default. He as much of a sinner than you are in the eyes of Bible and God, but he's worrying about calling me a sinner, right? That's what Bob is saying. He's as much as a sinner as me. Shout out to our brother NGN says, people who say you lost for name calling are dumb. Does that mean that Andrew lost to that girl from whatever for calling her out of her name? She was making a statement about his life and what people like him advocate. Also, him clipping out what if is a clear L because he knows that's where the loss is. 100%. So when Andrew Wilson talks shit about OnlyFans girls in debates, it's okay. He never loses. He wins. But of course, when the tables are turned and that happens to him, he wins. Nader says everything Andrew said was statistically insignificant. You can't try to prove a point with only a small percentage. His argument was completely incorrect. It was he was arguing the exception to the rule. He was basically, and shout out to our brother. I call him Quarantino the God, but he goes by another name. But he was literally arguing exception to the rule. Amish, virgins, small percentage of Christians. It's like, right? Because I said, okay, what about this? What about Christians? They have a divorce rate, not the ecclesiastical Christians. And then what did I say during the stream? Oh, here they go. Just like the Christians, they like to dice up Christians. When a Christian wants to prove their point, they dice up the Christians in tiny dices. All right, they start dicing them up. Larry C. They start saying, well, those Christians are different than these Christians. All right, the real Christians over here and the Eastern Orthodox Christian. No. Because nobody gives a fuck outside of the church. Don't tell me about these Christians or the different Christians. Well, the Eastern Orthodox is 17 to 20%. All right, let's mathematically add up all the Christians. They got the same divorce rate. They got the same divorce rate as the secular. All right, but then when they want to prove their point, they argue exception to the rule. Let's dice up the Christians to the diced up. Right? And well, those Christians right there got the lower number. Man, it's absolutely pathetic that y'all let that nigga get away with that. Shout out to Nader says, he says right there, he said everything he said was statistically insignificant. Virgins, Amish, Eastern Orthodox, ecclesiastical Christians, like, all right. Shout out to the government. And Andrew states in the debate that most men are religious. He says, if that's true, then that would mean most marriages are religious, not secular, like he likes to say. He says Andrew is a contradiction wrapped in the enigma. I don't think he prepared for the debate because he literally was just trying to grasp at straws. When CGA gets on Joe Rogan, Steven Crowder, or Tucker Carlson, it'll break the internet and trigger the normies who view life through their hopes and Sky Daddy. Most people hate CGA because they hate winners flexing, especially in the Manosphere. Shout out to you, hashtag the shield. Brandon says, as a Christian myself, I believe we should be free agents first. Just like Jesus, build the kingdom, the empire, adjust to the new market, in reality, live the life. He says, live that life, then select a good mate. Enjoy your weekend. Yep, which I always said, I never said to not consider marriage again. In the book, there's a point where I say, you might want to consider after being a free agent to get married. Then you're going to look at marriage completely different. Whereas you needed the woman at one point to get married. You needed her love. You needed her to like you. You needed her to give you 50% of the rent. All right. You needed her to meet your bills and expectations. You needed her. Now, when you go through it the opposite way, when you don't need any of that, you will look at it pragmatically. Then you will likely get a prenup. You'll be like, okay, no, I got this to lose. I know I can lose this. Well, when you don't have nothing to lose, you don't consider that you can lose half of it 10 years later. All right. You don't consider that. So being a free agent is very helpful, even if you want to get married again. Yes. Or get married. Morris Anderson says in Matthew 22:21, Jesus said, pay back Caesar's things to Caesar's. He says, give his followers the commandment to follow the law of their land. He says, meaning any marriage not recognized by the state would be unlawful, therefore unscriptural. Shout out to you on that one. I didn't know that, but there you go. So give Caesar, he says, pay back Caesar's things to Caesar. You know, when people complain about taxes, it's like pay Caesar's taxes. All right. Unless you want to fuck over and get rid of Caesar. If Caesar asks for something, you got to give it to him. So if he asks for marriage be held by the state, you get marriage held by the state. You can't just avoid it. And then you, I don't know. Shout out to old Hendry. I used to disagree when women said, it, but the debate in its aftermath proved just how much red pill ragers hate women. It's actually scary. He says, I'm with you 100%, coach. I can't be associated with that space and mindset. Keep racking up the dubs like the 95 Bulls. Appreciate you, man. Thank you, sir. Yeah, the red pill space is proving that, like, this whole thing about controlling women, I gotta jump ship. There's no way in 2025 we can be preaching that the only way we can win with women is to control them. Now, you might think that's the case. All right. Societies were better when men control women. Nigga, we don't live in that world anymore. Dark Side Foundation coach, that debate exposed how diluted the Clanosphere goons are. He says people who look like them are empowered, yet they're still down bad and blaming everyone else. He says, I'm happy to see this delineation. Thoughts on 47 allegedly getting Slick Willie that gawk? Pause. I don't know anything about that. Yo. I ain't never heard about anything like that. And controlling them is no point. Shout out to Press that says, why can't men accept women as they are? My whole free agent lifestyle is saying I accept women who they are. Now, sometimes this works against women because when I accept them who they are, I give them exactly what they ask for. All right, which men think is a loss, but I think it's a loss to the woman. Because the woman will say, well, I want somebody to do this and that. And I go, okay, here it is. Right? What I find women do is they don't like it. They don't like it, which is funny as fuck to see. It's funny. It is the funniest thing to see. Women are like, I need a man to pay my bills and do this and do that. He need to pay me this and take me here and take me there. And you'd be like, okay, I would do that. And you do it. You do it for 1 time, 2 times, 2 weeks, and they'll be like, they will literally find fault in it. They will think they are taking a loss. It's a thing that they will think that, oh, I'm a victim still. Anytime you do something for a woman, she always looks at it as a short end of the stick. So she thought she would get a romantic relationship out of it, and all she got was nutted on, and then she back at home and that money's gone. And or she'll feel like you're controlling her. It's the funniest thing to see. That's why I'm telling you, there's no winning with them. It's funny as fuck. You're like, I'll pay all your bills. I'll put you on a contract. Yep. And then all of a sudden, I feel like I'm caged. Because then you put requirements on her. Okay, I need your location on your phone. You need to check in. You start putting these things, and they're like, oh, no, I don't want that. Okay. It's funny as fuck. Yep, they'll claim financial abuse. All right, you're controlling me with your money. It's the funniest fuck. So you give them what they ask for, and they still not happy. Shout out to Hustle Every Day says Free Agent Lifestyle recommended course study. 100%, man. Read the book. You're just trying to sell books. Of course I am, but the answers are in the book. You're not going to get it in the debate. You're not going to get it in the debate. All right, women are like, men should pay for dates, and they should do this and do that, and you'll do it, and they'll give up the pussy, and then they'll go home with the leftovers. Right? And they'll call you up. You want to do it again? You'd be like, nope, I'm good. I'm good. Nah, I don't want to take you out again. I took you out once. I'm good. I'll see you in a couple of weeks. How many women are you doing this for? I had a woman ask me that. How many women? She said, how many women are you doing this for? And I said, as many as I can afford. The look on her face, her stomach sunk. Because she thought she was in the front of the line. But I started letting her know. I was like, oh, no, honey. No, honey. And her face. And I'm like, ladies, what do you want? You are asking for, you're asking for it. I gave it to you. Now you're putting back monogamy on me? You can't have it both ways. If you want monogamy, get a broke nigga. But I'm giving you what you asked for. And she said, how many women are you doing this for? I said, yeah, as many as I can afford. And she was like, I don't know if I can accept this. She bowed out gracefully. I was like, you dumb bitch. I was like, you guys are dumb. And she broke too. She broke. Like she broke. Like she like on dire straits financially. I was like, yo. Shout out to Maryland guy says, hey coach, I found that when I used to watch Andrew Wilson on the Everwood podcast, all he did was fuel my rage towards women. He says I had to stop watching that stuff because I was going down the rabbit hole. And she licked sniz. All right, shout out to you. And she'll be back. Of course she'll be back. She'll be back. She'll be back texting me. Somebody sponsored that I need to acknowledge. Caitlin says if a woman wants a rich guy who's attractive and loyal, which would be rare, that man would have to be her career. That is the only chance she has. Yep, she would have to cater to that guy. Soon as you ask them to start catering to you and you're doing X, Y, and Z, they run. They fucking run, bro. They're like, I ain't doing that. Because they want to basically get as much as they can out of you for nothing. But shout out to our Christian Brandon guy. He sponsored today's show.
I'm rich, bitch.
See, when you have leverage, you're almost irreplaceable. They're going to spin the block at some particular point. 50%, 60% chance. TK says, Coach, that woman I went $40K in debt for, she never once gave me head, said I didn't deserve it, and gave her head multiple times. I felt so jaded that I feel like the free agent's lifestyle is the only way. I missed the marriage hump. Damn. That's another thing, guys. Look, you went in 40K in debt and she wouldn't suck your dick. I mean, that's crazy. I mean, the things men are going through, the things that you negotiate with women are downright despicable. You guys got to get leverage and options. And let me tell you something. If a woman tells me she don't want to suck my dick, you can guarantee I might have somebody suck my dick in front. I might have somebody suck my dick in front of her. That's the next damn move. Well, I don't do that. I'm going to call up a woman and say, come over here right now. I won't even tell the woman, but I would damn sure make her watch another woman suck my dick. That's the next damn move. Okay. I'm like, wait right here. Call somebody up, have them come through, hand them the $200, and while she in the room with her glasses on, looking at her iPad, I'm gonna have another woman in there sucking my dick. If she pulls that, there ain't no way, bro. But a lot of guys don't have leverage. I'm going to have her watch that shit. And as soon as she make a shit about it, I'm going to be like, whatever, handlebars. Look at this pigtail. She'll do it. Sit right there and watch. All right. Whatever you won't do, I can pay another woman to do it in record time in under 30 minutes. So what the fuck? You ain't that important. And if you don't want to be here no more, it is what it is. All right. But that's what I do. All right, a woman fuck around on me, I'm like, oh, okay, you're going to watch me fuck somebody. All right, you're going to watch. And if you don't want to watch, leave. Do not come back. Do not come back. Don't come. All right.
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm going to come.
All right, shout out to Joshua Moon says, keep the poor women away from your pockets. Shout out to you. Hustle Every Day says, women need dumb men to manipulate or it doesn't work. Facts. Facts. It doesn't work. They need dumb men to manipulate. And there ain't no love out here, brothers, especially after age 28 for a woman. 100%. All right. Shout out to the Coach gang. Let's get up out of here. I got to go get ready for my massage. It is a healthy massage. It's not a happy ending massage. But thank you for the support all week. We should be going into next week with people still talking about the debate. But it is what it is. I'm enjoying it. Shout out to the Coach gang. Wear your condoms. If not, pull out, nut on her chest or in the back of her throat. All right. Pay for a little bit of fun this weekend. Keep your bail money ready to go. Okay. And all of that. Get your cardio in. Work hard. 20 minutes of cardio every day. Sex don't count. Do your push-ups. Do your pull-ups. Set a personal best. Track your records. Journal. All of that stuff. And stay free. 100%. And don't be an ecclesiastic, Mitch-ass, stepdaddy-ass nigga. All right, yo, we out of here. Peace. And you're in the Desert Storm bunker with Hollywood CGA.
Yeah.
Legends ain't born, they built from the grind. From benches to banners, we sharpen the mind. We sharpen the sword and promise and swore that we going hard and leaving it all on the floor. Ayy, yeah, we going hard and leaving it all on the floor. Ayy, yeah, we going hard and leaving it all on the floor. Legends ain't born, they built from the grind. From benches to banners, we sharpen the mind. We sharpen the sword and promise and swore that we going hard and leaving it all on the floor.